Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Yeehaw! We've got our third day here of the group stages for the PGL Arlington Major. Danog, what a fit we got. Two fine-looking Cowboys. How are we doing today?
I'm ready to cast some NA Dota, and one of the prides of NA Sonics, they're taking on OG in one of the... a little bit higher up the leaderboards, but as we can see, the reigning major champions, we're scrolling through them now, they're having a little bit of difficulty. A 2-4 record to be able to start out this tournament. They need this 2-0 win if they're going to have the chance to get up into that finals bracket and be able to continue to test their mettle against some of these other international teams. But of course, they're going to be taking on Sonics on the NA side. Get that pass straight through to TI. And, well, has to be said, their showing hasn't been all too positive so far. I think they're 2-6 at the moment, so they need the win just to stay in playoff contention.
Yeah, and of course both these teams as well being towards the bottom, so it's looking really tricky. It's a must-needed series victory from either sides, and we do have our draft underway. The Radiant side, they've gone for the Puck and the Tusk in the first phase, and OG, they've opened up with the Razor.
A Puck and a Razor in the first phase? I mean, this is just revolutionary coming through from both of these teams. I'm liking how OG has switched this up a little bit, though. They're picking up a hero that has the potential to be a Mars hero in the first phase. Clearly, it hasn't been working, so something's got to change, right? And that's what, you know, you've obviously got a great mind like Seb, who's having to play because of Misha's situation. You've still got Misha and Chu, who have plenty of experience with coaching. They're going to have had the time to dissect and say, okay, what needs to change now? This is something that they're just going to be saying, well, where the hell is this Razor going to go as well? Might even be mid, you know? It might be a mid Razor. We've seen someone like Sumail have a lot of success for Nigma. When he's played it, he dumpstered the lane that he was up against a ranged hero. I think it was an Invoker that he was against, but a Puck as well. If you just max out the Plasma field instead, you can have a pretty good time.
Wow. Okay. So I really feel like OG, a majority of the time, if you're picking up this Razor, you're picking up so Amar can play it. But there's going to be a lot of flex in general. And like you said, you can put it in the mid lane, which we have seen. China really like the Razor mid. I know Ori's been playing it a couple of times. And I think we're going to see the rise of this hero in multiple roles, just because really people have a lot of value on this hero right now with how it can be played as a core, where you have this multiple core lineup and then your scaling potential is ridiculous. And we have also seen the position 1 Night Stalker. Entity have run it. We saw Saberlight have a very good game on it. And it's into really good matchups as well. Into the Puck, you counter him very heavily. Puck's going to have to go for, like, you don't want to go with BKB. You might be forced to do so. Even a 4-staff actually could be pretty good versus a Razor Night Stalker. Tusk does nothing. BKB control is a little bit nice, but the shards will not hold the Night Stalker back. And also, this is a hero that provides you way too much vision to be able to work with.
Oh yeah, so much vision. So it's going to be pretty devastating to have to go up against this. Maybe they go down the route of something like a Zeus as well, just to, again, make full use out of that vision, be able to position yourself incredibly well in the team fights. Zeus, not the greatest matchup against the Puck in terms of the mid game, just because you do have multiple ways to be able to lock him down and chain stun him, especially with a Tusk, but Night Stalker really alleviates a lot of those issues. So we might see them go down that route if they feel like they're lacking in damage or stuff that's going to enable OG's more farm-heavy style. We've seen, again, teams that are beating OG are ones that are beating them early. They like to farm, so don't let them. You know, if they're going to, split up the map and still get a little bit out of their cores when you kill off one of their others, then you got to take some objectives. You've got to go something that's able to push early on, that's able to have that early impact, and Puck and Tusk absolutely do that.
Okay, so with that being said then, do we feel like this can be BZM playing the Razor? Because quite often he's their space maker. You have Amar on a greedy hero, Yuragi often is on a hero that's able to scale on the position one as well, and BZM really is that player that makes all the space across the map. So does it seem fitting to give him the Razor?
5 seconds remaining.
It's a possibility. I mean, Yuragi could play something like a Monkey King, for example, just, again, more of that vision, more of that catch for the Puck, because Night Stalker's good against the Puck, but I feel like they need something else to be able to deal with it, something just to negate the effects of something like that 4-staff if it eventually comes out. They are wasting a ban on Earthshaker, worst hero in the game, in my opinion. Only Xingqiu has been able to make it work. It's so slow, man. It is way too slow, and I really just am not a fan of it. Outside of the Echo, you can't do that much. Fisher, of course, great spell, but yeah, it's not for me. It's a no from me.
Quincy Crew's turn to ban.
We haven't cast any Earthshaker games, I believe, and I haven't seen the games.
Thankfully.
Thankfully. And I haven't seen the enemy team, like what the reason why they're picking the Earthshaker, like who to counter, but just theory crafting, like it does deal very well with the Puck, which is one of the best heroes at the moment. Like this long range catch from the tree line into the chain control.
Remaining.
So that's where when you have like a really strong hero picked up, like you have this Puck or Razor, and then maybe you're looking for some unconventional counters, they start to come back into the meta.
Well, OG aren't shy about going something like the Lion. Something that Tiger plays incredibly well. It's something that is going to be a good little response for... Hello again. Oh, see, I had to keep it on. But yeah, it's something that Tiger does do very well, and it's a good response for the Puck, right? You've already got the Razor and the Night Stalker that are going to be running at the enemy team. So again, this is something that I've been talking about all tournament. It frees up space for these backliners that need to be a little bit more conservative with their positioning until they get that Blink Dagger. And I feel like Razor, Night Stalker, as long as you're using the Dark Ascension, of course, are two heroes that are fantastic at doing that. Like the Wisp-Band, though, really does make Night Stalker's lane a whole lot better.
I feel like I was caught out. I feel like a phony now. I had the hat on first, cowboy, and then
you just tossed it off.
I got rid of it straight away, to be honest. As soon as we got to the draft, I got rid of that. I was considering
you under the bus. Is what, I secretly messaged production. I'm like, let's see if he's a true American. Let's see if he's really a big fan of the cowboy hat. But
10 seconds remaining.
The camera doesn't lie, Lockie, and it's an Enchantress coming through for Sonics. Clearly. Again, it's just all about having that strong early game, right? Being able to punish, being able to not only win your lane, which OG very, very good at doing, so something to counter that is great. But Enchantress, we've seen the amount of the ability, of it being able to push towers is just phenomenal.
Yeah, we haven't particularly touched too much on the Tusk as well. North America are a region that really like playing this Tusk, and Evil Geniuses in particular as well. Crit will run it a lot. They like this Puck Tusk as an opener, but what are your thoughts in general about the Tusk? Do you feel like this is a hero that we're not seeing as much as it's deserved?
Wind Ranger at your
very
service.
Nice, and wouldn't you know it, a Wind Ranger. I think the Tusk certainly does have value in that position 4 role, especially when you're needing to do stuff like save against these lockdowns, like, for example, the Crippling Fear. Obviously, they didn't have that at the time that it was picked up, but it could just be a comfort hero for MSS as well. He's like third most picked, I believe. And again, it's all about that early pressure. What I want to see, because right now they don't have anything that is really going to enable that tag team all that strongly. So I really want to see that. You're playing on the Radiant side, you've got an Enchantress that's able to tank up Roshan early on. So let's see them do something that's able to actually make use of that. Terrorblade's not too bad.
Yeah, you were speaking too much. I couldn't get my Terrorblade in, so I'm going to blame you for that, because it was
all
NA
up
picking
in my Terrorblade?
Oh, how crazy is that?
Terrorblade? I mean, come on.
Quincy Crew's turn to ban.
This matches up very well versus the Razor. You have a crap load of armor, so the Eye of the Storm's never going to be too much of an issue. You're able to outrange the Razor as well, and once you pick up Skadi, it makes it very difficult for the Razor to be able to be mobile throughout the fights, and you have plenty of damage to bring him down before the static link really proves to be an issue. So that's why, in particular, with the Terrorblade into the Razor matchups, it's going to be nice. You've also got a really good pairing as well with the Enchantress, and like Sonics are going to have good lanes. Puck's going to have a fine time mid. You got Terrorblade Enchantress, which offers kill threat, and Tusk as well can help rotate to secure the Puck's lane, get some power runes. You can also, you're a pretty decent laner in your own rights as well, depending on how you look to skill build. So I like the draft so far from Sonics.
Wonder what they're going to go last pick here on OG. I know we've been talking about the potential for this Razor to be mid, but it could very well just now be that position 1, and maybe something like an Invoker. You know, they're banning out the Zeus, obviously, great way to be able to deal damage to an Enchantress, a Terrorblade, deal with them quite effectively, but even just being able to use Alacrity on someone like the Night Stalker or the Razor is pretty damn effective, as well as, you know, the mana burn coming through, a little bit more of that control. I wouldn't hate seeing an Invoker this game. Of course, a BZM Invoker as well. Very, very strong.
Yes. Definitely a scary.
Could just go down the Void Spirit route too.
Yeah, that was a hero I was going to mention next, just with your answer to the Puck, and they do have a lot of control issues on Sonics.
Bit more of that burst damage as well. We saw Toronto Tokyo yesterday playing a phenomenal Void Spirit game where he topped the damage in the entire game, and it just gives you that extra burst that you need to be able to take out someone like that Terrorblade or like that Puck, right? You find the lockdown, you get the Crippling Fear silence onto them so that there's no Sunder, there's no Puck saves, I suppose, and then, yeah, very, very easy to come out on top in a lot of these engagements. So probably Void Spirit I'm leaning to a little bit more strongly than the Invoker, but could still be quite strong.
So where are we thinking, though, that the Razor Night Stalker Monkey is going to be played
10
then?
seconds remaining.
I think it can be a Night Stalker 3 still, I suppose.
Remaining.
Like, it is a farming style of hero. I don't know, actually. It's weird, right? They don't have this last pick overall, so I'm more thinking about what Sonics is going to be able to do to be able to counter this one out, right? Like, they've got that last pick overall. They feels like they just need a little bit more teamfight disruption, so I really wouldn't hate to see something like a Brewmaster come out for Lelis. Good Dispel for the Wind Ranger early on, good Dispel for the Jingu Mastery. You can just toss someone up into the air before those BKBs start to come out. Really create space for the Puck and the Terrorblade to have that greater level of impact.
Yeah, I think you're not going to have as much synergy with the Tusk in the lane in regards to the tag team, but I think overall what the Brew can do in the game would be really beneficial for Sonics. To be able to kite the Razor could be huge. There is definitely vulnerability to him being blown up, but I guess that's where maybe Tusk can come into play with the snowballs to get some spells off. And that doesn't particularly reveal too much from OG.
Tells us nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, they've done this thing as well where they've gone a Vengeful Spirit on Sonics. So if you're going to go down this route where it's like dive in onto one person and then, you know, try and silence them, chain stun them, a swap fixes that in a big way.
Remaining.
And as well, I was really noticing from Leslau, Dream Coil plus the swap, great way to be able to break that coil and find that key pickoff. I mean, again, you've got a Tusk for that burst potential too. So wouldn't hate to see them go down that route.
I do have concerns about how slow they'll be because you'll probably go Scepter first item. If you can get away with the greed, I think it would look incredible this game because you have a way to kite the Doom. Just as soon as Ultimate's out, you swap the target, you look to reset with Coil and Snowball to hold them back.
Venom.
They're going to go Venom
Now
instead.
select your
Okay,
heroes.
so we'll see how OG is setting themselves up here. It is going to be the Noir on the Razor. BZM's playing the Night Stalker. So we've got a mid Night Stalker going up versus the Puck.
Actually, I think we did see this once at Riyadh that was played. I don't know if it was OG that was playing it or not, but what Night Stalker does really well is that you get a point early on into the Crippling Fear, and it means that Puck is one of those heroes that does need to rely a little bit on that spell casting. So if you're able to time that silence pretty well, then you can oftentimes just out CS the Puck because you've got greater attack damage and you're going to be able to get on the better side of those trades. So I honestly don't hate this change-up.
Do you feel like OG have come into this draft with a strategy, like they prepared for what Sonics are going to have in the first phase and they're comfortable with the 5 heroes they have? Or do you feel like maybe they got lost a little bit towards the later stages?
I think they got lost. I think they just wanted to, again, be very versatile. This is the power of having the first pick. I think they just wanted to secure Mars Hero, to be honest. And then they were like, well, let's try and keep him confused because we weren't sure where this Monkey King was going to go until the very end. It makes a lot more sense that it's being played in the position 1 role just because you're up against that Venomancer. So you want to be able to at least have those Jingu stacks built up, have some of that lifesteal to be able to sustain yourself in the lane. I mentioned before why the Night Stalker is a good matchup. Then they have the Doom that's able to go into the Enchantress's lane, and then even if you get a creep, you can just devour it.
Here we go. Game 1. Day 3 of the PGL Arlington Major group stages.
Prepare
OG taking on Sonics. Oh, Hiragi. I like that. You know, he's coming in.
You can't
Giving all the
run
lads some
from
good
the
luck, not
venomous
just a
rod.
good luck. A little bit of extra twist to it as well.
I'm assuming he's talking about Fada, not the other big F that's coming through here.
Oh, okay. That's not how I looked at that, but sure. Okay. Well,
I'm aware of what you're thinking, don't worry.
yeah, alright. Alright, that makes a lot more sense. That is probably what he's done there. But I definitely thought it was, you know, big good luck to everyone on Sonics, not just Mr. Fada, the big brain Giga Chad player. Really excited to see how Sonics are able to shape up, especially against this matchup, because like we said, this is an incredibly important series from either side. Both these two teams are currently sitting under threat of being eliminated, and you really wouldn't expect that from these teams. Of course, OG, the reigning major champion. Sonics were looking incredible as well through 2 or 3 with the addition of Fada. They finished 2nd place. A lot of people were saying they're going to be in contention. I mean, we saw them as well until they matched up versus OG. They were flawless.
Well, I should be fine. I need to run away from this combination. The thing that I'm really looking for early on into this game, of course, that mid lane that I was talking about before, Night Stalker against the Puck, it's not something that you see all too often, so we'll see if we do get that early point into the Crippling Fear. Is this a little bit of a misclick? Hunter in the Night skilled up level 1 on the Night Stalker? It's daytime, my dude.
What?
All right. Maybe mid lane won't be that interesting. We're seeing on the bottom side, like, I think this level 2 timing on Sonics is actually so important. Like, Enchantress, of course, very strong. Everyone knows that, but Yawar, if he gets up onto that level 2 Reflection plus the Metamorphosis, you can really try and bully Tiger out of this lane. Enchant doesn't need to be used on creep, it's just as good as the slow. Combine that together with the slow from the Reflection. I'm gonna say it again, 35 mana cost is way too low for it.
We've seen no camps have been blocked up as well. Of course, the Doom is someone who's going to be looked to play around with the creep, but same with Fada. And he's been able to pick up the movement speed creep. That's pretty nice, honestly, yeah. Ooh, is that maybe the best one you could get in a lane like this? The armor would be very nice as well, I suppose.
Yeah, but he's still too low level, right? You can only get level 4 creeps, so that's around.
And it can be enchanted off anyway, I am almost certain, so... yeah, this is probably one of the better creeps you can get early on here for Tiger. So take a look at how our other offlane, our other side lane is shaping up at the moment. Venomancer, of course, is something that is a South American staple, and Ellis being from that region, no doubt he has the capability to play it. Where do you feel like this hero is best suited, though? Because we do not see it often.
Dire's courier has
I mean,
been
you know me, I was a filthy Venom position 5 star. I think that has a lot of value.
He's got to go down. First blood picked up. Yawar along with Fada. And there is our first blood to kick us off. And you were mentioning this is going to be a difficult lane for OG to combat.
Yeah, that level 2 timing is just so devastating, right? Like, how are you supposed to lane into this? It was Tiger just trying to do the right thing, pull the wave through because completely useless into it. So the fact that they've been able to get the creep wave back next to the tower is a big bonus. I was kind of expecting them to even perhaps pull it behind the tier 1 tower. That is one of the benefits of playing on the dire side. You could just cut one of these trees and safely pull it without a single tower hit into the creep wave. Wild that gets it too is obviously a big plus as well. Alright, so do we have a second point in Hunter in the Night? No.
I was checking
it's
that,
the Void
yeah.
that's been leveled up.
At this stage, might continue to put some points Hunter in the night, just because you're going to have that nighttime working with the next couple of minutes. Are we expecting some rotations to come out from OG to maybe put some pressure onto Quinn at the 5-minute mark?
I don't think so. I think you still need your level 6 to truly have that level of impact because he's just going to be able to get away from you. Like, who's going to catch him out? Like, maybe Seb, but I think Quinn is obviously a good enough player that he's going to be able to dodge out
Dire's
a lot
top
of
tower
these shackles
is
that
under
are starting to
attack.
come through.
We're playing Seb. Get some distance with the Rin Run. Spells and MSS, putting a bunch of damage in though. So kind of the resources being expended. Do as well have Fada that is taking some damage as well. Tiger, he switched up his neutral creep. He's going to be playing with the mana burn now instead.
Love that as well, actually. Wasn't quite expecting Amar to go 2 points into the static link. I thought maybe he might try and prioritize the plasma field, but perhaps he picked up that mana burn creep with the mana regen as well after he had already hit that level 3. So I really think you might see Amar look to emphasize plasma field from now on.
Denied.
Do have the Fada's going to make a rotation to try and secure Quinn. They're block the water rune as well from BZM, so they're going to look for maybe... It's always nice to be able to have some action on the side lanes and then a support can TP in to look to refill the bottle, because Quinn recognizes BZM's not going to be playing with any regen now, so is instantly over to start harassing the Night Stalker, and BZM might be in some trouble if the orb clips.
Oh,
yeah, this is big for Quinn. This is an incredible read.
So I don't think any TP is going to be able to save him in this case. Hopefully everything's okay with Yuragi's PC, but even just the small things that Quinn's doing, I'm not sure if we have time to get a quick replay of that one, but the tower attack range, you can be in the overall attack range, but as long as you're more than 500 units away of the actual tower, even if you right-click a hero, it's not going to hit you. So Quinn just did these little things like stutter steps back to the right side to make sure he was out of that attack range, because every single time that he's been in it, he's made sure not to hit BZM with anything other than spells, and then the tower's just not going to hit you. So really good individual plays coming out for Quinn. Let's see if he gets rewarded with a solo kill.
BZM does have a Fairy Fire and some stick charges to play with. Quinn's going to continue to chase. They got the TP coming through from Seb as well. His ability is going to be back up shortly though. BZM playing around with silence, but it will not last long enough as Quinn blows up one and gets the jaunt down to the south as well. And this was all set up thanks to rotation from Fada, so beautifully done from Sonics. He's gonna get a double. Oh, Quinn, okay. All right. What a way to start for Mr. Quinn.
He's on today. I mean, he knows the importance of being able to secure this series for his team, and well, at least with the Night Stalker being able to come back here, it's going to be nighttime. That Hunter in the Night finally started to get some value.
We got some action as well. Amar, he might go down here. You are with the last right click, and Tiger tries to get the last little bit of damage to secure the kill onto the Terror Blade, but he will not have any capability to kill off Yawar. So these lanes going incredibly well for Sonics.
Yeah, for sure. Yawar even had the healing salve available for himself. Gets mana burned again, which sucks, but well, there's not too much you can do about this annoying Doom.
You shall not.
Really looking to try and shut down BZM, and I don't blame him here. This is a hero that does not play well from behind. Yawar, that's going to be in trouble down bottom. Amar and Tiger diving under the tower. Yawar's just going to look to stand his ground with the reflection and the tower damage, recognizing maybe I can get a kill, but there's no way I'll be able to escape in the tree line as we do not have any extra reinforcements showing up. Meanwhile, in the river though, Quinn, he gets the Arcane, utilizing the first collier of the game, and Sonics, what do you know, supports once again, rotating mid to look to enable Quinn, and he is off to a flying start. 2-0-1 from the mid laner on Sonics.
Yeah, I was mentioning before that OG absolutely don't have this lineup that's able to rotate. Sonics, complete opposite, right? Quinn really being supported by both MSS as well as Fada. They've got an Enchantress creep to be able to tank up the majority of this these tower hits, and of course the siege creep as well. So this should probably be going down unless Amar is going to TP to the mid lane to defend this. I really don't see them being able to
Quinn
stop
might
it.
pick up another kill. He's moving on forward for Tiger, or he's going to miss. He's going to be relying on the right clicks now. Tiger does have a decent amount of armor moving under the T2 tower. Meanwhile as well, BZM, they'll still get the kill. The BZM has the Dark Ascension to look to work with. The shards will do nothing to hold back the Night Stalker. He does have your wire nearby with a reflection, pumping in a little bit of extra damage. Quinn's going to be able to rotate as well. The coil is back up because the previous Arcane Rune, and now with all the free mobility, the Night Stalker will not be able to fly over the cliff line. The Sonics have BZM's number to start this game.
And even throughout all of that, you had the siege creep hitting into that mid tier 1 tower, so it's already on 55 HP for a Puck lineup. And Puck not the greatest at being able to secure that tower early on. Doesn't seem like Quinn's going to be able to force that one out. Yeah, they'll probably deny it, maybe just waiting for Night Stalker to TP back, but I'm sure BZM's saying, I don't want to go back to that lane. Top side, Seb getting a little low, but able to walk it off for now. Has to be careful though of that Venomous Gale if he's able to land it through from Leslau. Also having that Urn of Shadows, such a great combination to make that damage over time impactful.
They're going to get another kill. Just Tiger looking to soak up some gold and experience mid, but Quinn and MSS relentless this game, and that's another power rune, and this is what Sonics are going to do incredibly well for the rest of the game. They have this early tower. They're going to continue to try and get some wards around mid, so Quinn can just look to play with the power runes.
I think he's just going to try and shove this lane out one more time. The Dream Coil is back up. He has the bottle, of course, available. So if he can make a rotation down towards where Amar's trying to farm and scale, he is really the only one on OG having a decent time. Maybe just trying to get a quick tier 1 neutral item before then, but BZM going to be in range to make sure that doesn't happen.
How concerned are you right now for OG and their capability to make plays through the next, say, 8 minutes? Because BZM...
That was always the issue with their draft, right? Like, you've got a Night Stalker, you've got a Doom. They are not playmakers. They are like, you do all right, and then eventually you've got an amazing late game. But it's not at that stage just yet. So it's just a matter of how much is Sonics able to take advantage of all of that. Just trying to secure that tier 1 top, but no, instead, Quinn making sure to take the paths, to get the bounty, to make sure to avoid a lot of these obvious warding spots, and if he can connect in onto Amar, that'd be a huge get.
They're actually going to look to turn it around on OG, though. They brought Seb down, but Quinn is just way too far ahead. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Almost 2,000 net worth lead between the counterparts in the mid lane, and look at them go. Sonics instantly another smoke between Fada and Quinn.
I mean, they saw BZM walking underneath their observer ward. That's the reason why they're doing it. And he's just in two minds as to what he wants to do. We're even seeing the connection coming through from MSS. He's baiting a little bit in this mid lane. He wants BZM to go on him.
He does have the ultimate to play with, but the core's going to prevent any distance that the Night Stalker can provide. And unstoppable shriek for Quinn. This is going to be another power rune that they're able to pick up as well. So this would just continue them to make plays across the map. Dano, you're the analyst. I need you to come up with something in how OG to come back in this game.
It's just all about divide and conquer, try and split up the map as much as possible, play around those first ultimates. Tiger still doesn't have that level 6, so once the puck goes in, there's nothing that they can do to stop him. But as for right now, they're just getting run over. This is the power of the Tusk and Enchantress lineup.
Holy.
They've even been able to move down bot here with Leslau having taken that top tier 1 tower. Of course, Venomancer with the Plague Wards, very easy to do so. And they've got their own siege creep wave, so they could look to, again, constrict the map for OG. Make sure that they have such little places to be able to farm. And I mean, that's OG's MO, right? They want to make sure that they can be farming as much of the map as possible. If you take these towers, the map shrinks.
MSS might be in a bit of trouble. Yuragi gets the Wukongs, but MSS is instantly able to reposition. It is close to the tier 2 tower, so OG, they will be playing with the numbers advantage, and it looks like finally they're able to get something out of the map. It costs them multiple rotations, but Yuragi gets the bounty for that. And look, he's queuing up a Midas as well, so OG feel like it's just, we have to try and scale and There's no way we're going to be able to hit some early or mid-game timing with maybe BKBs where we can combat Sonic. It's really the late game we're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, late game, again, it's what they've done.
He's going to be in some trouble. Quinn's able to get out of harm's way, so they're just going to try and turn to deal with Enchantress instead. It is another support going down, but when you are this far behind, you'll take any kill you can get.
Yeah, and I think it's one of these instances where a lot of people are like, oh man, look at Fada, look at his skill build. Why doesn't he have any points in the Nature's Attendance? Enchantress is really hard to kill, blah, 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 blah. But it's like, again, OG don't have anyone to make plays early on, so you're not really that worried about dying. Like, you could just put yourself onto the front lines because you know you've got a Puck who's had all of these power runes. You know that you've got the Tusk as well, just helping you out to run at people. So he's gone this much more aggressive route, which means that when you do make these rotations onto, for example, the mid lane, which has been happening so far, it's just so much more effective. They've spotted out BZM here, and with the haste rune, they might be able to secure it.
I don't know if anyone else can connect to Quinn, though.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Or maybe Seb?
To Seb.
Oh, no, not like this. Let's go for the call. Yes, so he does. He's going to get broken instantly close to the Tier 2 tower, but the shards from MSS is on point.
Radiant are scanning.
Very nicely done. They would have seen the TP cancelled as well there by Tiger, so they know that the Doom doesn't have the capability to come up to this top side, and he wouldn't have TP'd.
Oh, that was really
so
cute.
close.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But yeah, they know that the Doom isn't in any position to be able to come up towards this top side. Leslau's even going to perhaps bait a few more people to come towards him to his safety. Yuragi, Amar will be the ones to do so, but Vision provides them everything that they need to know, and well, they will get some observer wards removed on the map, but it does mean that OG are just, sorry, Sonics are able to take control over this top side of the map. Should be at least forcing out a glyph from this top tower and trying to secure that to enable the Roshan.
We do see for OG, though, they are starting to control bottom. They've got a lot of vision to play with down here.
Tower is under attack.
Do have some ultimates to work with as well, and also Amar's having a relatively good game. Level 10, already 2 components completed with the BKB. They really need an objective, and they're grouping up to get ready to take this fight.
That feels to me like Fada's just going to be following around.
Oh god. MSS and Quinn just going to obliterate the Doom, and Quinn's going to move over to the right side as well with the coil leashing 2 together. Leslau hesitant about moving in to drop the poison over. The Wukongs will give them some distance to reset the shards. Block Seb into place as MSS again is a sniper with the shards, making sure he's blocking off that escape avenue.
Godlike on Quinn as well. 9 kills 14 minutes into the game. This feels like one of his NA pubs, but he is just rocking, rolling, really assisted by that Fada and MSS. And Fada, he's just playing this really well too. They're looking to go for the enchant, constantly using it to be able to slow down a lot of these cores, but they're making a lot of aggression happen. I think we've got time for a quick replay just to see the impact that Quinn is having on this game. He's always just in position with all the vision that they have with the Enchantress creep. They've got that big burst potential that we were talking about, and then 3 BKBs, there's nothing that OG can do against this.
It's just perfect from start to finish how they're playing the supports together. We do have some action going on back line. Fada, though, is able to reposition. They're going to turn to Leslau instead. This is not going to be an easy kill with the support standing behind the Venomancer, and they're going to turn it around instead. BZM, he tries to fly on over, but he should tick out to the damage over time, and Leslau also catches out Seb in the tree line as well. Look at this, instantly to top.
They're trying to catch out anyone that just shows themselves on the map. You know you have the damage to be able to take him out, and there's no shortage of ways to be able to cancel TPs either. MSS holding it till the very end, and yeah, see you later. Ragi as well might be in a little bit of danger. Fada just trying to force staff himself through the trees to try and get that lucky break in the mid lane, but they're itemizing exactly like they need to.
Oh boy.
What are we looking at?
What? Oh no! Oh my lord, I haven't even looked at Yuragi's net worth. Oh jeez.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh no.
Don't worry,
no,
Midas
no.
fixes everything, dude. And it is against an Enchantress, so you got a little bit going for you once it gets back to that stage. But yeah, this is what happens when you've got a Venomancer last pick into this lane. I thought, like, and this is the best case scenario, right? Like, you had at least some lifesteal available with the... Wait, is he not put a single point into the Jingu? Okay, forget me, I'm an idiot. He was just trying to use the Tree Dance and Primal Spring to be able to secure the farm. Clearly, it's not working out too well for him.
So, okay, so I think for OG, I don't know if it's Huff and Copium, but I'm just going to say what I feel like their next play needs to be. Because Radiant, they're probably considering Roche right now with the meta pop that looks like they are starting to part that way. I was going to say they need to take bottom. You need to, for OG, you need to trade Roche for this tier 1 tower. Because this tower will then open up a little bit more access to the bottom jungle. It can also help out so they can cut mid on the Monkey King. Because you are not fighting into Sonics. And Sonics do lack kind of the mobility. Like Veno is very immobile, Tusk is a little bit immobile as well. It's really just the puck that offers pickoff. And OG, only if there is ever an opportunity they get back into this game, it is you are delaying for 20 minutes. So this tower has to go down at the bottom side. But it seems like Sonics have recognized this. They've shoved out bottom, and this will allow them to get Roshan without an objective falling as well.
Kept a bunch of Plague Wards there as well, you know, maxed out levels, so they're going to be hard for the lane to push through. And it's not even just to be able to open up the map to enable you to farm, right? It's also just to, kind of on that point, you want Sonics to be bringing people down towards this bottom side of the map, because that is away from the objectives that they truly want, right? You want to be playing around this top and mid side, you want to be taking the outpost, you want to constantly have that Roshan threat. So, you know, even if Yuragi is putting himself down there, you know, playing in the trees, jumping out with a Primal Spring, Boundless striking a wave, it means that they might be tempted to go down and kill him. If they do, great, but they're not taking more objectives, and then Amar and BZM can farm up their BKBs and maybe have a time to be able to fight. But if they don't, then Monkey King starts to come back into this game. He might, you know, start making a way towards his own BKB. But yeah, I agree with you. That bottom tier 1 tower, it is sitting very low right now, so it is certainly the objectives that they want. But I don't know how heavily you can commit onto it. That's the thing.
I accept this offering.
It'd be crazy if they took this fight, honestly, around the Roche pit.
There's no... it's not happening. I don't think. Vardy's even force-staffing the Centaur to try and get this done. They're just doing every little thing to be a nuisance across the map. Well, at least, finally, Queen's not going to get a power rune. Maybe, actually, I thought BZM was going to try and snag up the double damage rune, but there we go. First Roshan picked up for Sonics. What are we expecting out of this, though? They've got an 8,000 net worth lead. Are we expecting high ground to be besieged, or just the tier 2 towers?
I mean, there's the option, right? They're that far ahead, but I think just the tier 2 towers is fine. No tier 1 towers left, so there's no option for that glyph to be refreshed. He will end up picking up that power rune again on Quinn. But yeah, it's just about pressuring towers constantly, force a glyph, and then rotate through. Again, OG is a lineup that wants to be farming, so it's not even that important to be able to take this high ground just yet. Just prevent them from being able to do so.
Oh no.
Seb.
Oh no. At least it's not a core. Everyone else said they're farming top, they're getting the lane shoved out. Yuragi's gonna be a bit cautious, but... he's got his Midas. He's coming back, don't worry. Tiger's almost got Blink as well. You've almost got...
I told you, man. Midas solves everything.
Yeah, I understand. But why don't we have 5 Midases in every game?
Might have been a bit before your time, but I remember Misery going the Crystal Maiden Hand of Midas. He was the one that made everyone start buying Midas on every single hero. Glorious time.
Well, how long ago was it where we had that Midas meta? I'll say year. I don't exactly remember. Bottom lane, Quinn. Look at the coil out. Poor old Yuragi, man. Oh god, it's not a fun time. BZM's just trying to find a home in the enemy's triangle as well. Yawa's gonna recognize that. Or maybe it just thinks the camp is blocked instead of actually someone being here.
I mean, BZM obviously wants to have that BKB because he realizes how important it is to keep these towers. If he can get that, win a team fight, and then get into the Aghanim Shard, that's going to be a big benefit for him. Because obviously, you're going to have something else that's able to deal with the Enchantress creeps, even be able to assist your farm a little bit. He's just like playing cat and mouse right now. This is what OG call it when they're on the run, when they're trying to just make space for the team to really shove in. Oh, found BZM. They don't have coil.
Nighttime movement speed advantage. She's actually just going to look for a TP out, and it won't be cancelled. Wait, guys. That's a big kill. That's Chihuahua. What just happened there? Doom from Tiger. A blink in from OG. I think that was the blink reveal. Oh my.
Oh, that's a big timing for sure. Takes a lot of pressure off the map, at least in terms of what the enemy is able to achieve in terms of farming. You still do, of course, have this roaming trio coming through as Yuragi. Very nice mischief dodge there, making sure he doesn't take the damage and immediately able to jump into the trees. Got a bit of a pincer move happening as well. Seb, he's got that Gale Force if he wants to use it.
Dire's middle tower
He needs
is
to
under
run right now.
attack.
Ooh. This is OG. Past couple of sequences have been really cool from them. You shove multiple heroes top, BZM instantly to bottom, so they should be able to get this tower. Seb's going to look to join him as well, just to be able to protect in case they sweep across the map.
12 as well on that Night Stalker. Pop the glyph to stall this a little bit.
Radiant
Quincy, there's no downside to it, as they do. But maybe just feeling that they have this Observer Ward inside the Radiant Triangle up on the high ground. So maybe they were seeing the fact that Leslau had TP'd up there previously. It was on, it's just about to come off cooldown. But that gave them the luxury to think, okay, we can actually come down and secure this tower, because Veno is the main tower defender right now outside of the puck.
Dire's top tower
MSS stalking this top wave. He does have the blink and anticipating Yuragi to jump, but the ward on the cliff does scout out the Tuskar moving over him. Meanwhile, Sonic's an easy tier 2 tower. They're going to be lacking some creeps until it connects shortly, but
it is, but the net worth is shrinking, man. Like, it is gone down to the 7k. It's a little bit of copium here, but you just see everyone on OG's side. They're playing away from where Quincy want to be playing. Quincy Sonics, I keep looking at the logo, man.
I know,
but, yeah, you've got BZM, you've got Tiger sitting inside the Radiant jungle, you've got Amar sitting inside the Ancient, Seb just trying to be annoying, keep that lane shoved out, and Yuragi creep skipping top. So you're going to lose something, but you're going to be
He's going to be able to run into the Razor. They've got MSS nearby as well. Jesus, look at the damage. Maxed out tag team. MSS is in, and they're going to uppercut Razor into the sky, and now Fada run into Tiger 2, gets the blink into the TP out. Tiger will be alright.
Well, that certainly does make the net worth lead back up to 8k, but it was sitting at 6 at one stage. So, you know, the cores are starting to farm. They're creeping up, and of course, a Doom is always going to be able to scale very nicely. He's going into his own BKB. Amar's already finished his up, but didn't want to pop it too soon. Got it here. BZM wanting to go into that Aghanim Shard, that pseudo Midas. They've made a bit of a movement here, trying to scout anyone out. How many kills does Leslau have? Just the 2. It'd still be a really cool kill to get, but they want that kill streak from Quinn.
Might see the Monkey shortly jumping through, but Tiger's got to get the jump before Leslau's able to scout them out. This should be a kill where they don't require any ultimates as well, as OG are perfect with their chain control.
Nicely done, nicely done. Does feel like it puts a little bit more pressure onto Sonics, of course, to be able to make more aggressive moves happen. They don't have the glyph available, but they just expired 30 seconds ago, so you maybe don't feel quite as confident now that you've got these BKBs. But again, it feels to me like these next 10 minutes or so, it's OG's time to be able to make something happen. They still might feel a little bit like Yuragi needs at least that Maelstrom, so you're able to deal with a Terrorblade if he decides to join the team fight, because you are quite physical damage focused on OG.
We're not at the stage though where OG can take these 5-on-5 fights, right? They need to split up the map and catch Sonic as they have the numbers disadvantage.
I think they might be able to, man. Like, you've got BKBs on Night Stalker and the Razor. You've got the Blink on the Doom. You've got Gale Force on Seb, and he's approaching his Blink Dagger. It's not impossible.
BZM and Tiger might be in some trouble. Scan connects, but both sides under the cover of the smoke. BZM's going to run back on the high ground. A double blink. Tiger's going to be off the mark with the initiation, and BZM will fly on forward. But he's got nothing to work with. No extra heroes playing behind the Night Stalker. So that is an ultimate and a BKB expended just to help him TP out.
Sonic's very happy with that one. Just to be able to feel fearless, basically, to be able to now go out on the map. Those are the two big things that you were worried about. Those BKB timings and the backline being invaded, being able to lock down the puck. So with Doom dead, you don't worry about that silence coming through. With Night Stalker, he doesn't feel the confidence to be able to get in and invade and make sure that Quinn has a bad time. trying to pick off someone up on the top side of the map, but Flyback Lip is still down for the next minute or so.
They're gonna go for it.
Going to go in the base, yeah.
Yeah, BZM under the tier 3 tower, no hesitation from Sonics. Nowhere across the map is not too far for them to make some plays as Quinn is beyond godlike.
Back, I don't know how confident I would feel about this though. Just trying for the perfect Blink Doom.
Quinn's in. The Hearts, the barracks. He's just looking to make the space, preventing the Doom from getting any abilities off. Blue Wukongs will give them a little bit of control. They're going to push them outside the barracks instead from Seb.
Fearless right now, even though he's sitting quite low, ends up using the Spirit Vessel charge. He's still got one left available, but this is exactly what they needed to do. As soon as those cooldowns aren't available, take objectives. Still has about half that duration on it, maybe just in two minds as to whether they want to retreat towards Roshan. It had the potential to come up right now, but that was the half duration, medium duration of that respawn.
Barracks alive! Very nice. Alright, T3 Tower's going to go down. A lot more map control. You are top of the net worth, man. He is looking incredible here with the Terrorblade. Level 16. He's going to be working on the BKB next item as well. He did have the Lincolns queued up for a little while.
They're trying to kill Yawar right now. They're seeing if they have the potential to be able to go down onto him. They saw him reveal on the bottom side of the map, and you know that at this stage, Sonics doesn't really want to be playing with Yawar. You want to be making space for him. If it gets uber late, he is able to then, again, turn it around and carry the game to Sonics. So if he was able to find him out on his own, that would have been a big deal. That's why Tiger is making a lot of these moves. They're using the scan to try and catch him out, but it's not going to be all that successful. Good pathing, realizing the amount of time that it takes for OG to get out onto the map, but now he's rotated back into his triangle, a little bit more protected by that vision. So really nice play by Yawar there.
Throughout these team fights, what are we looking for OG to prioritize in regards to Tiger's ultimate?
It's got to be the puck, but now you've got a Lincoln Sphere. They were lucky enough, though, to get the Fey Grenade, and it was on Seb previously, but they've since given it over to Tiger, so that's going to be a pretty big deal. He might end up just using it. It's a bit of information to be given over, but... and so it might make Quinn a little bit more cautious in these next team fights. So that does actually mean it's a really valuable kill coming through, even though it's only the position 4. Now Quinn knows what to be worried about.
Again, with multiple heroes showing bottom, they instantly move to top. Yawar was by himself, but they're going to see BZM looking to take the outpost, and we might just have a play where Sonics shove one more wave and then look to sweep to top lane to really prevent OG from playing in their jungle and looking to get a little bit more control back.
Now, I don't want to say that, well, Yuragi, he's been able to recover his net worth somewhat. He's overtaken Leslau, so that's a nice little bonus. That might is starting to come in clutch. Almost reached up to level 18. Very commendable as well, after having only the one death, surprisingly. They should be able to pick off Seb. It's just Seb. It's okay. But,
What are you saying?
It's a plus 5.
Hang on. This is the go-kart mastermind, remember?
Go-kart god is what I call him. But it is BZM that's now suffering because of all this space. Like, he was the one to take the outpost. He's the one to put his body on the line. It honestly feels like BZM's playing like a POS 3. And it's not the way that you really want to be doing it. You want to make sure that your 3-course farming strategy actually has 3-course farming. Right now, it's just, again, that cat and mouse. He's cutting around, using the nighttime to his advantage. But could this all go back to that level 1 Hunter and the Night skill up? Maybe the lane not going quite as well as OG were expecting.
I think for OG, one thing they do have a really big advantage in is just the division game for them. What the Monkey's able to provide them, what the Night Stalker can provide them throughout the fights. I feel like I don't know how realistic it is to kill Puck. It's going to be like a boundless strike into a jump to pop the Lincoln, so I think you got to deal with Venomenter first. That's a lot of damage in this long drawn out fight that OG are going to look to play because they're this far behind. You can't take head-on-head fights. You need to kind of split them up, kite them, and then go back in once everything's expired. So OG, they have this potential. They've got some scaling cores. You have division to be able to catch out these important targets, but it has to be really perfect, and that communication needs to be on point as well.
I mean, they're just trying to pick out anyone. They can tell that this is the way that Sonics like to play. after taking Roshan, they typically feel confident to be able to go ahead and place an Observer Ward. That is what Fada goes and does, just out of range of that cliff spot if it was to be used and sentryed. But instead, Yuragi not able to get that easy, quick pick-off, and now they feel comfortable enough to be able to go onto the high ground with the Lincolns on the Terrorblade, with the Aegis. You're not going to beat this guy.
And this is pretty much the worst case scenario for OG, because they are so far behind you are, and you are not killing this man with the Lincolns given over, with the Aegis on him, the BKB as well. Like, good luck going through the first life, and I don't know how they're going to get to the back line. You need a smoke and wrap all the way around.
Yeah, absolutely is what they need to do. To make the supports be the ones doing that, but I kind of feel like you need EZM to be doing that role. He does have the Blink Dagger, I suppose, but someone's going to need to do something.
Dark Ascension for the vision. Seb's going to jump in, but it's only onto an illusion. Looking to create some chaos. So BZM goes to the backline as well for the jump. It hasn't been on point. As Tiger's in trouble for the moment, they should be able to deal with the Doom before he gets the ultimate off. And meanwhile, Amara as well, sealing a decent amount of damage, protected for the BKB for the moment, but as soon as it expires, the shards locking him into place. They'll turn to deal with the Razor afterwards as Quinn hits him with the damage required, and the orb scouts out Yuragi on the tree line as well, so they're not exactly where the Monkey's positioning, but they're going to jump instead. With Tiger back in, the Lincolns pop, they get the Doom onto Quinn. A decent second half of the fight here for OG. They've dealt with the Aegis, they're going to look to set up for round 2 as well. They're avoiding the Terrorblade for the moment, dealing with the supporting cast, and now they'll turn back to the Terrorblade afterwards as Yawar goes down for a second time. Do they have the control to stop the TP? You bet they do! It's OG! A miraculous way to take the team fight. They wipe Sonics, and they might just be back in this.
Oh, they absolutely will. This is that timing that I was talking about, right? You just needed that BKB on the Night Stalker to feel safe to be able to go in onto the backlines. I want to see that again because it was a heavy commitment coming through from Seb and Tiger in particular. They dive on in. And this is after the buyback has been used by Tiger. He just wants to make sure to lock in onto the fight. That is the target that they're wanting, and they're really making full use out of this vision that's being provided by the Dark Ascension. Even though it's only going to wear off right about now, the damage is done. The puck is gone. He is fully locked down, and that is a huge kill streak. It go the way of Tiger, but what a way to come back into this game for OG.
Dude, Seb just did so much in that fight. Looking back at it, he got the double shackle on the Venom and Terrorblade. He was able to gale force them away so they could target the heroes. He got a shackle onto the tree line again towards the end. Like, if Seb is able to freely spellcast, it's disastrous for the side of Sonics. And we saw as well that they have the capability to get rid of the Lincolns. This is something you were mentioned with the Fade Grenade. Tiger, that key buyback, getting back in the middle, and, you know, controlling up Quinn. And this is... Who got tweaked you mentioned before?
It was Tiger, unfortunately.
Tiger?
So, yeah, probably...
But is that the worst, though? Because he can do a lot with net worth this game.
I suppose, but I certainly would want your cores to be able to come back into this one a little bit more. Seb will be able to... They also dropped the gem in that engagement. Seb?
Oh my lord.
I swear he's walked past this Observer Ward twice now. Right, finally, he's able to get it. But yeah, that gem just providing a whole lot more vision. What was the net worth lead? I think it was like 12k. It's shrunk down to 5.
Yeah, 14k at the highest. On the side of Sonics. And it was a 5% probability as well. It's up to 19 for OG. I cannot believe Yuragi's net worth as well. Yuragi is playing an incredible game. 4-1 and 2. The fact that he's only died once.
What did I say about Midas? What did I say?
Okay.
Solves everything.
Well, don't be getting that into the minds of people, man. We don't want the Midas meta.
Chat, you're not Yuragi, okay? You can't do this.
Well,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Just don't build Midas.
I mean, to be honest, this is just a testament to OG's teamwork, right? Like, they knew exactly what they needed to do. They split up the map amazingly. Yuragi took, honestly, the most dangerous place on the map to farm. There was no tower. Try and catch him out here.
Oh my lord.
MSS has been pretty on point with these these ice shards as well. So, I mean, it's no knock on him. I mean, he is really doing a good job, especially just with his walrus punch in a lot of these team fights, preventing a lot of the TPs away. It's even more important now that these BKBs are all up online on the 4 cores on OG's side. I'm going to call Tiger a core because of the amount of net worth he's got.
He, without a doubt, is a core. For them, I'd love to see OG get in a position where they can try and defend this cliff ward in the jungle. Unfortunately, it looks like Sonics have recognized this and are starting to sweep over to try and get rid of it. It's a powerful position OG to take a fight in.
They should be able to get rid of this one here. I mean, they've got at least the Plague Ward up on the high ground, so can't be moving too far forward. Again, you've got Seb with the Gale Force ready to push anyone away.
Ooh. Quinn doesn't particularly have a defensive item as well versus the Night Stalker. This AoE Silence has gone to kind of deal with everyone else. That is true, but if you don't have some heroes nearby, you're really putting a lot of emphasis on the supports to protect him, so it can be a bit of a concern. Because we've seen what Seb can do, man. Who knows? He takes 2 heroes out of the equation. You've got the Monkey King maybe dealing with someone else, and then you can jump in with the Night Stalker to try and deal with the puck. And again, this goes back to the vision advantage that OG are going to be playing with through the entirety of this game.
Especially since they've been able to secure that gem, right? Have a look at the Sonics map. It's still pretty decent, you know. They've placed up a lot of these wards more recently, but they realize what's important for them right now. Lots of Plague Wards on the entrances, the stairs into the Dire Jungle, Cliff Ward around the Roche Pit. That's what they're playing for next. It feels like they're way too scared to even think about going high ground now.
BGM's actually going to pop the ultimate. He's got the rest of OG starting to convert to the Gale Force as well as BZM's going to jump in the middle. Yuan's not an easy kill, so they'll turn the team with Fada, but he too is not going to be brought down to start. Amar sweeping into the middle for the damage. He has some spare coming up from Yuan. They're going to chuck him up to the air, controlling the Razor for the moment. Yuan won't have much impact now with all the static link damage stolen, but they don't have the Razor and OG to turn this back around. As Yuragi's in trouble, and BKB completely collided. As Sonics do an incredible job to withstand the jump of OG, and they don't have a buyback on Razor to play with.
It's pretty damn important. I really appreciate the fact that they recognize the most important person in this fight is Amar. Again, I was talking about during the draft, and they're so physical damage focused, right? That Eye of the Storm, it's physical. Night Stalker, of course, very physical. Monkey King, physical. Even just the focus fire coming through physical. So you need to try and take that away as best as possible. Eye of the Storm, minus armor, wasn't a factor that fight because of how much they were able to focus down onto that range.
It does also truly show just how strong of a game it is for the Terrorblade. We were speaking a lot about it in the draft with the core-to-core matchups, and it can also deal pretty well versus the Doom as well, especially when you get ridiculously far ahead like you are or is. You could even be considering Satanic as the next item, as doing shenanigans. Quinn has got the claw to work with. BKB is going to be up in a couple of seconds here for the Night Stalker, but it might be too long. Seb's in with the shackles, but the damage from Leslau will come out fast enough before the magic immunity.
They steal the gem back as well. I wonder if we can get a quick replay on that actually, because again, it was one of these another instances of little bits of key plays coming through there, using the Psychic Headband to try and break the coil there. Realized by BZM, making sure to keep himself a little bit further into the coil. And let's have a quick look at that replay while we can. Just going to keep pushing on forward. Of course, Dream Coil used, BKB off cooldown. Look how BZM walks further into the coil to make sure it doesn't snap, just in case there isn't that full rotation coming through from MSS as well as Leslau. He probably lives long enough to pop that BKB in his game.
Is under attack.
Tricky call now from OG. You've got a lot of heroes that need to be dealt with. It's also very difficult just to chuck everything onto your wall. Four staffs. And if he gets meta off, he's going to do a lot of damage before they kill him. Like if they commit to the Doom onto Yuan, even if the meta's activated, he's might get 2 kills before they bring him down, and that could just still be enough to get the kill, get the team fight victory on Sonic. So it is not going to be easy at all from OG, but they are starting to pick up some more items. Nullify now completed for Yuragi.
Nullify for Yuragi. Obviously, those 4 stars is a really important tool. I thought I saw Yuwa having one queued up a while ago. Amar having one queued up before as well, but he's since switched to have that AC available for himself. So again, all of that physical damage is going to be amped up in that regard. I think Sonics have two things in mind. They want to be playing around Roche Pit, or they want to be playing for the Park at his level 25.
He's going to charge straight into Fada. Radiant, a decent spot to fight with the Cliffwood. Fada's not the easy kill though. They're going to get all back towards the backline. They're targeting down Hurrah. Tiger's going to try and get in with the combination, but the Linkage protecting the turret blade for the moment. They'll get Tiger before the ultimate down, and OG now need to kite the fight. Hurrah though wants to stand his ground inside the ring. Sep's going to be in with the combination, the helmet as well. Kiting the turret blade for the moment. He's in a little bit of trouble, but protects himself towards the rest of Sonics. As Amar, he's got no backup. Without the numbers from OG, they cannot turn this fight back around. What an incredible read from Sonic. Shuaja dancing on the edge of the Wukongs, who backs to the rest of the supports, so when he's not isolated from the fight.
Very nice. And just as a little bit of a reward, Gabe, and thinks that Roshan is really respawned now, having the refresher shard. Another thing that I was saying before, that level 25 win is so valuable. This is exactly what OG want to do, right? They want to be constantly running at you. They want to be using those BKBs, Razor, and Night Stalker in particular. They put a lot more focus onto MSS that fight, because up until that point, he was the only BKB piercing disabler they had with the Walrus Punch. So they wanted to make sure that they could try and take that away from them. Even just Yuar hitting with the Eye of Skadi helps a little bit, but we'll see here. No clip. I mean, why not? 30 seconds left. Zeb's trying to do everything that he can to prevent this, and just for stumping Yuar forward, you've got an advantage of just having so much of this movement. In the case, I feel like they can just end this. Shuttle's be able to play this a little bit. It's going to be enough.
BTM looking to create some chaos. It gives them an opening to find the shackles as well. The only issue is the coil will leave BZM, locking him into place. He's got a buyback. Dark Ascension will cool down for another 20. It's going to have to be a perfect defense from OG, down 24,000 gold. The throat's exposed as well. They're going to look to try and get on top of Yuar, but a force staff to reposition. Now with the Terror Blade, he's looking to jump back into the middle. Brings down Tiger before the threat of the Doom, and Yuar doesn't give a damn about the Wukong's command. He'll stand his ground to go toe-to-toe versus the Monkey King, mano a mano. As OG, they'll kill off Tusk, but the G's are dropped, and Sonics. It was a rocky kind of sort of middle game. OG took an incredible team fight to almost bring themselves back into this game one, but in the end, Sonics will close this out.
Such an important victory coming through from the NA squad, and they're going to be feeling so happy about that one. Yeehaw! I wore this the entire time. I knew I had the power of NA on my side. But yeah, they did the exact thing that you need to do against OG. I like the fact that OG changed up their draft a little bit, wanted to get that Amar hero at the very beginning, because we've seen teams expend a crap ton of bans on it to make sure that he is not as much of a factor. He still was that game a pretty decent impact. He had a decent impact, but it just felt like they were outdrafted, the lanes didn't go all that well, and it was the aggressive style that Sonics had that were able to continue to push on forward, use the Tusk, Enchantress, and Puck to their full potential, and then it was just way too much for OG to be able to come back from. Nice attempt, but just wasn't enough.
Yeah, definitely a nice attempt, and often something we see out of OG, a team that is never out of the game. But I feel like for this next game coming up in particular, there really needs to be a lot of emphasis on the mid lane and trying to secure Quinn and BZM's game, because we saw just how important it was for Sonics to rotate in Fada early to steal that water room that enabled Quinn to be able to find that solo kill. Then we started to see MSS look to converge on mid as well. It felt like, honestly, for the first 16 minutes, I'll say that I'm guaranteed that Quinn got all the power runes. Even later on with all the map control they had, they were working with the plethora in their arsenal of power runes. So I really just feel like in this next game, we need to see more emphasis come out from the OG support to really look to enable BZM, because without the power runes, it's difficult for him to be able to have an early game where we see that impact.
Yeah. But, well, we'll see if they're able to change things up in game number 2. I'm going to be the one to send them off Ares, because I've just wanted to say this while I've been holding the hat. Y'all come back now, you hear?
Oh, God. All right, well...
Monster kill!
Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's ancient is under attack.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
We're back with the PGL Arlington Major. We've got day 3 of group stages. Game 2 as well is upon us. Then you're looking fine and dandy here. What's that? Is that saying USA going across? But
it is.
You're fanboying a little bit here. I don't know about this.
A little
caster? Bit. Jesus Christ.
I know, right? Who's ever heard of casters that watch Dota and actually enjoy things? Yeah, put your hat on, because we have another game of Dota between the pride of NA in Sonics taking on OG, the last major winners. OG looking a little bit shaky with their 3 farming strat. I wonder if they need to change things up a little bit, because clearly something's got to give. You know, I really want them to see them give BZM something that's much more of that tempo setter that doesn't need the farm. It's fine to give Amar something that plays a little bit more of that role. We see, you know, for LGD, Faith Beyond play like a Nature's Prophet that does it. We see Chalice. He just picked up an anti-mage against Talon with great success. It was into a Medusa, but it was still an off-lane anti-mage. So just these sorts of things that are able to adapt, and clearly what they're doing so far hasn't been working for them.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see on what that adaptation is really going to be heading into game 2. I feel like in particular, you're going to need a playmaker coming out in regards to BZM, whatever it's going to be, because we've seen Seb all through the Stockholm Major. A lot of people are saying that he's a little bit more of a greedier support with taking a lot more farm over than Tiger. We saw, and if you're going to give Tiger a Doom as well, like that hero does kind of need a little bit of farm. So they came in, it really felt like though they came in with a strategy. They know Quinn has an incredible puck. They're probably going to let that slide. And they came in with a strategy, picked the Razor, the Night Stalker, and they felt like that was enough to be able to address. But I really felt like just, again, where it went wrong was those rotations mid. So I don't really mind about like what heroes they pick in particular, like in the grand scheme of things. I just think you need to secure the water runes and the power runes, because Sonics, they will do that. They are going to make sure Quinn has a good game.
Yeah, and I think a big way to fix that is just to make sure that the lanes go a little bit better for themselves. And having second pick goes a long way towards that, because we'll say it time and time again, you get the combination in the first phase, you get that first pick in the second phase that you're able to protect with the bans, and then you've got the last pick of second phase and the last pick of the overall draft. So if you're not winning, or at least having a favorable time in at least 2 of the lanes, something's going wrong. So I think that's what OG are going to prioritize a little bit stronger this game. As we do get into the draft, we've got it up and running for us, and I'm excited going to turn out.
Quincy Crew's turn to ban.
I'll try and pull up the last game's draft as well, just to see the difference between the bans. In particular, I can't imagine it's going to be too different though from Sonic's Timber, along with the Viper. And do you feel like they look to take the Razor themselves?
Turn to ban.
I mean, it's a really good hero, right? It's something that they pick a decent amount, although it's something that they also look to ban like 90% of the time as well. So if they're not picking it, if they're not going as a set strat that like we will
OG's
Razor,
turn to
they are
ban.
very, very comfortable to be able to just ban it out. But for now, just two of the other comfort heroes for Amar. He is still the main focus. But yeah, I'm really feeling like we'll be seeing a Leslau Razor coming out here.
So it was Tiny and Marcy that was banned out as well from OG in the
10
game one.
seconds remaining.
Also, it might be a little
I'd
bit.
say it's pretty important to take that one away. You know,
5
the
seconds
Marcy paired
remaining.
together with a Razor, it's such a devastating combination.
Yep.
And of course, it's not just one hero that you need to focus the rebound onto. We've seen Sonics look to emphasize a few other heroes like Leshrac.
Quincy
I feel like
Crew's
Sonics are
turn
one of
to
the few
pick.
teams that like to go down that route. And I feel like that's just protecting against the puck. So they're just saying, all right, you can Razor, we'll puck in response to it, and you don't have the Tiny to be able to combat us.
And if they leave the puck in the
OG's
pool, which they
turn
have
to
and
pick.
Sonics go for it, do we feel like OG doubled down again on this Razor Night Stalker that they felt like was an answer to the puck? Or do they look to
I
go
feel like
a
they can
different
Night
opener?
Stalker, but I don't think you have to puck. Like, sorry, you don't have to Razor. Night Stalker, you can switch her up in the lanes. I feel like, again, that mid lane could have worked.
10
It just
seconds remaining.
didn't. You know, that level 1 skill up of the
OG's
passive
turn
does
to
absolutely
pick.
nothing for you, and Quinn's going to punish you.
There's that Razor that we were mentioning. So you already have your Amar hero picked up early. You can flex it, but Amar looks always incredible on this hero. And they're going to put a little bit more priority on the Earthshaker. I can already hear Denog's reactions. I didn't even have to be able to see him.
I mean, Seb's played it twice, and they've lost twice with it. But clearly they feel like this is a good response to the puck. It's also one of those things that does
10
enable
seconds
the Razor a
remaining.
little bit. You're wanting the Rubik. Okay, I can see it. It's something that MSS plays
5
pretty well.
seconds remaining.
But I just don't see it, man. You do so little for so long that I'm not a big fan of it. And the other thing is, like I've been saying all throughout the games so far, OG are wanting to farm on their 3 cores. And so Earthshaker's a hero that needs farm. Like, he is the definition of greed in my mind, if you're picking it as this position 4 or even a
Quincy
position
Crew's
5, because
turn to
Seb's the
bat.
one that's been playing it. So I just don't think you're going to have that luxury.
Oh, God.
It's a pretty good
Oh,
Morphling game.
So one of the few teams I see even picking the Morphling up this early is Talon for 23 Savage when it is a really, really good game. Sometimes it has
10
been if the
seconds
Razor's first
remaining.
phase, they'll go for the Morphling in the 8th pick, and well, it's pretty good versus both of
5
these heroes. I
seconds
mean, you
remaining.
can, against a Razor, it's really nice to be able to steal the static link and play around with the plasma field. Earthshaking can be nice as well, just for the little bit of an extra stun, but it does show both of their cores very early on. Is that going to be any concern?
I don't think so necessarily. I mean, if it's a good Morphling game, it's a good Morphling game, right? So I think they just want to make sure that they take the most advantage out of this first pick that they have. And Puck isn't exactly counted either. Of course, Earthshaker can, but I think they can just very easily get rid of something like the Void Spirit now. I don't think Night Stalker's too much of a
OG's
concern.
turn to
It's all about the
ban.
burst. Well, they do ban the Night Stalker, but still, it's...
Quincy Crew's
I
turn
think
to
Quincy...
ban.
Sonics are still very comfortable. Even the announcer still said Quincy Crew. That's why I keep getting tripped up. One other thing that I just want to highlight as well is that, you know, they've been getting memed on a little bit so far, Sonics, but Yuar himself has played a different hero in every single game so far this tournament.
10
So at
seconds
TA, Jug,
remaining.
Kunkka, Medusa, Nature's Prophet, Wraith King, Luna, Ursa, now
5
Terrorblade, and
seconds
now a
remaining.
Morphling as well. So big props to him for his versatility. I'm going to need them to get something that's going to be able to deal with this BKB timing, though, on the Razor. Like, you've already got the Earthshaker to kind of secure yourself in the super early game, with the Fissure, of course, to be able to block off and secure a bit longer onto the static link. But again, 2 movement heroes in the Puck and the
OG's
Morphling make
turn
that a
to
little bit less of
ban.
a factor. They do end up eventually getting rid of that Void Spirit. What else has some kind of movement aspect to them? Nothing really that Sonics like to favor for Lelis. Maybe, I guess you could say something like the Lycan has the potential to come through here.
10
Timbersaw as
seconds
well is
remaining.
banned, so not going to be that one. Venge is that
5
BKB piercing
seconds
disable, so
remaining.
you can just swap and remove the static link is kind of nice. Lelis has been known to Weaver as well, which I wouldn't hate. Would mean that they really need to double down into a crap ton of lockdown.
Do we feel like there's still a potential as well for Sonics to go back into the Tusk in this second phase? Because we did see it with the Puck Tusk opener, and I feel like MSS played a very good game on it. It's going to be nice to kite the Razor like in a choke point just to block him off. You also buff up the Morphling heavily, or is it just with the opener from OG, you kind of, the Tusk is not as strong this game?
I think the Tusk is fine still. Again, I'm all about stopping the BKB timing on the Razor. So that's a big reason why OG have taken out the Winter Wyvern. Also helps you set up for, Morphling to have a larger impact. So yeah, I really wouldn't hate seeing something like the Tusk. Even a Marcy is fine. Early game, you're able to move around a lot, so the Razor isn't as big of a factor. You're able to find the Earth Shaker. You could snap the coil. So I think Marcy is fine, unless OG were wanting to pick it up for themselves with this first pick of the next phase. I wouldn't be surprised to see that one come out either. They could still IO as well, having taken out the Winter Wyvern. That is always a factor, but then I would be really concerned on OG's side that you've got an IO and an Earthshaker. They do nothing in the early game. So Sonics could again just look to double down into that aggression and try and take over the map before OG truly come online.
5 seconds remaining.
Just trying to look at some of the heroes that we might see coming out from Tiger. I guess there is the potential for him to play. Have they played every game on Seb playing the Earthshaker, or has Tiger played a game so far?
I believe it's all been Seb.
Okay. So, which is very interesting because his hero is not the greatest laner at all. Maybe you can just put Seb with, like if he's comfortable in the Earthshaker and you rather him playing it, maybe you pair Seb with a Mars Razor just because this hero is a really, really good laner. Because if you play Seb with the Earthshaker 5 in the safe lane and you don't go for a strong laner on Uragi, then that could be something that Sonic can kind of punish.
Sure, but you've also got the Morphling, right, who's just going to be able to waveform away. So, well, they do end up going into that IO. I'm expecting to see aggression. Just go right now on Sonics because they have an absolutely brutal way to be able to punish it if they were wanting to. Let's just think of the heroes that could potentially look to do that. I know it's a little bit single target, but I really wouldn't hate to see a Beastmaster come out here, just up the tempo a little bit more, provide the vision onto that backlines that Quinn needs to be able to execute, basically, is what I'm going to say. What else could look to come through? Yeah, I mean, again, Marcy and Beastmaster seems like a decent enough time. It might be like a Marcy 5 instead. Well, they just Weaver. Okay. Again, it's just about that mobility against the Razor, right? And again, IO provides 0 lockdown. Razor provides 0 lockdown. They've banned out a lot of the other stuff that's going to be able to just either burst him down or silence/disable. So yeah, this is most likely going to be a less loud Weaver. How often do you see the 3 cores being the first 3 picked heroes?
Yeah, not often at all. There, of course, is going to be a little bit of flex with this Weaver. Nothing crazy. I wonder if they look to pick up Farda's hero here. I would like to see them have a little bit of AoE damage. Snapfire is something they like to run, but I don't know if you can play Snapfire with the Morphling. They are lacking some team fight as well, so I'm trying to see if they can pick up a team fighting hero in one of their supports. And they still go back to the Tusk. Okay, so we brought that up before. It's a lot of physical damage with the minus armor from the Weaver, the tag team buff. Morphling's very physical. Puck can be a decent amount with the Witchblade as well.
For sure. So most likely Farda's hero is still yet to come for Sonics. Just having a quick look through what he likes to play. I mean, Dazzle's still in the pool. That just allows you to continue to move on forward, gives you a little bit more of that minus armor. Bane, obviously banned out, Enchantress, Wyvern, Nyx. These are all things that Farda loves to play. I think Phoenix would be a little bit slow. I think Warlock would be a little bit slow, even though it does give the Puck a huge damage boost. And well, like you were saying before, the Snapfire, I really wouldn't even hate the Snapfire, to be honest. You've got this Razor IO lane to contend into, so it's not horrible. Actually, I'm gonna take that back. I really wouldn't hate to see the Warlock come through here from Sonics because it's good to be able to out-sustain the IO. Like the amount of damage you're able to do is more than the overcharge heal and the tether coming through from the IO early game before like level 5, I would say. and it does buff up your
10
puck a lot.
seconds
So yeah,
remaining.
really wouldn't hate to see that, plus another bit of lockdown, plus a BKB
5
piercing
seconds
disable. Yeah,
remaining.
I really wouldn't hate to see that one come through from Sonics. But for OG, they pick up the Storm Spirit. It is buffed up a little bit by the IO. You should be able to farm decently enough, but you do need to be concerned that this Tusk has the potential to be rotating through to the lane, as long as Tusk gives you a good enough start so that Weaver is left feeling reasonably satisfied with just staying in the lane with your level 3, I'd say level 3, just so that you have 2 points in the Shikuchi, and then Tusk is able to rotate.
So back on your Warlock point about for Fada, I don't know if because into Storm Spirit's a little bit difficult with the capability for BZM to catch him, that squishy support in the backline that needs to spellcast, and I really want a hero that can rotate now, because I feel like if Storm Spirit has a horrible game, I do not see how OG can make plays. I think it's going to have to be off the back of Amar having a good lane, and then Earthshaker playing with the Razor, kind of kiting the life of Amar. They dive too far, then they're able to capitalize. So I feel like, again, it all comes down to the power runes, and Sonics are definitely going to have that better opportunity already with the Tusk to be able to rotate. So I want to see a hero for Fada that can also do that as well. Is there kind of anything that maybe stands out there that also has a little bit of control?
Well, just on that point, in a pub, I would agree with you, but this is a pro game, right? And so Sonics, they're going to be playing really aggressive. If this is indeed a Leslau Weaver, he doesn't go like these big attack damage items. He goes something like a Spirit Vessel, which is going to have a big impact against, an IO lineup. He goes, really forceful items, and you're going to be running at them again with this Tusk puck pairing. So I think you have the luxury of playing something like a Warlock where you're not so much in danger of being jumped by the Storm Spirit, because right now there's nothing that's going to give them vision. And Amar doesn't play Beastmaster. They're banning out the Monkey King, which Amar had a great time on previously. Also, Yuragi loves to play it. Amar's most likely playing the Razor still. But you get what I mean, right? Like, someone like the Warlock still has a fine enough time.
And I think the Warlock will also provide you then some sustain if you are looking for this push. I know Sacred on Weaver likes Spirit Vessel into Wraith Pact, and if you go down that route, you could really look to push the tempo along with the Warlock Shadow Word to kind of keep you in fighting shape.
Mm-hmm. Like the ban of the Beastmaster, I've been saying that Fada is most likely going to be having his hero now, but Beastmaster, of course, was still that threat. Like, they are lacking a little bit of that vision component. They could even do something like a Clockwork coming through here. I really wouldn't hate to see that. Just get in on top of the IO. It's a great job against...
I mean, that's the pick. That looks actually perfect.
Gives you vision, early game tempo, protects the Morphling, great against Earthshaker. Lycan. Oh, it's a Lycan instead. I mean, this isn't terrible either. Shaker IO does nothing against a Lycan. So looks like we'll be seeing a Weaver... Might be a Weaver 4, like with MSS playing it, or... Yeah, MSS might go Tusk in the safe lane just to protect that Morphling a little bit.
Remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Oh, man.
There is a bit of that vision component still with the Wolves, so I like that. But what do you do? Do you Bloodseeker? Okay, just trying to win the game early on, I guess, or win the lanes. Let's see who's playing what. I mean, MSS played such a great Tusk that it'd be a shame to not see him do it again, but I would say it's a little bit more likely that he's going to be paired together with Yawar for this game. Seb's the one playing the Earthshaker, not the IO this time around. Again, it is a bit more of a signature hero for him this time around, but I'm favoring Sonics again. I really don't see what these supports are going to be able to do on OG's side, the Shaker and the IO. They don't provide any of that lockdown. You've got, 3 heroes that are able to just have a free time. All the cores, even the Lycan, right? He's just going to have free reign to run around.
I think IO lineups really look to play off the back of pickoffs and getting... You can't team fight. Like, that is one of the big weaknesses with an IO lineup in general. And you're looking to just have this +1 factor, like a relocate IO plus Razor, Storm Spirit to start, or Seb to start in the side lane on the Earthshaker, and then going from there. But I think Sonics with their lineup is going to be able to prevent that. You've got Leslau, that's going to go Helm of the Overlord. So you've got the sustain. Your MSS as well is going to be able to protect them with that jump. They're just going to they're going to look to group up. That's the main thing on Sonics. Like, first Ages should be pretty easy to come by because of them having a lot of minus armor and the tag team. I do not think OG going to be able to deal with Sonics once they group up around the 20 minutes. And I think, again, this really comes down to the power runes. Like, I just saw what happened in game one. I know Quinn plays incredibly well around being able to pick these up, and I feel like Sonics have the advantage with the Weaver along with the Tusk support to really enable the puck. So, yeah, I like Sonics draft a lot here.
I do too. I mean, I could see, of course, avenues for OG to be able to come back into this, but it's all on the back of Seb being able to pick up that Blink Dagger on his Earthshaker, and it's most likely going to be a Shaker 5 coming through here, and you've already got a Storm Spirit that needs to farm, a Razor that needs to farm, granted a little bit less than a lot of these other cores, and a Troll Warlord that absolutely needs to farm. So where's the Shaker going to be able to go on the map is the big question for mine. At least this time around, they've fixed something that I had a little bit of an issue with, in that they've given BZM a bit more of an active hero, and they've given him the tools to be active with Tiger playing that Wisp. So I feel like Amara is eventually going to get to this state where Tiger leaves him, he just continues to farm until he gets that BKB up, and then they're ready to go. Before that stage, though, I'm a little bit worried with how much OG is going to lose on the map.
Maybe we can see BZM getting a bunch of gold off the back of the stacks. Like, Storm Spirit can farm really fast in general, and then you also give him... you also give him an IO to buff him up as well, which is going to be nice. And we saw... We casted the first series of OG. We saw them up against Fnatic, and they opened up the game one with the IO Storm Spirit as well. We had the opportunity to cast another Storm Spirit yesterday, which was played from Ori on Aster. He looked incredible on it. So we have seen the Storm Spirit have some pretty good games, but I'm just concerned that he's going to have some difficulty getting to that stage. So what has to go right for OG here? Do we feel like the lanes are incredibly important? Do they need to try and look to enable one of the cores in particular? Or what do we need to see from the game plan coming out from OG?
Well, I don't think there's going to be... I guess now that you've picked the Troll, there can be some rotations coming through from Seb to be able to protect those power runes, right? Like, he could just stay in ranged form on the Troll Warlord. There's not a huge threat of dying against a Tusk Lycan lane. Sorry, a Tusk Weaver lane. Not Tusk Lycan Weaver lane. There we go. Third time's the charm. But, yeah, I feel like at least you've got that potential to contest and make sure that Quinn doesn't have a free lane this time around. I think, of course, the Storm Spirit a little bit stronger of a hero as well, at least in the laning stage against the puck, and it's going to be really important that he hits up onto that level 6. What are we chuckling about?
Double shin queued up top. Look at that.
I don't know about cute on the left one, though. That face is a bit warped.
Hey, what the hell, man?
It's the terrain, not his face. Calm down.
Leave this guy alone. One of the best 4 players and just...
The best.
You put him as the best?
Oh, yeah. He's the only one I trust to make this a Shaker work.
Seb's gonna have a word with you.
He can have all the words he wants. Won't make Shaker a good hero. Look at this as well. Some nice little pulls happening with the Wolves. Don't even need to leave the lane to it. I'll see you later, Courier, as well.
Yes, that is one thing for OG. You've got a lane dominator down bot in regards to the Razor. Top lane, the Troll Ward's an incredibly strong laner as well. So do we feel like for early on for Sonics, this is kind of the game plan in particular for top lane, just looking to avoid the Troll and try and deny as much away as possible?
Yeah, that's absolutely the plan. You know, if they even get out of the laning stage equal, I think it's a win for Sonics, just because they're going to be able to put a little bit more of that pressure on early, and you've specifically drafted like an IO Razor, very, very strong lane in terms of securing the core's farm. You don't really get kills, but that's fine. You know, Amar just wants to farm early on. Same sort of thing with the Troll Warlord. He just wants to farm. You're not going to be able to get kills with this Earthshaker unless Seb is like perfect with his fishes.
Take a look at how our bottom lane shaping up for the moment. MSS has already been able to play around with the small camp, so give the Morphling a free wave under the tower, and of course Shawar is going to be more than happy with this, having plenty of base damage to work with thanks to the attribute shift.
He's level 3 now as well, so he's feeling pretty satisfied. MSS still has 1 tango left. I think he's got his courier coming out with just a salve for now, so he'll have to just plant one down because he knows that there's not going to be too much regen coming for him soon. Mid lane, pretty even, slightly OG favored.
You see
It's looking
BZM's...
much better this time around for OG.
But definitely where it collapsed was in regards to those rotations. Like the lanes, we can speak all we want about kind of the Hunter and the Knight, but it did really feel like it was just off the back of the rotations to be able to help out Quinn. As we're going to see BZM, nice play. Quinn was trying to come over and gain some information of the stacks. See what BZM's been up to in the jungle. So we'll eat a little bit of damage, but of course both the position 2s have some bottle sips to be working with.
Seb's in a little bit of danger here if he's not too careful. They should see that he doesn't actually have the Fisher, so I'm a little bit surprised that Leslau hasn't made a bit of a rotation through to try and punish him a little bit. No boots just yet. Weaver should be able to chase him, but well, he's going to be able to back off. First Blood would have been a big get for Sonics to be able to claim. I wonder if Fada looks to move out of this lane now that Leslau's happily farming this camp and try and snag that bounty rune before protecting the 4-minute rune for Quinn.
Looks like they won't be able to move MSS away from bottom. I was under a little bit of pressure from Amar with that static link. Actually, is he going to move or just stack? No, MSS going to look for the stack instead. So no one's going to put the emphasis on, at least for the water runes to start. As soon as I say that, Tuss starts to make the rotation. So it does look like once again it's going to go both to Sonics, which is important. And we saw previously with BZM not having resources to be able to sustain from the harassment from the puck. So this could be a concern for the next couple of minutes. Top lane, Seb might be in a bit of trouble with the wolves. Really nice micro coming out from Leslau, and Fada's going to be able to find our first blood, I believe. T2 tower, is it enough to protect him? 1 point in the Sakuchi, but Fada's going to go for it. The bounty is well worth sacrificing your life.
Gives him a good way towards that level 4 as well. Leslau continuing to farm very safely. He's got a full creep wave as well to be able to go back to. So yeah, once again, a very solid early game coming through from Sonics. But the difference is, this time, mid's at least farming. You've got Amar farming as well on this bottom side. That's secured. That was never the concern for OG this game. It was what happens once you hit those timings that allow you to make those true rotations
so well.
like this.
Quinn is playing so well. Tiger, anticipating this movement as well, is going to be in a position to protect the Storm Spirit. So that is a coil expender. Then they don't get the kill, but they do shove the Storm Spirit out again. But it really feels like they have the read. Game 1 and Game 2, it is shut down BZM.
They did miss that point blank illusory orb, though. That probably would have been enough to secure the kill for BZM. I don't think that was actually an infused raindrop, that charge that got expended for that one in particular. So pretty big deal that Quinn isn't able to take advantage of that first Dream Coil timing. BZM's now going to be able to come back to the lane. I'm sure he's telling Tiger to get the hell out. He needs that level 6 ASAP.
It's definitely something that the puck can snowball off. You get that one kill, you're able to move it into another with the coil, but now the fact that BZM will be working with the ultimate shot. Look at this, they're even glyphing the wave to make it difficult for BZM to try and get the power, and it's going to be bottom as well.
And it's a regen.
BZM, he's got MSS nearby. Shards, it's on the mark. Seb's going to look to TP in. They've got the bugs as well with Fada's rotation, but the massive amount of damage onto MSS is going to push the Tusk to the left side, but that's not the issue. As again, Tiger coming to rescue. BZM will be okay, so the second coil not going to secure another kill.
Do you see what Tiger did as well? He picked up the regen rune so that when he was tethered together with BZM, it actually made him so much more sustainable. So not only does he save him, he also denies it away from the puck, who had to use a lot of resources once again to be able to go for that kill attempt. This is just OG responding much better to the aggression that's coming through from Sonics. They're expecting it, and they're adapting accordingly, so nicely done. I almost thought that they would have been in a position to, if they secured that regen rune, invade into this stack that's been built up by Tiger for BZM. Again, just giving him the better early game. Moving up into a triple stack, I believe. Actually had it observer warded previously, and they had Fada stand inside the camp, so they realized it didn't spawn, and that's what ended up allowing Tiger to place down that sentry ward and just get a bunch of free gold and experience for himself.
It looks like they're even going to put the Storm Spirit back into the jungle as well, just so Seb can get some valuable experience. Of course, the Earthshaker does kind of need some items. I've seen on some of his builds, he doesn't mind going to the 8th lens if he feels like the blink is kind of out of reach, but Rocky is playing alone. As now, it's got Fada and MSS moving to top. We're even going to TP Quinn as well. And it looks like Yuragi being so far away from the tier 1 tower means that reinforcements will not be an option here to keep this troll ward alive. So finally, Sonics are going to be able to get a kill on the board, and Quinn will claim it.
This is what always happens with OG, though. You have to lose someone to make all of this stuff happen. Seb, he's been able to farm a little bit more in that mid lane. He's around for that power rune timing, so he's going to be able to take away the arcane rune, or at the very least protect it for BZM. Hopefully he gives him a bottle sip. Oh, Quinn.
Quinn. Gonna be
He's
laid
low on
down.
mana.
The orb, like you said, he's not going to have the potential to get it off, and now BZM gets a much-needed kill, and Seb tips Quinn as well, and they've got the ball rolling now on OG. The cores have had an incredible lane. You've got the catapults coming out shortly as well, so they could consider to put some pressure onto the towers in the next couple of minutes.
Is actually, they're pinging out the fact that he TP'd down to this bottom side, so they may be saying, okay, you've got more freedom to be able to play around this mid lane.
Chain control's going to be perfect before the attribute shift, and I was able to toggle that one. Meanwhile, across the map, though, Fado, he does go down solo to Amar, so this is a very different look at the game we have here compared to game 1. Sonics were off to a flying start. They're able to snowball the lanes and Quinn with the rotations, but now they're going to be going up against 3 cores on OG, and we've seen time and time again that has been the recipe for success.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, I'm just seeing a bit of a movement top from Seb. He's already level 5, so he's been doing a really good job getting a lot of that experience coming through. Tiger demoted back to a little bit more of that true POS 5 role as Seb plays his greedy style. But the thing that I'm really looking at is that you've got these heroes with the potential to jungle. You know, it's very important for them to be able to maintain their tower control on OG's side, because, like I was saying before, Shaker is a greedy hero. He needs to be able to go to a lane and farm safely. So if they don't have these towers to play around, if they don't have the map control, someone like a Storm Spirit or a Troll Waller that do a decent job in the jungle are going to need to take that lane farm. So it's very important, particularly pre-Blink Dagger or BKB or whatever you want to, BKB Aghanim Shard on Seb, that you keep these towers up for as long as possible. They're eventually going to lose the tier 1 top because, you know, you're up against a Lycan, but mid tower is going to have a lot more focus onto it. I wonder if Sonics even choose to make a rotation with that siege creep into it.
Yeah, do you want to go mid or defend bottom? Because you got Fada already here. Quinn is also pathing down, but the Observer Ward's going to scout at the puck's positioning.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
What's the call? Mid or to bottom is going to be the play for Sonics.
I don't think you can defend bottom. That's the thing. Like, you've got the Dream Coil, sure, but the damage coming through from everyone else just isn't there. So, yeah, mid lane is the choice. They've already got Yoa starting to push it in. They're trying to bait some rotations coming through. Of course, Tiger assisting BZM with keeping the mana up as well as that movement speed. He's got a regen bottle too on BZM, so I'm a little surprised that there hasn't been a heavier rotation towards this mid lane. They still will get it, but it's a little bit of damage being put into this tier 1 tower. Leslau just prioritizing his farm for now, wanting to get up into that Vladmir's offering. For me, it really feels like they had the opportunity to secure that tier 1 for themselves.
It does still feel like OG,
7.
even with this 2,000 net worth lead, they might struggle with the 5 heroes on Sonics. And sometimes we can see Amar's actually one of the more, I think, active Razors, where if a fight breaks out, he will look to connect. I've seen other Razors just really look to find this BKB. So I think that's something that you can use as an advantage here for Sonics, like coil onto multiple heroes with the shapeshift wrapping behind the tower. So I too thought they were going to put at least the plays onto mid, but they feel like they're in a position where they're looking to continue farming. I mean, he's getting a lot of me time towards a triangle, 3rd in net worth. He's got the Morbid Mask and working on the Aster next, so Yuar is definitely having a really good time.
And Seb's still farming. You know, that's the thing. He's easily the most farmed core right now. You've even got a very nice arcane rune.
This is a big kill. Look at the walls being able to scout out the positioning from the Troll Wall. Meanwhile, the river, though, we do see Fada go down.
Battle trance here.
And they could potentially turn around with a relocate. Quinn instantly with the silence. They're going to turn with the coil as well, trying to deal with the IO. They need to be cautious about Seb's positioning. He's trying to path his way into the middle. Echo Slam's going to get dropped down onto MSS, but Yuan with the turnaround of the replicate. Fissure controlling up OG, but Amar, he showed up to the party. They got BZM with plenty of mana to work with as well, but look at Sonics. guiding OG for the moment. Leslau playing his distance, making sure they don't group up. BZM is going to go back in. They've got the Centaur Conqueror to hold back Amar. Quinn even jumps in the middle as well. Yua's going to show up. A waveform forward, trying to deal with the Razor. They'll turn to the Storm Spirit instead. With the resources lacking on BZM, he's still got enough mana to zip out to the right side. But Sonics, they're in fighting shape. Quinn and Yua in combination together will find a big kill onto Amar.
That fight went on for so long, man, that I don't think the recap even covers it all, but that was just the power of the power rune. Like, BZM for sure dies if he doesn't have that one there. He's just able to play around a little bit more, go for that one extra kill onto Leslau without giving up too much for himself. So, well, it's pretty much an even trade, I would say, between the two, but again, in any kind of farm trade, you're going to feel much happier on OG's side because this Troll Warlord's going to get out on the better end of it. Seb, again, they're prioritizing his farm. He's already been able to reach up into that Aghanim Shard timing if he wants it.
Sonics are setting up. Coil just connects on the Storm Spirit. They need to get rid of the IO first, but this will give BZM an opportunity to try and pump in the damage onto MSS, but the rest of Sonics are starting to show up. It's just Fada for the moment. BZM, he's not going to have the stats to be able to keep himself alive as Quinn maxed out Rift along with the Orb secures the kill. They should get Fada. Time-lapse being on cooldown for the moment. Left detection, Plasma Field, not enough. Fada, stand still.
Random Fissure in 3.
They're gonna see him. Oh no, Plasma Fissure. Okay, there we go. They'll use the Fissure instead. They can work for it, but that is a big kill onto BZM. He was 5-0 before that fight, so Fada does get a little bit of a streak.
Gonna be nice for him to pick up as well. He's gone into that Urn of Shadows. Very normal for the Weavers in that support role. Just gives you a lot of that passive regen that lets you stay out onto the map, nearly finishing up into that Spirit Vessel with the kill streak. And even just small things like having
Look at
that
bottom lane, Danog. Yuragi's in trouble.
Uh-oh. No battle trance to play around either.
MSS should be able to block off the retreat. He's close to the tier 1 tower. They're gonna miss the shot. Oh no. An uncharacteristic mistake in our BZM. He's going to turn up with the Orchid reveal. They'll target the task. They haven't secured the kill just yet, thanks to the Centaur Conqueror and the Fissure once again from Yua. Holding back OG to the northern side, and Quinn, phase shift, dodge, Echo Slam to no avail. And now OG, they're on the retreat, but Quinn wants to make sure that's not a possibility. He's got to be cautious though. Ace Rune giving them some distance, but they're going to consider about going back in. Yua again, this goddamn replicate. He's showing that he can play around with the Earthshaker's abilities, but that will be all she wrote for that skirmish down bottom.
He was a little bit off with the Ice Shards there, but a great Observer Ward placed up prior to that fight by MSS, knowing the full scope of that fight, knowing who was going to be rotating through, who was joining, who was retreating, what was the mana situation like. And actually, this is a game, I know I've been a little bit critical of the Orchid purchases on heroes like the Storm Spirit lately. Not this game. You've got an IO for that mana regeneration, so it's actually not too bad. Rune on bottom side, denied away by Leslau.
A double Fissure and BZM's going to be in, but perfect positioning. The snowball to buy enough time so Quinn can get the abilities off, and they're going to turn it back around as Tiger goes down, and Sonics, they'll live to see another day.
This is why you give MSS the tasks. Players like that, he is just an absolute god on this hero. Shades of FY back from TI, but he's just able to get the key saves that they need. They identify the key factor of this team fight. It's the Orchid. It's being able to take Quinn's influence out of these fights, and what a great turnaround there by Sonics.
Without a doubt, but we're going to have a huge fight soon to break out. We're waiting for Beekeeping in particular on Amari's, needing a little bit more gold to complete the recipe. Yuragi also needs 2 components, but for the side of Sonics, this is Helm of the Overlord now completed on Leslau. And if they're able to take a fight and come out on top, this could potentially be a tier 1 tower, maybe even screw the tier 1 tower. They could just lead straight into Roche. So OG, they have to be flawless in this next team fight, otherwise Sonics could get a lot of objectives off the back of it.
They only see one thing on the map right now. Yeah.
Great positioning. They're going to look to go all the way around. Fada's already trying to sweep across, seeing if there's any more reinforcements.
I was about to say that's the only thing that they had vision of on the map at that time, the triangle. Seeing where this Troll Warlord's potentially looking to farm, seeing where Razor's potentially looking to farm, but yeah, I think it's really important, particularly with what you said before about that Roche being the big objective that they need to secure on Sonics, taking advantage of the Tusk, of the minus armor coming out from the Weaver, to actually convert onto that. So if OG are able to take away this mid-tier 1 tower, it's a pretty big deal.
This is a huge ward for OG. Oh, man, dude, Fada, how does he know always? BZM's going to try and blow him up, but again, MSS is in with a snowball. They got to be cautious if they group up, because Quinn with the coil could be an issue. Fizzes out, Seb controlling of the moment. Aman's going to reveal the BKB, be able to break the coil and get out to safety, but that is a big timing now expended. No BKB on the Razor to protect the tower.
Double damage as well, and there we go. Ancient Thunderhide able to secure it for themselves. Maybe, but maybe you're not feeling too confident with the fact that no Dream Coil is available. They found Seb instead. This time the Ice Shard's on the mark.
You fought with such determination.
See what the call is going to be.
They could just look to secure some of these extra tier 1 towers, right? Like, you don't feel safe to go into the triangle now with the tier 1 mid gone, but you really don't want to do it with this tier 1 bot if that's gone too. But with this Observer Ward, it would provide a lot of that ganking potential if they were wanting to go down that route. As you want to finish up a Manta style as well, looks like he has. So nice way to be able to remove that Orchid onto himself. Maybe now they feel confident in being able to go and take a fight on Sonics.
And for OG, what are we looking for in these team fights in regards to their prioritization? Who has to be the first man killed off?
Kind of feels like MSS, doesn't it? Like, he is the one turning around all of these Orchids onto the key heroes. That time around, it was just a Weaver, but previously it was Puck. I feel like, you know, you're getting to this point where Quinn, he's going to have the Yule Scepter for himself. Tusk going into a Blink Dagger so he can stay well onto the backlines. Vada's going into a Lotus Orb as a position 5. So, yeah, he's... everyone's having a good game so far on Sonics in terms of their itemization, their positioning. It's just, are OG able to outfarm them to make it not matter?
It's a big ward placement from OG in the top lane. They're able to scout out multiple heroes connecting to Leslau. So we'll have confirmation of Sonic's position. They recognize that.
Lane's pushing in as well. Quinn, he's going to need to reveal himself on that mid lane. Doesn't really want to, though.
Dude,
trying to stay in the trees.
I know how Fada always knows where wards are. This guy is crazy.
Wow. Quinn has the Yules now as well.
It's a big item.
So completed along with the bottle, along with the Aegis. Very big timing coming through from UR. He wants to be part of these engagements. You know, we always talk about the Morphling having a little bit less of that early-ish impact, but not now. Not that you've got the Aegis, not that you've got the Manta style. He wants to be on the front lines. How close to a Blink Dagger on Seb? Not quite yet, but I do like this. I actually prefer the Aghanim Shard build on the Earthshaker because you have that constant presence. You're not waiting for the 2
I think
minutes.
they smoked under a ward. Sonic's all ready for this. Look at Quinn's positioning as well. I don't know if they're going to be able to blow up the Razor with a threat of the BKB. They need to deal with the Earthshaker and the IO as well.
They really want to try and find MSS here. BZM going around onto the backlines. Has that Orchid available? Wolves know everything.
So for Sonics here, I think ideal fight for them is going to be Leslau trying to deal with the Earthshaker, just running the summons towards the backline, and Quinn trying to deal with the IO as well. You know, preventing the potential relocate out to safety and just making it so he can't freely spellcast in the middle of these fights.
You are very far forward.
And they're going to pounce on this opportunity. They should be able to get BZM, but a relocate out. Storm Spirit's going to be fine. Meanwhile, MSS, well, that snowball under the tier 2 tower is definitely not where the Tusk wants to be. And OG find a freebie, and they're instantly going to move to the opposite side of the map, looking to try and claim some territory for themselves.
Yeah, this is finally the time where they're able to go out onto the map, claim some more of that farm, and if anyone shows, now they have the potential to die. Don't have that Tusk save available. Obviously, still Morphling probably not the one that you want, considering he's got that Aegis, but Puck would be a fantastic kill at this stage. He was actually snowballing onto either the Storm Spirit or the IO. That's why he went all the way underneath that 2-2 tower. It wasn't anyone that was revealed at the time, so clutch play coming out there from Tiger.
I think we might see some difficulties for OG in how they're able to keep Sonics in place in these team fights. It's really, for them, it's off the back of the control on Seb. And if they don't have the Earthshaker to lock heroes in place for Sonics, then BKBs are going to be kited. That's in the name of the game. You have so much mobility for Sonics to play with. Sakuchi on Weaver, Orb on Puck, Lycan's mobile with Shapeshift, Morphling can waveform out. So I've really got big concerns on how OG are going to be able to take these fights. If they don't get multiple kills off the back of the fissure jump, then these BKBs are just going to be avoided, and Sonics can go back in afterwards.
A little bit worried for OG though. Seb just picked up the gem, but the core mentality is showing, not using the first use of that invisibility reveal up onto the high ground to show that Sonics actually have this clip warded next to the Roach Pit. It's very important that they were able to take that one out just to prevent a lot of these invasions into the triangle. They might even claim it.
Under a ward.
Holding it. Yeah, and he's on his own.
I think the Plasma Field saw Fada. They still have the T1 tower to play with. They're really looking to force the BKB. We'll not get that out though. The rest of the team starting to converge down bottom. Yuragi's going to be scouted in the river.
He's the one holding the gem at the moment.
Yuragi charging forward. They're going to catch Seb to the right side as well. This is a big pick-off if they can find the Earthshaker. Seb turns it around. Echo drop. First Life not available to play with now in the Morphling. They're going to look for the chain control afterwards. Yuragi can waveform out to the left side, but OG, what an incredible start to the skirmish, but can they get anything more?
They still haven't BKB'd on Yuragi and Amar, so they just want to run.
They'll do just that, chasing them out to the left. They clip Fada with the fissure. He's blocked into place for the moment. They don't have the detection just yet. Yuragi should be able to step in with the vision. Fada's not long for this world thanks to the snare. Dude, Seb, beautiful spell casting fissure onto multiple heroes. The Echo as well before Yua is able to react.
I think we'll see him drop the Echo Slam as well, at least prior to picking up this Blink Dagger, just for the extra little bit of stun that you get from the Aghanim Shard, casting it anywhere. It's really important to be able to lock down these really mobile heroes, right? The Morphling. Honestly, all 5 of Quincy heroes have an insane amount of movement capabilities in these team fights. So a lot of this heavy lifting is onto Seb to provide what you were saying before, that ability for OG to just fight in this enclosed area. So something like that choke point where the fight broke out, it's an ideal situation for OG.
And a little bit back onto this gem as well that you mentioned before, picked up from Seb. I think this is an incredible read for them because Sonics are going to have the vision advantage with the Wolves constantly scouting them. And again, the positioning from the supports is priority number 1 because we've spoken about how important Seb is going to be for them in these fights, and it comes down to vision and who gets the jump. And you know me, Dano, I'm a gigantic fan of early gems. We really saw that from Eastern Europe back when they were able to kick it off in the DPC. I think that was the 2-2 regional finals where we really saw them kind of showcase what an early gem could do.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom
He's
tower
actually got
is under
10
attack.
seconds left on his TP, so they're going to be forced to pop the glyph here if they hold any hope of retaining this tower. Although top side, it's being pressured just as hard by
Dire's top
Leslau.
tower is under attack.
EZM forced to make that rotation through. Wonder if it'll be enough. But looks like the Thunderhide might end up dropping.
Dude, Seb,
Radiant's
he's predicting this perfectly. They're baiting Storm Spirit. Let's see if they can blow him up. But as soon as they see Seb, they're just going to sacrifice the Tusk life. Leslau is out for the shapeshift. Amar is pretty goddamn fast.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my.
Ooh, Plasma. No. Not going to be
Up to
available.
bottom.
Yeah, that extra movement
Oh,
speed.
no, chilling.
Dire's middle tower is under
Extra
attack.
movement speed from the IO. Maxed out Storm Surge. Hasn't even hit that key timing at level 20, right? For the extra Storm Surge movement speed. That's when it's really going to start to get crazy. Seb, 200 gold away from that Blink Dagger. On Sonic's side, a little bit away from the Skadi for Yua. That's going to be a big deal. Not only providing them with the superiority with regards to their movement in team fights, but also just slowing down some of these BKB timings.
Quin's out, but they're going to be able to get the control afterwards. And they don't have MSS nearby to protect him. Beautifully done from OG. BZM and Seb in combination to be able to control the puck.
And in the gem back to Seb. They just now want to cement their control over this top side of the map. You aren't going to be able to protect the top tier 2. Leslau always going to be able to secure that one with the Ancient Granite Golem, but yeah, they're just trying to take away as much of this triangle as well as the Roshan protecting areas as possible, so that Sonics find it that much harder to convert into the second one.
Yuragi is incredibly fast. Level 20, top of the net worth, 4,000 advantage over the Lycan. He's having
Without a Battle Fury.
Yeah, without a Battle Fury. How are we expecting Tiger to play in particular with these fights? Like, who is he looking to tether? Or is it maybe just him playing off the side and waiting with the relocate save instead?
It's reactionary, honestly.
Okay.
Like, you could make an argument for Amar needing it. You can make an argument for Yuragi needing it. You could make an argument for that save. It really just depends on where the fight breaks out. If it's, you know, around the Roche pit, you probably want to have it as that saving grace. Not to necessarily go all the way back to base, but just to be close by to prevent the initial burst from coming through. But if it's sieging an objective, just toss it onto one of the cores.
Smoke up from Sonics. Needs to be the full wraparound. OG have firm control of the triangle. This is not going to be an easy high ground to breach. Eyes on the front though. I don't see him with the invis. Quinn's going to try and deal with Set. That is priority number one. Core's going to hold him back. Quinn unable to blow him up. They're going to relocate the Earthshaker back to base. So now without the supports, the Sonics look to continue with the team fight to the northern side. They're going to zip forward. They're unable to control Quinn for the moment. He's in a little bit of trouble. An AWP to reposition, but Seb, he's back in the midst of it all. The fissure control, locking the puck down in place. And now OG, they're pursuing on for more. They've got the advantage to clean up the rest. Sonics lose 3. They're going to lose a 4th as well. As why not go for the team fight? Seb, he'll snip out Leslau, a fissure to cancel the TP, and a 5-man wipe, and OG lose no one.
Very, very nicely done. And just the composure as well coming through from OG. BKB's being used so late into that engagement. They really wanted to play around this vision. Just kite back, kite further and further away from Sonics until Tiger and Seb came back into that engagement. It was just really, really good. And eventually, when they had the advantage, that's when they pop the BKBs, when they feel that Sonics can't run away from them. Almost thought that would have been a huge timing for Yuara as well. He just hit the level 18. He wasn't able to get the morph off, though. And the Skadi as well that he picked up immediately after didn't have the greatest impact. Yeah, I mean, this is just overcharged, bro. 1 minute on that Aegis timer. So let's have a think. What can Sonics do to be able to come back into this one? It honestly kind of seems a little bit on the rat side, right? You've got a Lycan with the AC. You can certainly look to stand nearby, shove out a few more of these lanes, make life a bit more difficult into that second Roche. Maybe they're just feeling that with the BKBs being popped, they can take a fight, but they're all
just gonna gold them. BZM's gonna be in.
Nice punch.
The damage, it's fast enough before the IR reactions. Oh my lord, Storm Spirit taken out of the equation. And now Sonics smell blood in the water. There's an opportunity for them to potentially take this fight, but you need to respect the control from Seb once again. As you are, repositioned with a waveform. They need to deal with Amar. That's where Quinn can come into play, but the BKB once again protecting Amar. And now they'll turn to control up Leslau as the backline. Seb standing strong. Echo drop, getting rid of the Lycan. Seb's gonna jump back into the middle. They don't have the damage follow-up to kill off the Weaver, but Yua's in trouble. A waveform to the remnants of the tier 2 tower, but Yuragi, the Giga Chad of this game, they don't have an answer to the Troll Warlord, but they've got all the control they would ever desire to keep the puck from being able to get back to the safety of the base as OG will find 4 and potentially close out this game with this last siege.
Oh, he's playing damn well.
And there it is.
That is it. Like, Seb played a phenomenal game this time around, and normally you don't get the freedom to do so, but I really, again, want to give credit to Yuragi and BZM for taking a little bit less of that easy farm. They went to the jungle, they gave him the lane creeps to be able to pick up for themselves. That a support needs the freedom to be able to do. He was able to pick up a lot of that early farm. He got the Aghanim shard so that he wasn't just a bot until he picked up that Blink Dagger. And then ever since he had that, I don't even think we saw a Blink really used to its fullest potential. It was all just about that team fight control. So really, really great performance coming through from Seb. Great adaptation from OG as well, just to be able to respond to that early push, because it really looked like it was in a position once again for Quincy Sonics to steamroll over them, but it never got to that stage. They were just responding so much better as a unit on OG.
Yeah, I was quite impressed with how they're able to adapt from game 1 to game 2 with the amount of pressure that we saw coming out from Sonics in regards to the mid lane, where Tiger was able to read the plays and move in multiple times to keep BZM alive. We saw there were a couple of missed opportunities where if Quinn gets a couple of those kills off the back of the claws, and all of a sudden you could have a puck snowballing, towers could start to fall down, and then OG aren't playing around these BKB timings at a 17, 18 minutes in. But we just saw how different of a game it was. They were able to spellcast perfectly. I think another really big timing in that game was actually the gem pickup. We mentioned it a little bit, but it really made sure Seb was able to position safely towards the backline, and if he can freely spellcast, we see how dangerous that is for an enemy team.
Yeah, that triple BKB pickup as well. It was all around the 22 or so minute mark, and well, the win probability just plummeted towards OG's side after that period. It's just how you beat a puck, right? You pick heroes that are hard to kill, and then you get those BKBs, and then suddenly you're not too worried about that dream coil. So it had to be a great team performance, and it was. So it's going to be a 1-1 between Sonics and OG.
That it is, and of course it's a really important series as well. Both these teams towards the bottom of the pack in regards to the group. So a 1-1. They're happy with it, but of course, both these teams really needed that 2-0 victory. That's not going to be the case, though, for our first series of the night. We are done and dusted here. It's going to be Sonics tying it versus OG.
power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play, with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
And we are back with our second series of the night here for the PGL Arlington Major, day 3 of the group stages. Denog, we now got some action over in Group B. It's going to be Aster taking on beastcoast. How are we feeling about this series in particular? Because we did see, of course, in the previous series, it was Sonic's tying up. Like we're going to have a similar fate here in regards to 1-1, or has one team got a bit of an edge?
I don't know. I mean, Aster's been looking pretty damn strong. They're top of the group right now, and beastcoast, they've been looking a little bit more shaky. Obviously, they don't need to take this tournament quite so seriously, but yeah, you just have a look at a few of those faces there at Aster. They are a formidable team for sure, particularly Baboka. He is turning up this tournament. I haven't seen a single bad performance come through from the man.
That's a big thing to say as well, but kind of expected out of him. I mean, one of the more experienced players in the China region as well. And we see, I believe Baboka and XXS have one of the longest records of playing together as well. I mean, they have, I think, top 4 is how long they've been together. Actually, let's see. They are the most experienced pair. Games for XXS and Baboka, but we get to take a look at the South American lads. You did say that they already guaranteed qualification to TI, so at least they have that, knowing that they don't have the concern that this has to be a really good performance kind of playing on their minds.
Are they 100% confirmed? I forget if they're in like 4th or just slightly below that, but they're either like 99% probability or they're already confirmed. So that'll be interesting.
Sorry.
I'm keen to see if we actually get. I'm gonna keep getting tripped up because I know he goes by Gojira now, but I'm just.
It's Gojira, so do better.
I know, but
I guess, hang on, I can't say you to do better, because you are right, beastcoast, they're not guaranteed just yet. They have 1,295 DPC points, and to qualify, can you guess how many you need?
One more than that.
Yes, they need 1,296, so they need one more point. So they're not guaranteed. Some absolutely wild scenes have to happen. They are pretty much guaranteed. Yes, that's, yeah. Here we go.
All right. Well, we get to see Aster open up this part of the draft with a tiny clockwork. Not really the most common way for teams to be able to open up. It does give them a little bit of flexibility. They're one of those teams that even occasionally puts the clockwork into the position 3. You reckon they're going to Snapfire? I mean, they do have a lot of that flex potential, I suppose. You know, Bat Rider, Venomancer are 2 other heroes that they also put down that route, but I really don't feel like this is necessarily a Venomancer game against a Dazzle. Doesn't really stop too much of what you want to do there. You've got that constant healing coming through. So yeah, Snapfire seems just fine.
Turn to ban.
So from 2 or 3, they really like the clock paired with the Viper, Snap, or Puck. And the reason I said Snap is just because, like you said, they have a lot of flex. The Puck was answered from Aster. They went Tiny into the Dazzle. Tiny, we've spoken at a ridiculous level on how it deals with the Puck, but just, of course,
10 seconds remaining.
the burst potential to blow him up from 4 to 0. And the Dazzle in particular is someone who has some minus armor, which Puck does not like playing into. And you also have a lot of sustain, and Puck kind of wants some of these more drawn-out fights in that aspect because he does kind of have some chip damage. You can't blow heroes up, so that save and the sustain from the Dazzle can be really nice. So I do really like this opener from Aster. They've, they didn't see the Puck, but of course they made sure they had heroes to be able to address the Puck if it was picked up in the 8th.
We've also got, I was mentioning it with Yawar last game playing for Sonics, how he played a different hero each game. It's the same thing for Beast Coast, with Stinger actually having played a different hero every single game so far. He's even been able to make an Elder Titan work, being, in my opinion, the MVP of Beast Coast series against Boom. He was just on point with all of his lockdowns. So let's see what he's going to break out this time around. I don't think he's played the Grim, Chen, or CM so far in this tournament, but they are some of his more played heroes. I really wouldn't honestly hate seeing something like the Grimstroke.
Yeah, back in 2 or 3, he was one of the players that I recognize had a gigantic hero pool in regards to the position 5s. He played 14 different heroes, so he's not really locked into a couple of key strategies.
Just wanted to take away the Ori Pudge.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. I'm like, Ori Pudge, come on, why not?
Feels bad, man. But, I mean, it does mean that perhaps they're feeling like they're going to be a little lacking in damage early on. Obviously, the clockwork, the Puck, they need a little bit of that scaling to really become impactful. It's only really around that BKB timing on Aster that they're going to feel too strong to be able to play up against this Puck. Right now, we're assuming... I was about to say we're assuming that these are the 2 supports being played by Aster, because Boboka is a fantastic Tiny player, but... You oftentimes want the Tiny into the Puck in the lane matchup, but I think this might just confirm that it is a XXS Enigma paired together with a Tiny. Really, really strong timings at basically every level of the game, past level 2. Level 1 is the one weakness that I see for this lane, and even then, it's not even that bad, because you're always going to be able to deny the range creep, keep the creep wave pushing a little bit more towards you, deny a bit of the farm. So, yeah, really liking this pick from Aster so far.
I'm intrigued to see how Beast Coast look to answer the Enigma. The Bristleback is one of your favorite answers to the Enigma in regards to how you're able to deal with him in the lane. Of course, freely being able to farm up the Eidolons. They could also look for a different route. Warlock, Rubik as maybe an answer to the BKB Black Hole.
Oh, well, Gyro is a little bit of an answer to it as well, though, right? Like, Wisp is still in the pool, so we could see that one picked up. I can't recall... it's V-Tune, right? It's the only other one that really starts to prioritize the Gyro. And in some of his pubs, he's been making it work even without the IO pairing. So clearly into the right matchup, it feels really strong. And of course, in order to deal with those Eidolons and hell, even the Tiny, just with that 0 armor in the laning stage, you need that physical damage. So something like the Flak Cannon is going to be really useful.
And maybe the Bristle wasn't the greatest suggestion in particular for Beast Coast, because K1, he does really like his farm-intensive carries. I mean, he is one of the more... I don't know if greedy is the right way to put it, but he doesn't get as involved in some of the early game fights. They just make as much space for him. He'll come online, he'll carry them to success, and the Dryer will be able to farm up at an incredible rate. And, well, at least I got right in one of the heroes. They do go down the Warlock route.
I like it. You know, you just... Speaking of Bristlebacks, that's going to come on out. Yeah. I mean, it means that we now need an offlaner that you would assume that the Viper's going to be banned out immediately coming through from Aster. Something else that's going to go into a break, perhaps. Do you think of any offlaners? Maybe a CK, but you don't really want to lane a CK into a Bristle Dazzle.
5 seconds
I think you... No, I think
another option could be the Mars. I really wouldn't hate to see a Mars come through here, just because you might not be able to buy into the break, but as long as you land that spear, it always turns the Bristleback to be facing into you. So that wouldn't be too bad of an option.
I think Snapfire is still a potential in regards to magic damage to blow him up. if that's a route you want to go down. I'm trying to see if they play the Coddle, and it doesn't look like Whisper does on the 3. I really like Coddle to answer the Bristle. They could even play it mid. Puck can be flexed to Whisper's lane, and if they...
Yeah. That's what I was going to just say. Like, that is the one thing that they do have really going for them. The only ones to do it with success is Beast Coast. So, yeah, I really wouldn't hate to see this puck being played in the position 3 role this game.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, because, I mean, you look at RNG, they do play... RNG and Liquid are some of the few teams that run the Coddle as a 3 for Chalice and Zai. So that is kind of the reason why I mentioned it. And Whisper does kind of like his unconventional heroes. Even the Bat Rider is something they need to consider, because Whisper plays a phenomenal Bat Rider, and if it's a good game and he feels like he can take over, then they'll definitely pick it up in a heartbeat. So there's that Viper ban like you were mentioning. That's true.
That's the thing. So I think that given that they don't have the overall last pick of the draft, something like a Bat Rider wouldn't be horrendous, but I'm a little bit worried about the slowish damage. It doesn't really kill off the Bristleback. I kind of agree with that Snapfire prediction of yours, because it can be laned mid, still have a very good time against the Tiny. It means that you can put the puck into the off lane and then have that escape against the slows from the Dazzle and the Bristleback. And it also means that you're going to have another thing to pair together with the Fatal Bonds for just some crazy AoE damage in these team fights. I kind of really want to see the Snap come out over any other hero right now.
I wonder if they feel like they can't lane the puck off lane though, just because the low armor and the quills could be a really big issue for how he can look to, like, because you'll probably just be orbing to CS then. If you get in range, Bristle's just going to run at you with quills, so maybe that could be an issue.
Yeah, but you've got a Clockwork, and he's very fast, right? And then you might be able to just get some lane pulls happening, make that a little bit easier. They could opt to go down like a Kunkka route as well for something else that A, deals with the Tiny in lane if it's mid, B, deals with the Enigma Eidolons very well, can build into the Silver Edge, has cleave damage, extra team fight. So I really wouldn't hate seeing the Kunkka either.
Do have...
Smile does like to play it too.
Turn to pick.
Okay.
They do go that Snap. All right, cool. I like it. Now, has Team Aster done their homework? Will they be able to address the fact that maybe this lane isn't going as exactly how we expected? So we're assuming it's going to be the mid lane yet to come.
10 seconds
I mean, it's
remaining.
simple, but Void Spirit seems like it's perfectly viable to me. You know, just a decent
5
catch for the
seconds
puck. You don't care
remaining.
too much about the Clockwork. You've got Yule/Aether Remnant to stop the Mortimer's kisses coming through. Escape from the Gyrocopter, burst from the Warlock. That's the avenue I'd be looking to go down.
You can consider an Ember as well if you want to.
Maybe even a Kunkka themselves.
Yep. Yeah, I do think there's multiple routes. Of course, it could be Tiny mid and you're looking for your 4, but they are very comfortable with having Baboka playing the Tiny. So I guess we should mention maybe...
But then I feel like they move the Snap to the mid lane, right?
True,
And then that's actually a really good matchup
into
for
the Ember.
Snapfire.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So... we should. What are the flaws then on Asters? If we're a little bit hesitant on how they can flex it, what do we feel like they need to cover regardless on what the pick is?
Prior to Blink Dagger on Tiny, you can't catch puck.
Okay.
That's the biggest issue right now. So I think they need to pick a mid that's going to be enabled to do that.
You may now select
So
It's not
your
that,
hero.
but it's decent enough, right?
I'll mention why I think this Zeus pick is really nice in regards to the puck. I know you've spoken about that you don't particularly like this matchup, and I think if puck is caught in a stun, you're dead. No, I really do not think you survive into the Zeus damage. Like, you have a ridiculous amount. And also...
But where's the stun?
Sure, that's where Baboka comes into play. And I also think you can just run at Beast Coast. You're going to have an incredible timing coming out, probably 20 minutes in. Monet, if you more than likely Vanguard this game, we can see a little bit of different items depending if the hood's required, but it's going to be that into the Scepter. You're going to have the sustain coming out from the Dazzle. XXS, he can go down the Wraith Pack route if they feel like that's required, because they do have some BKB answers to the Black Hole, and they could just get so incredibly tanky where Beast Coast might lack the damage. So Ori's going to be safe playing behind his heroes in front. The vision's really nice as well to be able to make sure Beast Coast never have that advantage. So I don't hate the last pick, honestly, from Aster. I quite like it.
I'm just worried that you're not going to be able to catch the puck. Yes, it's all on Baboka. Yes, he's had a fantastic time so far this tournament, but pre-Blink Dagger, unless he gets really lucky with a Tumblr's toy, I just don't really see it happening. Whisper's way too good to be able to allow that to happen. The thing that I'm going to be looking at mostly in this early game in particular is this lane with the Enigma and the Tiny. You're up against, what was it, a Gyrocopter plus a Warlock, was it?
Yes.
So it means that you're just going to need to be very on point. Look at all the ayayas. You're going to need to be on point with your flat cannon usage to make sure that you're able to actually clear out those Eidolons, because that's the biggest deal for this lane. So it's going to be on XXS, making sure his micro's on point, trying to, kite the Eidolons into the fog to avoid a lot of those right clicks, and it's going to be on K1 to make sure that he uses the flat cannon to its fullest capability. That 20 seconds is going to be a very big downtime where it feels like Aster could just take over the lane.
Oops.
Like level 2, level 3 is really scary to lane into on Aster.
Do we feel like one side in particular is on a little bit of a timer, or are they both comfortable with their scaling?
I would say probably a little bit more of a timer for Beast Coast, just because you've got this Snapfire. I know it's mid Snapfire, so you're going to get like Daedalus and all that sort of stuff, but I really do feel like, you've got a late game Enigma.
Wow,
It's busted.
so
You've got a
But they have
Zeus that's
answers to
being
it,
given
don't
farm.
they?
They do, but I mean, I feel like you're going to have enough pressure eventually once you get this Blink Dagger on the Tiny to make those answers come out a little bit more prematurely, I suppose is the best way to put it. So, yeah, I feel like Monet is just going to continue to scale. You never really drop off, and they still don't have a natural way to break either on Aster, on Beast Coast side, excuse me. So it's going to be very difficult to face up into that early game push, and then, like I said, they don't exactly drop off later on. You could just, on XXS's side, say, well, okay, you've got great ways to be able to counter Black Hole. I'm not going to play around Black Hole. I'm going to play more
30
around just
seconds to
having a
battle.
crap ton of units and all these auras that just buff up my Bristleback even further.
I think that's exactly the route they're going to go down. I think it's... You could consider... I don't know if it's a... He doesn't need a Vessel this game. I know Toby really liked going like Vessel into Wraith Pack, but I think this is definitely a game where you want Wraith Pack into group up. And quickly to mention, we'd see if there's any action with the bounties. Probably not running into a Bristle Dazzler is not going to be too fun. Yeah, as soon as I see these two heroes, they're going to back off. Look at that damage. And PGL will continue to push on forward for Gojira, but down bottom, it does look like they're under the... At least the game plan of just avoiding this lane. They started to already cut the trees by the secret shot, which does kind of enable the pools behind the tower. So maybe they're just going to look to avoid the Gyro and the Warlock lane.
Yeah, I mean, they can avoid it, but... Oh, actually, he's gone the homing missile at level 1, maybe just to try and secure range creeps, I'm assuming. But it does mean that Eidolon timing is going to be really nice, even just at level 1. Look at all that block, just making sure that the creep wave pushes out in favor of them. That's really nicely done by Aster. So it's just going to mean that the Warlock, very short attack range, plus, sorry, Gyrocopter really short attack range. And look at the toss. Like, it makes things very difficult. Level 2, Avalanche toss combo, lots of damage, and if you've got those Eidolons and enable them to split, someone can die if they're right in the middle of a creep wave, and that's exactly what Bobica and XXS are going to be playing around. It gets even worse at level 3 once those Eidolons are level 2.
Yeah, I think level 3 is the big thing that we're looking at down bottom for Aster, and meanwhile top lane with Monet and Pichio. We already saw Whisper. It was a poison touch into Monet running down the puck, and it was a lot of damage onto Whisper puck. So I feel like that's going to continue to be the trend of this lane, and they're also... I have to imagine it's Aster that are cutting down the trees just so they always have the vision of where Gojira is playing.
Yep, I would say so. It's very easy to try and get that backline jump. Unfortunately, not able to catch Picho that time around. Even just going that single point into the phase shift, making sure he's able to reliably dodge the poison touch without using mana for it. I like that adaptation by Whisper. What I was talking about, though. Those Eidolons are starting to rack up on the bottom side, and Bobica going for the toss back. Needs to pop the mango for it, but that probably is going to be enough to secure the first blood.
Beautifully done. Meanwhile, top lane as well. Gojira is going to go down to 2 kills in the side lanes for Aster.
And Monet just continuing to farm. No cares in the world. We've also got C-Smile, Chris Luck, that a lot of people know him a little bit better by. Having an alright time in that mid lane. He's had to be able to path himself around. Obviously doesn't have the same mobility as Zeus does, with the Heavenly Jump, of course, being the busted spell that it is. But Ori having a fantastic time in this mid lane, getting a ton of denies against the Snapfire. Not something that I would have been expecting for sure.
Uh-oh. See, Smile's going to be in a little bit of trouble. The TP in from Baboka. They'll toss back the Snapfire. Can get a little bit of distance away with the cookie, but Ori, 2 points in the Arc Lightning is plenty of damage from afar.
And he even shoves the lane as well, so making sure that it's going to go right underneath the tower. Null Tower's been delivered, and wow. Give it to him. A lot of farm to be able to claim down here on the bottom side, though, from XXS. He's just going to drag it all the way back behind the tower, make it incredibly difficult for them to get anything out of this on K1's side. There's going to be a single range creep that gets denied, but I don't think he cares if it's a whole creep wave that you're able to remove the other way around.
By Zeus!
Okay, again, really having some star plays coming through so far this game.
Like, you wouldn't expect anything different, though, in the position for an Aster. Again, he's looked incredible so far through the groups, and a big reason of why they're always able to get off to such a great start back in 2 or 3. And they pressure onto Whisper. He's got plenty of one charges to play. Whisper's got to be a bit cautious. This quill stack is up to 5. And we'll be able to reposition me. I was seeing the pressure that Monate is putting on top.
I'm liking how conservative XXS is being as well with his conversion usage. It means that, you know, it's pretty standard for gyros to go that flat cannon, just max it out anyway, because you obviously you want to farm, right? But it means that you just need to make sure that micro is constantly on point. Keep the creeps away from this Fatal Bonds plus flat cannon combination. Single usage of it immediately runs them away. He's like, all right, well, he's used all of his charges, he's got a little bit of cooldown, now I can start to put them into the lane again because there's no risk.
Got a bit of action going on. Whisper's actually going to jump inside the cogs. And with 2 points in the orb, that's enough to get rid of PGL, but meanwhile, Gojira, they will also trade the life of the Clockwork. So 1 for 1, but beastcoast finally able to hit the board.
It's on an important person as well in Whisper. Like, you weren't expecting him to get the most out of this lane, so the fact that he's not necessarily keeping pace, but only slightly behind is a pretty big win for him. Mobico maybe being tempted to go for another Avatos combo. Level 4 is just going to buff up that cast range that little bit more. Might be getting caught out here, though. Does he have a single point in the Rocket Barrage? He does on K1. This could be a pretty big kill, but it's just too fast. Base movement speed on the Tiny, plus the Windlace. He's going to be able to get away. Nearly getting into the Tranquils as well, so good luck catching him after that stage.
You have the first power runes spawning in the next 20 seconds here. So we're going to see the rotation start to come out. Gojira always moving from the side lane. He's going to drop a ward down. Loves to do this inside the jungle and also connect. But bottom lane, the action continues. There's a tossback from Baboka into the Eidolons. It's up to level 3 already. Plenty of damage to get rid of the Warlock. But it does mean that they will not secure the power rune for Ori.
Very, very nicely done. That movement coming through from Gojira. Level 6 as well on the Snapfire. How close is he on Whisper? Just 1 full level away, so I think he's not quite ready to rotate. As soon as that Dream Coil is available on the off-lane puck in Whisper, that's when beastcoast are going to look to try and make something happen on this top lane.
They're collapsing on C-Smile. Baboka is going to be in with the combo. Toss back to Ori, not even requiring the Thunder God's Wrath of Baboka. He's put the work in. It's only deserving that he finds the kill as well.
Very important, of course, that he just continues to get that farm. His
Blink
dagger
is also in trouble. Beautiful position from Gojira to be able to run into the Dazzle. A Grable buying some time. They need to get the kill fast and look to get out because Monate is starting to stack up the damage. So Gojira ooh, alright. Thunder God's actually enough to get it before he TPs out. So first ultimate of the game, and Ori with the assistance from downtown.
And gives him the free Observer Ward with the Thunder Gods.
Bottom lane, C-Smile's going to rotate with the Mortimer Kisses. K1 is able to push back the side of Aster. XXS was considering about moving forward to drop the Black Hole, but a beautiful read from C-Smile to TP down and also use the first Mortimer Kisses to get some involvement.
Yeah, they really needed to recover that lane. It was going way too well for Aster. So and the fact they're able to pick up that kill, it goes to C-Smiles, which isn't the worst. Again, you're a mid Snapfire. You need to be scaling. It kind of does feel like that Queen of Pain, Wind Ranger style, where unless you're constantly making moves, getting kills, you're going to be falling off. At least until you get to that level 20 Daedalus kind of timing.
Do you reckon Monet's killable before they pick up the Spirit Vessel?
Maybe with like a 5-man rotation, Fatal Bonds, Coil, Mortimer's Kisses. So
pretty much everything. Otherwise, not easy to get rid of this man who already has a Vanguard completed. They have stacks though? No stacks. Bottom lane?
They've just
XXS.
dominating the lane.
The Black Hole drop down to get rid of Mr. K1, first one of the game, and 2,000 net worth lead continuing to be accumulated here for Aster. They're off to a good start.
Getting closer and closer to that. Vlad's as well, just about 200 gold away, and it's going to give them so much more confidence to take these consistent team fights. Might not even need to wait until the Black Hole's up again. You might just say, well, now Bristleback's got some movement speed, a Vanguard, plenty of ways to keep his region up with that Soul Ring. Let's just ball up and move on forward.
Boca. They should have C-Smile to be able to connect as well off the back of the haze, so the Tiny's not going to escape. You'd love to get the kill over to the Snapfire. Avalanche going to hold the back. Need a little bit more damage coming through from C-Smile with the last right click. He'll get it. Oh, they find him. Alright. So
it's the Eidolon that gets the kill as well.
One thing I notice a lot from watching replays on Beast Coast is that Gojira and Stinger, they really like to just randomly block camps. They absolutely hate just the enemy team to be able to find farm. They're always a nuisance with just trying to slow down any little economic lead that they can get. And the reason why I bring this up is because Gojira, we were speaking about his rotation prior from top to mid, where he also dropped the ward in the jungle. He blocked up the hard camp by the outpost, and that was instantly dewarded with the sentry. So now you don't have control of the top jungle, and also they're going to lose their observe ward in the triangle as well. So this is going to be 2 wards that they won't be playing with for Beast Coast early on, which is going to be very difficult now. It means that Aster can freely farm in their jungle. It's also a lot of these key positions where they look to smoke and then move on forward. So really nice plays coming out from the supports on Aster.
Yeah, I mean, the first, like...
Smile. He's going to end up going down, and meanwhile Stinger as well. 3 heroes from Aster as PGL. Why not give the double kill over to the Dazzle?
Yeah, the first 20 or so minutes feels like it's all Aster, but then honestly the time beyond that kind of feels like it's going to be all Aster as well. It's really just going to be around like a BKB timing on Monet. The question is he going to be picking it up before or after he gets into that Aghanim Scepter? I would say after. Like, it's just so important for him to be able to continue to farm, to continue to push this lead, push the lanes out, give space for the Enigma, who, like I said, is going to be able to infinitely scale into this game. Enigma is always a factor. Getting a Tumbler's toy. I was saying that they needed something to enable Baboka early on. Well, it's absolutely that. He's going to even stack up these camps one more time just to give him a little bit more of that gold infusion.
Top lane. A deep dive attempt onto the Dazzle, but Gojira, the hook shot's going to be on the mark to get rid of PGL. And this is important though. It's going to get some earned charges over to Whisper, but he does have the Spirit Vessel now completed. So this is really what Beast Coast were looking for to be able to kill off Monet. And looks like he's recognizing that he can't particularly play this lane under the threat of multiple heroes running top.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They might be able to find Gojira, able to just get that one off, tosses him into the cogs on the other side.
Ooh, one more right click. They'll find him.
Great cohesion.
They're going to try and drop the rock for this.
Vessel.
With the Mortimer Kisses as well. He's standing to the north side, but beautiful silence from Whisper. Oh, that is perfect. Whisper. Am I coming at cost of his own life here as Ori? He steps in with the magic damage required to kill off the puck, but they are slowing down the Bristleback's game.
That was such a good play coming through there. Yeah, unfortunately they get the turnaround and the Golem for an extra 100 gold, but yeah, really important that you're making this Bristleback as ineffectual early on as you can.
Dire's middle tower is
Even
under
changing
attack.
up his build a little bit, going into a Lotus Orb, really wanting to make sure that he's just got that ability to take off the Fatal Bonds, to remove the silence, and honestly don't hate it all that much. Even just the extra armor is going to be a big bonus for him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire
It's like
are
they're just gonna
scanning.
park Whisper down bottom. Do we feel like Aster in a position with maybe some ultimates on cooldown where they can think about pressuring the tier 1 tower bottom?
I mean, maybe. They've got the Vladimir's offering up, but only like 10 gold away from the Wraith Pact, so maybe they just want to wait for that. I was going to say before, I was hoping that for Bobica's sake that they were able to get a Tumblr's Toy, and they were, but right now XXS is holding on to it, realizing that, well, I actually don't need a Blink Dagger to have my full effect. I can just play around this little bit of an extra movement item. Honestly, even a 4-star on XXS wouldn't be the worst thing. You're up against, you know, the call down, the cogs, even just wanting to get a little bit further away from, you know, some fatal bonds damage coming through.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Gojira.
Radiant's bottom tower
Oh
is
no!
under attack.
Gonna miss the hook shot. I think that was the... Baboka's gonna be able to step in as well to be able to cancel that TP. Dude, heavily jump is just... it's dumb. I don't know why it slows down the cast time. Cast time increased by 50%. I think that was a big reason why he missed the hook shot, because he came out just a little bit slower. So Ori was able to step to the left.
Okay, but the attack speed slow is fine. The 100 attack speed slow, that's fine.
But why? Yeah, everything. Like that. There's too much that this ability
The jump
does.
on its own is fine, honestly.
G-Smile's gonna be in
Damage and
trouble
jump-
top. They might feel like they need the black hole to just secure the kill. Or maybe not. They got plenty of damage. They don't even need it. Alright, Baboka with level 8. He's got the combo very shortly maxed out. And XXS, once he has the Eidolons, he's got the 6 units of them and that maxed out as well. They don't even need any ultimates. Man, they're off to a great start.
That's what I was talking about, right? Like, it even just the Wraith Pact buffs up the Eidolon damage as well. This combo is, as I said, except for level 1, effective at all stages of the game. And they don't even have the huge counters to it, right? Like, they've tried their best with the Warlock Gyro combination, but just with Bobica was able to play the lane, with them being able to pull away every time that Flak Cannon was used. It's been a really good game by XXS in particular.
Now, we do see that K1 he's getting a lot of me time. He's close to the net worth of Ori, and he's not too far behind as well on Monet on the Bristleback. This scepter is completed. Do we feel like Aster have to be a little bit worried about all the space that K1 is getting?
I think you could be a little bit concerned. Like, one of the counters to the Enigma, you know, oftentimes people think of like, oh, the Wraith King, you just got the second life, but Gyro's not too bad either. If you've got that side gunner going with some damage, with some lifesteal, it's gonna be going, right? Like, even if you could just very quickly press the Satanic as the Enigma's jumping in, that can oftentimes just keep you alive in a lot of these engagements, especially if you're able to get like a Fatal Bonds off as well.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And the rest of the cores are doing a relatively good job at keeping up in farm. I think kind of the big thing is just the supports on Aster are also finding their much needed gold. Uh-oh, K1. There's a big pick-off if they can find it. They've got the damage required. A great movement coming out from Aster. 3-man rotation to the triangle, and they're able to slow down K1's gyro.
Finished up that Lotus Orb on Monet as well, like that. They were able to spot out Warlock as well, hanging around that area, so Stinger's had to TP all the way back to base so that he just doesn't accelerate Monet's farm even further, and now he feels confident. Now he feels like
Gojira. He's got a hook shot into the middle. They've got C-Smile on the high ground as well to offer the ball to Makissa's damage, but Baboka instantly steps in, stops that one in its track, and now Beast Coast, they're playing with a numbers disadvantage. Whisper's going to look to assassinate PGL on the Dazzle, but that will be all they get out of it, and they might lose Stinger as well. Baboka has got the combination back up to toss Stinger closer to Monet's position. As Aster, they've got the ball rolling now. This tower's going to soon fall after the successful team fight.
That Wraith Pact is just doing way too much, man. He's going in to try and delay things as much as he can. They're trying to predict here with Baboka just a little bit short on the Blink Dagger. If he had it, Whisper was also dead.
They're onto
they might
another.
find
They're
a
onto
better
K1.
target. K1.
This is a big kill. That's going to be the second time in the row that they should be able to kill off the Gyrocopter. Monet gets the kill. Whisper's able to at least deal with the Enigma as he tries to TP out. They're even smoking to catch up to Monet, but he's way too fast.
Way too fast, and he has the Dazzle standing behind him. I think Picho, he will have learned as well from that previous experience up towards the top side. He doesn't want to be super close to this Bristleback anymore so that you just get the damage plus the silence through onto both of them. He will be maxing out the Shallow Grave from here on in.
This has to be some big concerns for Beast Coast now, because I feel like Aster with that tower being claimed, they can definitely consider Roshan next.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think the one thing that they might be waiting for is this pipe on XXS. Like we were predicting, they were going to just, well, never mind. Call down, well, maybe yes. He's just going to be an aura bot this game. Obviously, already having the Wraith Pact, he's going to go into the pipe. Beyond that, maybe a Boots of Bearing as well, just to give it a bit of extra speed over to the Bristleback. Reduce some of the slows coming out as well. It all feels kind of nice to me.
Tower is under attack.
Even just the Aghanim shard, honestly, on the Enigma feels kind of nice, although you really shouldn't be channeling the Black Hole all that long.
Yeah, it's really, I think, a Black Hole they're going to use for pickoffs. Is Baboka and Ori. Let's scout out Gojira. That kill might open up the pit. You see, Instant Monate is going to turn his attention over to Roshan, so the Clockwork is all their vision and also maybe a hook shot in to steal it, so that's really the best pickoff they could have got.
Might even just look like for, I know I'm talking a lot about XXS, but a Lotus Orb after this. You've already picked up one for Monet, but just to have that extra spell for your team is going to be pretty impactful. And we saw previously the silence on the Dazzle could turn a team fight around. If you were able to just remove that, suddenly the fight's still yours.
I think the big thing now for Beast Coast is just you need to split push the map. Oh, K1 was under the wall. Dude, Baboka again, man. This Tiny, you can't give Aster the Tiny. K1 is going to try and get the call down along with the Ultimate Kisses as well. Gojira's in with a combination. It's a decent amount of damage, but where is the follow-up? No one else on Beast Coast to be seen. They don't have Whisper nearby. Monet is going to charge down C-Smile. Forced to pop the haste to reposition. They'll turn their attention to Stinger and the Trillanners again. Baboka, he started the fight. He's going to be able to end it as well, but they need to respect the turnaround. Warlock was able to drop the rock before they secured the kill, but Monet, he seems unkillable at the moment, turning his back. The Spirit Vessel finally doing the job.
Yeah, they're happy enough just to claim the Aegis this time around, but that's how fearless they are right now on Aster. They're just like, we are going to run at you. We've got auras out the wazoo. And good luck. It was a pretty decent hookshot coming through from Gojira. It's unfortunate that it was just a couple of seconds too slow to be able to assist K1 and allow him to get some of those flat cannon shots off once the Fatal Bonds had connected onto everyone. It really feels like for them to stand any kind of chance, it needs to be the perfect team fight for Beast Coast. Like all 5 spells being used in full unison, whereas for Aster, it's really just on the back of Baboka. If he gets a good toss through, he's happy.
They definitely have that capability because they're all their ultimates, but I just think there's a big concern in regards to what the BKBs are going to be able to do for Aster. I mean, Monet is finally looking to complete that after the Aghanim Scepter. But I don't know if they're starting
no one else really needs it. That's the thing. No one else needs the BKB other than Monet.
Oh,
they've gotten the backline. Nice use of the shard there.
Inside the river though, Baboka. He's going to toss Gojira away. Be able to get the kill. Meanwhile, Whisper has to use a defensive coil as well to get out of harm's way. But I believe Beast Coast, I'm under the assumption they need to avoid fights, and K1 needs probably BKB and Silver's Edge, so maybe they can deal with the Bristleback. So I don't think they can look to defend the tower as Baboka. Again,
imagine that.
Imagine that. The Tiny always getting the jump onto a key component, and this time it's going to be Singer that they take out of the equation.
I did like in that previous fight, C-Smile putting a lot more emphasis onto targeting down that Wraith Pact totem, because even then, like, you're up against a Bristleback, you're up against all these auras, his damage being buffed, the lifesteal, a Dazzle just making him stronger and stronger as the fight goes on after someone's already been picked off by Baboka, and then you've also got reduced damage. Like, it's just way too much to handle. So, for now, he's going to use that little shredder to be able to deal with it. Maybe... yes, the flat cannon could, but I really don't ever see K1 being in a position to freely hit that. If you are, you're getting just smashed down by a
K1,
Zeus.
you got to get out. Run, sir. No, don't sell stuff. They're coming. They're coming. This cliff ward's still not taken care of, and 5 deaths on your Gyrocopter is second in the net worth, but there's just too many deaths for your carry to be able to combat this Bristleback.
It's just so fast. That's the thing about Chinese Dota these days. For people that aren't used to watching it, it is fast. It is heavy team
Baboka
fight.
as well, it might have the...
lanes.
Dude! Support Tiny almost being able to blow up Whisper. They had the Thunder God's Wrath. Maybe that would have been enough. Oh my lord, there's a Midas on Stinger. Ultra late game, baby.
Okay. But you do you, bro.
The group up like they want to take the fight here. Gonna be on Gojira to get the jump.
Midas into existence. I was talking about Misery's POS 5 CM gets the Midas. This kind of feels similar.
I'm gonna let another tier 2 tower go down. This time it's gonna be beastcoast that are able to kill Baboka before he gets the initiation.
Now they can fight.
They're able to snap the core though. Stinger's gonna be in with the rock, but where's the follow-up damage? They've already used the Mortimer Kisses. You see the sustain coming out from XXS along with PTO or Monet just acting as the bodyguard, putting himself in front of the rest of Aster, so Beast Coast had to push past the Brissaback to deal with some of the supports.
Yeah, good luck doing that. And it's even going to get worse, right? He's level 18, he's going to have that BKB available for himself. They use the hook shot, so they're not going to be able to re-engage, and yeah, this is the thing. They had to use so much just to kill a single Tiny in attempt to go onto the Bristle. They're far too far ahead. Really does feel like it's all on the back of K1. He needs that BKB.
Yeah, and they see K1 if it continues to farm up top. You already see they're starting to part that way to maybe block off the retreat. They even want to control the triangle as well, considering their next objective is going to be the T2 tower.
Oh, there's an eventual avenue for them to get back into this game, but it's just, it's so late that I don't know if it's ever going to get to that stage. With that in mind, I kind of get the Midas purchase by Stinger, because he's like, look, if we're going to lose fights, like, Gyro doesn't want to take fights. So we may as well just play for something that's going to happen in like 10 minutes time, and the Midas is going to pay for itself, get me a bunch of levels by that stage. So I guess that's his mentality, right?
Gojira. Nice hook shot. Yeah, I'm in agreement. I feel like, at least with the mentality from Beast Coast, because I feel like they will be able to have a lineup that can excel late game with all their team fight ultimates, and I do think it's a relatively decent Gyrocopter game as well, with how you're able to match up versus the Brissaback. It's just a question of, can you get those items, because he's finding his farm, but the deaths are really hindering how he's able to kind of deal with Aster early on. So we're looking at, I don't even know if they're going to be ready for this second row, so I'll probably have to defend it, because if you give that over to Aster, they'll look to go high ground.
I don't think they'll be ready at all. I mean, if they have the Morbid Mask, that's going to be kind of nice, I suppose, just to be able to fight somewhat into it, but there's no real other timings that are set to come. Oh, I do like this. They're realizing that we need to go around our Satanic timing. Previously, you had the Shadow Blade queued up on K1. C-Smile's the one getting it instead, going straight into that Silver Edge.
Got a decent board in the river as well that scouts out multiple heroes and Aster starting to part their way top.
And this is the thing, they might be lacking a little bit in vision, but they're just using the Eidolons for that purpose. They know they've got enough push just with Monet putting himself on the front lines there.
Need to keep tabs on Baboka's positioning. Starting edge forward in the tree line, seeing if he can get that jump on a K1. They're going to back off, respecting Beast Coast. Meanwhile, this tower is taking a bit of damage. Hey, you'll take that. T1 tower down mid, let's go.
Yeah, really helps around that Roshan as well, right? And they are eventually wanting to fight. To travel into the bottom lane, they're pinging it out as well, I believe, for C-Smile showing himself down there. So I wonder if that'll give them an opportunity to just start running down mid, knowing that they're not able to, the Snapfire isn't able to use his Mortimer's Kisses to really make that impact. And yeah,
they see K1, I think, with the ward. You know exactly the Gyrocopter's positioning. Smoke's gonna pop. They get the Thunder God's Wrath for the vision, and again, K1. The wards from Aster this game has been incredible to scout out where Beast Coast are always across the map, and Monet instantly veering his attention over to the Warlock as well, making sure there is no escape. And now up the higher ground they go.
No cliff. They can push forward. They've got that Wraith Pack. They've got the pipe available. It's so much to have to deal with. Even just the regen coming through from the Bristle. Sure, you've got the Spirit Vessel, but I don't think you want to just toss it onto anyone. They have plenty of Lotus Orbs.
Can they take this fight without every hero on Beast Coast? They're going to try. Mortimer Kiss is doing a lot of damage onto XXS on the backline, but the Grave will keep the Enigma alive, and meanwhile, they just tossed in Gojira. So that's your ultimate's now wasted. and you won't be able to set up for a defense to be able to protect once the rest of Beast Coast spawn. So full set of barracks, you lose the clockwork, and another successful fight for Aster.
Have you seen one black hole this entire game? I'm pretty sure it was just that solar usage down bot, right? Maybe there's been a second. But it's just such a good read on this game by XXS to say, well, now I've got the Blink Dagger, now I can make plays. So the fact that I haven't really, this hasn't been a key component of my team fights so far, now you're just going to have this surprise factor coming through as well. So Beast Coast already have so much to be wary of in Bobica that it just feels so overwhelming. Our in bottom could be a little bit of a difference maker. I believe they might have the, there's the Silver Edge completed. So this is it. Like, if Beast Coast don't win this fight around the Roche Pit, I struggle to see them being able to come back into this game. They're getting a bunch of nice neutral items as well. The Psychic Headband really does help out either Puck or the Warlock to be able to have that ongoing impact, but they're just taking away a lot of these towers that will be useful for the buybacks.
Ogre. Again, man, the vision across the map from Aster. Getting a glimpse of Gojira's positioning. They'll get the kill, they've got the break as well, but look at Whisper jumping in the middle. The Coil's gonna hold back some of the numbers of Aster. K1's gonna move forward as well. It's an incredible use of the rock, and the Gyrocopter finally be able to pump out the damage in the middle of the fight. They've taken multiple heroes out of the equation, but still you haven't dealt with the raid boss on Monet as he just charges into the middle. They've got no answers to the Bristleback, and Gojira already tried his best to enter in, but it was really Baboka, the Tiny, starting the fight, giving them that advantage to blow one hero up.
And it really feels like that was the absolute best scenario you could have possibly hoped for. Yeah, we might want to see a quick replay of that one because it was a great call by both teams. Being able to join the fight from the back lines was K1, but again, just Bobica starting out the fight, taking out a key hero that's needed to engage. Silver Edge. Unfortunately, the damage follow-up just wasn't there. BKB being popped, making sure that the cooldown wasn't going to be able to do anything. Portable kisses, ineffective. See, K1 is able to do a lot, just not enough quite yet to be able to use the hard way too quick.
Does show some signs of lack, which I think is going to be an important thing for Beast Coast. But it's just now a question, can you go into the second most advantage that Aster are going to be playing with? In fact, they want kills again. But Bokeman, this guy is everywhere finding the pickoffs, and unfortunately there is no one to hook shot to get him out.
Mounty! Can't keep getting away with this, man. Like, this is the first man that's sick. And the one thing that I was going to say that maybe Aster could change to play this game even more perfectly was they didn't have a gem. They hadn't taken away all of the map control. And I was thinking, well, maybe that's just because they've got this Zeus that has the
bottom lane, see smiles?
Oh, the random use. Come on, Aster.
Would he be at the damage?
Is under attack.
No. Not a chance. Oh, Bobica's found
might have to BKB. He might have to BKB, but he's not going to get it off fast enough. He's going to go for a TP out the right clicks. Oh, no. Oh, God.
It was XXS that ended up taking that black hole Aghanim shard as well. I was thinking maybe the Bristleback might have done it, just for even more damage to be able to throw out there. Some slows for the backline, perhaps a BKB, sorry, a Blink Dagger disable, throwing out that hairball, but...
The rest of the team's a little bit far away. They get the break, but Monet. Oh my god. Dude,
so
what
just chill out, bro.
Oh, he's about 225 Denog. Oh my lord.
Yep. I think they might have scouted out that smoke. The rocket flare was flying over them at the time, so they're going to stay mostly inside the base, except for heroes like...
They see Whisper.
Yes, they do.
Doesn't seem like they
saw Whisper. He is gone now. I'll see you later, Gyro Courier, standing in the middle of nowhere for some reason.
Has been killed.
Look at how fast they're playing on Aster. They're instantly starting to move bottom. Hook shot. They're going to try and get rid of the Dazzle. That's a big nuisance with the Grave and the Sustain, but Papoka tossed back to XSS. They're going to need a way to be able to counter the ultimate, but XXS doesn't want to turn around with the black hole. They don't even need it as Monet. Oh my god, dude. Oh, this
25.
hero is nuts. Gojira as well, caught up from Ori and XXS. And it's now time to siege the high ground.
I think it just comes down to the fact that these lanes are just way too strong. Bristle, Dazzle, insane with the amount of minus armor that you're able to get. I've already talked at length about the Enigma plus Tiny. It's just... Gotta get out of the laning stage. It's a good spot if you're going to stand any chance against Aster. And Mortimer's Kiss is just used to try and clear out a couple of creeps. That's when you're in desperation territory.
They're in mid lane as well.
Middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Just going to continue pushing on in. Nothing they can do to stop this full-on onslaught coming from Aster. It would be a miracle if they had to come back into this game.
Again, the jump onto Gojira. It's always felt like Aster are the ones initiating these fights. Sting is not long for this world. Why not go in, Monet? I don't blame you want to dive the touch. You might even get a couple of right clicks, just get the kill onto Whisper. Is he going to be okay with the phase shift to protect him? They do have some buybacks to work with, and there's one out of Stinger.
This is one of those times where I wish we had the player cams, because the laughing coming out from Awaken, realizing that the base skill himself saying, I want to die with them. It's not the grave that they needed, and they'll use it.
Oh no, K1 not like this. Alright. It's a good ultimate, but there's no follow-up. K1 buys back, but he's nowhere to be seen with the rock. And that will... they're going to smoke and double back in. Why not?
Silly
ages as well.
There's no coming back into this game. It honestly, I mean, quickly have a look at the win probability as well. It was bad. Very early on, even like 8 minutes, it was already sitting at 78%. So, big win for Aster, very well deserved. It all comes down to the draft. You got to get rid of this Tiny. It's just a crazy amount of tempo that they know how to play around so effectively.
Yeah, I think the big thing we're really going to be looking at in game 2 is where the priority is set between both sides. I don't remember who had prior in game 1. I think if maybe
Aster
look
chose
to
second pick that game.
Okay, so maybe again, hopefully you have first pick on Beast Coast and you pick up the Tiny, because they do have the capability to play the Tiny. Like Gojira has a very good position for Tiny. You can flex it on Chris Luck as well if you want to. You need to get it out of the hands of Baboka, but he also has multiple other heroes to play with as well. And it's also a question of they had so much vision advantage. Like this was, we spoke a lot about just the supports in general from Aster with their warding, their de-warding. Of course, they had a Zeus as well, which also makes it a little bit more difficult.
Eventually.
The gem, it's just, yeah, Aster, their lineup looked clean, but you have to execute it, and they really did that perfectly.
Yeah, for sure. They are, at the moment, I mean, they're shaping up as the potential opponents of LGD for the eventual grand finals. They are looking real solid, and we have to remember they were one of those teams that did pretty well against them during the DPC as well. So I'm keen to see if they're able to keep the ball rolling, but we'll have to wait. I'm going to throw to a break for game number 2. We'll see some highlights before then, but we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play, with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
an incredible performance from Team Aster puts them a game up here in our second best of 2 of the night. Danog, what are we looking for out of Beast Coast to try and look to tie the series 1-1?
Ban that freaking Tiny. So we'll see. I think we're already into the draft, so let's look into the game itself. And they have. Okay, good. Step 1 accomplished. Now, this is the way that China like to draft. They draft beefy heroes that have good team fight, and they make themselves really hard to kill. That's normally with one laning support that's really defensive, one that's more offensive to be able to create those pickoffs that enable like a pos 3 with a ton of team fight or a pos 2 with a ton of team fight. And then one's job is to hit the towers. It's very regimented. It's very like categorized. You do this game, every single game. So I think it's up to Beast Coast to try and upset that momentum a little bit. And the way to do that is with these flex picks like the Snapfire.
We'll see what route they want to go down, if it's going to be Snap Clockwork, Snap Park.
Earth Spirit.
Oh, we get a treat of the Gojira Earth Spirit. Okay, a lot of team fight for Beast Coast to kick off the first phase.
Bit of a deny pick as well. You know, Bobica would say Earth Spirit, Monkey King, and the Tiny are his 3 most played heroes by far. So we'll see if they even...
remaining.
I guess it's not really denying it away considering they've already picked the Monkey, but this might now provide them with a whole lot more information to be able to take into the later stages of the draft. They can go ahead and pick like an offlaner that isn't necessarily the best matchup against the Monkey King, but you don't care quite so much.
We'll see how Aster are going to look to address this. Are you expecting an Ori hero to be picked up?
Maybe, but potentially even a Monet hero, to be honest. Like, I wouldn't hate a Sunseeker or something like that here. They go the Visage instead. All right, just a little bit of the offlane. It's a strong duo combination. Of course, Monkey King able to output a ton of damage, really buffs up the Visage, really that front line. Not necessarily a tank, but you do soak up a good amount of damage and are able to turn it back around the other way. Longer team fights, of course, great for a Visage in the laning stage. So I don't hate this opening coming through from them, and we saw how yesterday XXS was able to play a fantastic Visage game.
It does give them another way to be able to take objectives. Of course, we saw last game with the Enigma for XXS. Definitely enabled them to be able to find some early towers, and the Visage is going to be able to play a similar role as well. So they have at least that box checked out for Team Aster, more than likely their side lane. Now, what heroes do Aster need to get rid of to really protect the XXS on the Visage, though?
East Coast's
I'm not even sure they need to specifically protect it. Like, they're looking to get rid of the Enchantress because, of course, very strong laner. If Monkey King's wanting to stand there and man fight, you don't want to be able to take away the Jingu. So it makes a lot of sense. Even just something like the Juggernaut, it's something that Beast Coast has gone back to the well to several times, and it's something that K1 does very, very well. So I think that might be the avenue that they're going to be going down unless it gets banned out in this phase. I'm also looking to the later stages of this draft because Picho, I was mentioning Fishman playing for Entity. He doesn't have the widest hero pool. Picho is kind of a similar one where it's like Wyvern, Dazzle, Phoenix, Treant. Those are his go-tos. So I wonder if they're going to look to prioritize his pick next. Obviously, the Wyvern isn't fantastic into the Snapfire or the Earth Spirit. Just a ton of magic damage means that it's not going to be massively impactful. So perhaps something like that... that Dazzle might be the better option. Again, it provides a lot more of that minus armor. Yeah. I think it's a really good ban just to focus a little bit more towards it.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think with Picho as well, I've been incredibly impressed with his performances so far through the group stages. One thing I was mentioning for Aster and kind of their last roster, that maybe some of the inexperience from White Album on the major stage was hindering them a little bit, and I was unsure if they would have a similar issue with Picho stepping in from the Academy roster of Aster Ares, but so far he's been very impressive.
Do you own that roster?
I do own that roster. Yeah, it's a star sign roster though, so I don't know. Aries are kind of losers, Capricorn's where it's at.
10 seconds remaining.
It's all about the cancers. I'm a crab. I'm a crab.
5 seconds
Imagine being a crab. Can't relate. Freaking loser.
Crabs are great. Big pincers to be able to get you. But I wonder what Beast Coast are going to go. Like, I would look to go down... I don't hate the Chen, actually. I mean, it's something, again, paired together with that Juggernaut that's very good if they, again, choose to go for that. Bassi ring to be able to start feels kind of nice, or just the headdress. It's all about just having that early game impact, right? And Chen is exactly what you need to be able to bully the Visage out of lane as much as possible.
Does reveal that the
5
Snapfire is going to be
seconds
played in a
remaining.
core role, whether that be on Whisper or on Chris Lock, though.
Have they played the Earth Spirit in the offlane at all? I kind of feel like they have. Maybe I'm mistaken.
They have
It
not,
is a
not into a 3 at
Schofield.
least.
It is a Schofield / Gojira hero, like through and through, right? So I think they just really are about upping the tempo as much as possible. It's really going to be, for me, around the level 6 timing for Beast Coast this game. That Magnetize is going to do a body of work against this Visage once he's able to get it. And I think that needs to be the main focus, because Aster, in that series against Spirit, where they were able to take the 1-1 result, it was on the back of a lot of push coming from XXS. So if you're able to make that rotation early on and kill the Visage, maybe keep the Familiars unavailable for a bit of time, then suddenly the map is much greater for you to be able to farm for yourselves. You know, you're not under the threat of just a lot of your farm being
10
taken away by these
seconds
heroes that
remaining.
have the capability to do it, right? Like Puck shoving out lanes and taking jungle
5
camps. Even
seconds
the way that
remaining.
Boboka plays Monkey King, he emphasizes a lot more into the Primal Spring, just to, of course, have the movement around the map, but shoving out lanes, finding the pickoffs, getting his farm. He's by far, in my opinion, the Monkey King that ends up with the most farm at the end of a lot of these games.
Puck's going to be picked up here for Aster. So it is picked into, some would say, a nice matchup in regards to the Earth Spirit
Beast
against the Puck.
Coast's
So at least they
turn
will
to
have a
pick.
little bit of control. But you need that follow-up coming out from Beast Coast. The Void Spirit could be something they're considering. Even an Ember Spirit if they want to go... Oh, actually banned out. Apologies from Beast Coast. I don't believe you're looking to put Snapfire mid. I think you want a bit better of a response to deal with the Ori Puck.
10 seconds
I
remaining.
think it's doable. It's just you need something in that off lane that's going to be
5
able to deal with the
seconds
puck as well,
remaining.
right? Like, what gives you that instant lockdown? It's not being picked a ton this tournament, but
Team
I don't hate a
Aster's
Dragon Knight this
turn
game.
to ban.
Go the Bat Rider instead. I mean, it's decent enough, and they actually aren't revealing anything, right? They've still got that second pick. We've seen both Whisper and Chris Luck play it. So feeling like it's viable. And again, it's just something else that's going to be able to deal with that Visage in the damage over time aspect. It's going to be able to find the Monkey King and the Warlock on the back lines. I really don't hate it.
It's an
5
incredible pick.
seconds
These guys
remaining.
play really well with the Bat Rider, and they play a fast-paced tempo with the Bat as well from South America, where it's like the drums into boots of travel. It's not this... Sorry, the drums into boots of bearing. It's not the build where we see the Bat Riders go boots of travel into the BKB, and I think this will be best suited because Beast Coast are going to look to run this game over. You've got Warlock, very immobile, doesn't provide too much in regards to the early team fights. Visage as well is going to look for like the Wraith Pact mainly for XXS. So I feel like for Beast Coast, if they can get a hero... We'll see, because K1 really likes this farm-intensive late-game hero that's able to secure, but do you feel like they can go down that route? Because it looks like they are best suited just to run at Aster.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I was honestly thinking that they were still, again, leaning towards the Juggernaut, but they end up banning it out. We're seeing a lot of these ball up and go and damage over time heroes, position ones go away. Honestly, they might even just gyrocopter again.
10
You know, just lots of little damage against the Visage, buffed up by the Chen with the slows coming through. You're able
5
to,
seconds remaining.
of course, dish out some good AoE damage as well. It's a hero that hits its timings pretty early on. Other heroes that go down that route, to a lesser extent, there's like Terrorblade, Troll,
Team
a
Aster's
Wraithkin
turn
perhaps,
to pick.
but we'll see what avenue they look to go down. Bristleback would have been ideal, but of course, given Aster the options to pick it up for yourself, and you can't have that.
Oh boy.
I mean, they need the AoE damage. That it might be Gyro.
Oh boy. They have Sven in the past. It's pretty decent versus Puck.
10 seconds
BKB
remaining.
into the Scepter's a potential to not worry about the coil.
5
I'm trying to think of heroes.
remaining.
You could run a Leshrac 1, honestly, which he has not done, and it doesn't really feel like a K1 hero though, but I feel like it would be best suited for this game. You could.
I wouldn't hate the Purge at all this game. I think it'd be a pretty good pick. You know, going into the Monkey King in lane, it's not that great, but you land that hook onto the Visage, there's no saving him, right? You've got the slows coming from the Penitents. You've got, of course, the Rot that's going to be constantly going. Once you get into the Aghanim Scepter, it's another way to be able to just deal with all these PL illusions, not at all reliant on mana. I'd really like to see it.
What's the call going to be? A couple of seconds left.
Choose your hero.
It's not terrible. It's again, it's a lot of lane pressure. It's also able to go if you go into that. Do you go the Maelstrom build? I guess you do. It's more instances of damage, right? Which is always a good thing against a Visage, and even just the PL, right?
It's an incredibly strong laner as well, which Troll and Chen combined together makes it pretty difficult for, I think, XXS and Baboka to play that lane. Maybe they're going to look to just pull and avoid the Beast Coast safe lane. So it's also a hero that can get active a little bit early, a natural BKB builder, so the coil's not going to be an issue to the later stages. They've got a lot of control as well from Beast Coast, the roll in, Whisper drag back lasso, the cookie as well to jump K1 into the middle. So I don't hate the Troll Warlord. There can be an answer to the Phantom Lancer. You do need to kind of be able to keep up in farm, and I think they have that capability. I like Beast Coast's lineup. I think there's maybe some... I don't know if there's too much synergy with Aster's lineup, because you have like a Visage that can like taking towers early and doesn't scale overly well, and then you go for this Phantom Lancer, which maybe overall in the game aspect is really good because of how single target they can be, but it's not a hero that will group up and help with the siege on Aster.
To me, it's a night and day difference between Game 1 draft and Game 2 draft. I was so confident with Aster in Game number 1. This time around, like you said, that synergy isn't quite there. You think of a Warlock Phantom Lancer lane, it's not incredibly potent, right? The Fatal Bonds doesn't do that much. It's not like a Bristleback or a Juggernaut or a Gyrocopter. These heroes that are able to just amp up that farm by so much. And probably the only thing is like, you do have this Fatal Bonds to be able to pair together with a Puck. That's kind of nice. But it feels like this Phantom Lancer was a little reactive, I suppose, to what Beast Coast had at the time. And I feel like the Troll Warlord is a good enough answer to be able to deal with it. They might even, it's kind of crazy, but they might even go down the route of having like a... They wouldn't Aghanim Scepter on this Troll, would they? Just to be able to constantly be able to use those Whirling Axes, all that mischance, really lessens the impact of a PL.
Maybe. The silence from Puck could be annoying. I think the Scepter doesn't allow you to keep up in farm as much. He does have Battle Fury queued up as well from K1, so I guess we're kind of questioning if it was going to be like a Mjolnir or a Battle Fury. It would be the more greedy route, I suppose. Not crazy, but they get the D-Ward. Very nice. They give K1 solo experience. See, Smart's going to get a little bit out of that.
Yikes. I mean, he's a mid lane. He needs it, right?
That was...
Have a look at the old Snapfire damage versus the Puck. Basically dead even. So this is going to be a fine enough lane for him. So that means that we're going to be seeing the Bat Rider laning up into the Phantom Lancer. I feel like he's going to have just a fine enough time. They really wanted something that was able to, dispel in the lane with that Doppelganger. Jira has to be a little bit careful here. They might be able to just turn on to Whisper as well with the Fatal Bonds damage.
Oh, stick saving wise. Whisper, does it go for PGL?
Can't. No Rolling Boulder. It's just the Boulder Smash available.
A lot of resources expended. It will be a 3-for-1 though in the bounties, favoring Aster. What lane in particular do you feel like we need to be putting a lot more attention on in the second game?
Nice kick by Gojira, just landing more and more harass onto them. I would say Bot's the one that I'm going to be looking at here, just because, again, it's about that level 3 timing that you've got on XXS, but they're going to be running at you before that on Beast Coast. Of course, we've been saying, Troll Warlord, very strong. Got the Penitence available on the Chen, just looking to try and slow down the Visage a little bit here. It kind of does get counted out a little bit because you do have the Grave Chill potentially to be able to just increase your movement speed again, but it's just going to come down to some skills here on both Beast Coast as well as Aster's side.
What's the level 3 timing you're speaking about? Because I feel like the Visage has a really big level 1 power spike, but after that it's usually the enemy's side that has an advantage in the lane.
Not into this lane though. Like level 1, you don't have the advantage. Troll Warlord doesn't need to cast spells, so you're not going to get that instant ramp up of the Soul Assumption. It's a lot slower. And so it's level 3 for the Soul Assumption, level 2 burst for me. And I feel like they're going to have the potential to do that with Bobaker just having to put himself onto the front lines. You can just see here K1's a little bit cautious with his positioning because he knows he's going to get that damage thrown back into his face. Actually ends up going the Gravekeeper's Cloak level 1 just to realizing the strength, I suppose, of the early game that you've got with this Troll Warlord.
And I think they've done a really good job as well to kind of slow down the impact that we can see come out from seeing a small camp and the... I can't remember if that's a medium or... I think it's a medium by the outpost as well. So really good job to be able to kind of minimize the impact that we'll see out of the Chen. But meanwhile, some of the other lanes, we'll take a look how top's looking at the moment. Of course, Whisper and Gojira on some incredibly comfortable heroes. They're looking decent at the moment. The Batrider is into a bit of a counter matchup though in the Phantom Lancer.
It is, but I mean that just means that he needs to look to perhaps focus onto PGL. You know, you've got an an Earth Spirit there with you, so rolling Boulder onto him, kick him back. Unless it's a perfect TP just immediately coming out there without the sticky napalms started to stack up, then might be in a little bit of trouble there on the Warlock. And he's positioning himself very aggressively here, maybe just realizing that Gojira is a little bit low on the mana, so wanting to pull him away, make sure Whisper's not able to prevent PL from farming, because he himself is kind of low on mana.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job. I wasn't expecting how much they would be able to push back Whisper early on. Maybe level 3, we could see them get a little bit aggressive on beastcoast. I do think they need to be considering about making stacks as well for Whisper back in the triangle.
Whisper really want to try and make this turnaround. I mean, they've got the 5 napalm stacks onto the Warlock. This is what they're going for.
See if they're gonna have the damage before they get the kill onto Whisper, and yeah, Monet, they're able to secure that one. They'll also get Gojira as well, and meanwhile, bottom lane, Chen just scurries away on a minimal amount of health, 50 health left standing between Aster and getting the kill, but... And that top lane, they've got a beautiful read on this with PGL and Monet.
They also lost that full creep wave while they were going for the kill, plus like 2/3 of the next one, so... This is Monet already building up a 1k net worth lead in this lane with that double kill.
Is this the second Midas we're going to be seeing on the Phantom Lancer? We've casted a Phantom Lancer so far, right? Have we?
No, we haven't. Not this suit.
We went... Pichu is going to be in a bit of trouble. Once again, the sticky napalm starting to ramp up, but look at Monet as well, just holding back Whisper with the damage along with the Shadow Word, so it's a good job to act as a bodyguard, but Whisper's going to look to move in. Oh, they blocked the roll! The body block! And they don't get the kill as well. Monet, he's able to get rid of the sticky napalm, so Whisper won't put as much damage onto Monet. The Firefly's still got actually quarter duration left, and Monet is going to have some mana to play with thanks to the one. Doppelganger still on court, another roll, but it's off the mark. Gojira and Whisper continuing in pursuit. The Doppel back up. Is he going to juke with the illusions?
Radiant's
Come on. He's still doing it to him.
Oh no! What's going on, dude? But he wants to CS. He's like, come on, guys, I need some creeps. Stop running at me. But in the end, finally, beastcoast are able to get the kill.
Case of lane rash there.
He wanted the CS, but he also just wanted the tower to start hitting them if they continued to dive underneath it. He really needed to clear out those waves as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to do so, but some great juking going on from him nonetheless.
You see, finally we got an opportunity to tab over to mid. See Smile having a decent time, 32-7 compared to the 29-8 on the Puck. They are both relatively even in regards to the net worth. The Puck just having a slight advantage at the moment, but they will both have their level 6s shortly. And how do you feel like we're going to see this come into play in the next couple of minutes with these ultimates?
I feel like you got to deal with this Visage if you're on beastcoast, right? Like, he hasn't died in the laning stage. He's getting an okay amount of farm. It's what you expect going into a troll squad.
See, Smile's going to move top of the Mortimer Kisses. They really want to get another kill onto Monet, and they should be able to. Or he's going to replicate this movement, so at least get a turnaround kill. I don't believe they have the damage for the Earth Spirit as well. Or he's got the orb to work with, but Rajira's tanky enough.
Wants to waste that timing, and even Solica just making sure that he's putting himself towards that mid lane, taking away a bit of that experience if he can. Although ends up using the haste rune just to try and chase down Stinger a little bit. Has he got his Bassi ring coming out to him, or is he just a little bit short on the gold? Might be just happy enough with the Sage's Mask, but it does prevent him from being able to farm as effectively. Right now just holding onto the Wild Wing and the Hill Troll. But yeah,
Dire's
for this
middle
gen,
tower
it's really
is
about
under
that level
attack.
3 timing, just being able to rotate back to the jungle, pick up a lot more farm, because you're not really that scared about K1 dying. Although I say that, and they go on for an attempt onto it.
First thing I need by to be able to intercept this.
So weak and pathetic.
You're okay for the moment. You do see K1's off to a pretty good start in the lane. Tread's already completed. Bring a health as well.
Also the headdress from the champ, so more of that passive regen. Going in, they're really wanting to stack up this damage. Another soul assumption ready.
Should be able to secure with a kill. A couple of right clicks, K1 with the miss chance coming out, but oh, he just gets away. The last soul assumption charge, and now they're even rotating. Gojira is going to come from the triangle, so Aster got to be cautious of how they retreat. Soon going to be able to block off the escape avenue. K1 still sticking nearby in the lane, but now there's the rotation. Oh, Gojira actually misses the roll, but it will not matter. They get the kill nonetheless, and K1 will claim the bounty.
Much better performance coming through from Beast Coast. Everything just makes more sense together, you know? Like, the lane is very strong because the Aster's lane is very weak. It doesn't have the greatest synergy. You've got Whisper really understanding the effectiveness of going up into this Phantom Lancer. So
You might be able to get a kill, Whisper top. DP out from PGL. That is a gigantic kill. Whisper getting solo experience, level 6 now. As had such a good read of how they were going to be able to deal with the Batrider in the lane. His lowest net worth out of the cause. Story? Another miss on the roll from Gojira. This is not what you would expect out of him on the Earth Spirit. They're still pumping the damage, but Ori is able to reposition thanks to the ore.
I was thinking maybe they might have
Bottom
saved
lane as
that.
well, XXS. He's going to be in some trouble. Or he's going to look to TP down. They have the coil to play with, but the TP will take too long to be able to continue the chase.
Under attack.
I was thinking maybe they might have used that Mortimer's Kisses up towards the top side because, like you said before, that level 6, not that he's leveled it up just yet, but that lasso having the potential to kill the PL again, a third death on Monet would have meant disaster. You don't farm as quickly as this Troll Warlord does, so to be...
He's going to enter the secret shot, but Gojira with the ward on the high ground was anticipating this movement. He was in a position, waiting in the tree line,
Dire's top tower is
ready to
under
pounce,
attack.
and the rest of Beast Coast follow up as well.
Do his best to block up a few camps, take away some bounty runes, invade even more onto Monet. He sees it, he's going to have to start running away. TP is available to come through for Aster. No, but they get the silence.
Is under attack.
So if they're going to have the damage required though afterwards, Monet. Just off the sticky napalm, they're going to continue to chase him down. He'll look for a TP up. The roll comes back up shortly. But See Smile snipes it from afar. The Scouter Blast maxed out was enough to help get the kill.
You are so talented.
See, at least these teams use voice lines. We've been missing that throughout most of the day.
Yeah, we have. Been surprised no one's spamming the voice lines as much, but it's a series tournament. We're at the major. Everyone heads in the game.
This is such an important match for Beast Coast, though. They start to fall off the pace a little bit if they're going to lose any more games. Every single one is so valuable, and if Aster take this one, I don't think it's mathematically
Dire's middle
confirmed,
tower
but they
is
would
under
be
attack.
pretty much a shoo-in to be able to secure that upper bracket finish.
I do see though it's a really different look at this second game. You said night and day difference compared to the drafts, and it's kind of showing with how Beast Coast are
Dire's
being able to
top
perform
tower is
early
under
on.
attack.
Minimal net worth lead. K1's off to a great start. See Smile's off to a great start. Whisper's got a free lane as well to catch up. Almost drums completed. And as soon as they complete that drums, Beast Coast is just going to look to run a rampant across the map. You have this hero in the Phantom Lancer that needs a lot of
Dire's top
space.
tower is under attack.
Do indeed, but it's
Hey.
a lot of...
Their boots are traveling in on C Smile. Looking forward. He's got the doppel to be able to protect himself. But they don't get the kill, yes, but
Radiant's
they are
bottom
just
tower
invading
is
into
under
the jungle
Dire's
and
top
making
tower
sure that
has
PL
fallen.
is never freely farming.
Radiant structures are
Yeah, but now he
fortified.
might have the potential to do so, right? You're taking this bottom tower with your siege creep wave. You've got Bobica not
Dire's
staying up in the
middle tower
trees, so
is
he
under
won't be
attack.
able to... I guess he could just
Dire's
stand up there once
structures
the
are
creep
fortified.
wave is removed. But
Radiant's
you've got
bottom
these
tower
familiars,
is
you've got
under
the
attack.
siege creep, plenty to open up this map for Aster.
It's mid lane really where
bottom tower has
a lot of the
fallen.
damage is coming in as well. Beast Coast, they're not going to continue sieging down the tier 1 tower. They do get a decent amount of damage though with the help of the catapult. Might be able to catch out Stinger. Baboka with the down the strike to hold him back. Beautiful micro from Stinger. Double Centaur stun to stop the puck from jumping in. Now they're going to turn it back around. They'll get rid of the Wukongs thanks to the lasso dragging him out of the ring.
See Smile even immediately popping the invis rune. He'll walk underneath the vision right now. So he shouldn't be getting caught out. Use that to be able to turn
Beautiful
things around.
spell
They've got the
casting.
rock.
Ori turns it back around. The rock's gonna get dropped. Even XXS is in the neighborhood. Sting is gonna be playing off the back of the sustain to help beastcoast to escape. The damage, it's not coming through fast enough to secure the kill.
Ori, that's ballsy.
He jumped in. Ori, no, not like this. They get
maybe
the
yes,
kill.
yes,
They
yes.
keep C-Smile alive. He denied himself through a neutral, but even K1, he wants some action. He wants to get involved. Diving deep close to the Tier 2 tower. They'll get rid of XXS as well. Baboka, hang on, you gotta respect beastcoast for the moment.
Do, but they are able to get one of the familiars. That was just a fresh resummon as well coming through from XXS, so he only has the one tie with it now.
Dyer's
Hinders
top
his
tower
farming
is
potential
under
a lot. Already sitting down towards the bottom of all the cores. He really wanted to try and save himself with the double usage of the stun. To accomplish it, and a little bit of miss micro as well coming out there. You appreciate what they've got. Of course, it was a great dream call coming through. Rock dropped, fatal bonds used to its fullest potential, but the damage just a little bit lacking, even with the Visage turning up to that fight.
Oh, what a timing, dude. Shreds one, battle through completed. We'll tab over to mid as Gojira. See Smile nearby, reposition. He should not tick out the help of the extra regen from the tower, but top lane as well. Ori. Lasso still on cooldown for the moment, but Whispers, this should be able to have the damage unless the coil comes out to hold him back. And now, Aster, they are pathing their way top, trying to turn their attention over to killing off the Batrider. And Ori, he was initiated on, but is going to be able to end that skirmish with the kill onto the Batrider.
Nicely done, nicely
Dyer's
done. Ends up
middle
finishing up the
tower is
tranquil
under
boots for
attack.
himself, just wanting that item slot freed up a little bit.
They're smoking to Monet. Double smoke from beastcoast. The roller needs to be on point. They're going to be able to catch up where the real Phantom Lancer is. And now with the damage coming through from the Magnetize, that is huge to be able to continue to slow down Monet's farm.
Radiant are scanning.
Stinger, level 7 on this Chen. It's such a huge timing, right? Being able to secure any creep on the map that you want. He's got the Hand of God available. He's got the mechanism. So yeah, again, it's just
Lane
about
Ori's in
playing around
trouble.
this.
He
Yep.
just used the orb and instantly Whisper is going to run at him. They've got the lasso. He's not going to get enough distance away though. With the coil on cooldown, it will not hold them back. Even Sting is in for good measure. Hang on, Baboka. There's no way. There's no way that... What? Oh my lord, Ori makes it out. Great. Beautifully done from Baboka. Able to connect, hold the back with the boundless strike, and that will be enough for Ori to escape.
That's just... you give a man his comfort, this is what he's going to do for you, right? Hard to believe he's only gold tier on this Monkey King. If there's anyone that I would call Grandmaster, it's Baboka.
Alright.
Bot lane. They want to try and get a bit of a free kill here on the Earth Spirit. A little low on mana. Oh, this is unfortunately on Ori. Dream Call not landing there, and the silence coming just about half a second too late. So that might leave them the confidence again. I mean, they don't have vision up, and immediately looking to try and go for this lasso play. Careful on Ori.
Oh, they got the silence! Oh, Gojira! Beautiful spell casting, was almost on point with the roll, but as long as he has the silence afterwards, in Aster, they are smoking down. Even the Phantom Lance is looking to get involved as well, but the ward in the river, I think, scouted out for Boca. Oh, never mind.
Be a big pick.
See, Smile's going to move on full, but there's no follow-up Aster. They turn to Gojira instead of trying to kill off the Snapfire, and now, beastcoast, they've got plenty of vision to play with.
Repent.
They're going to see PGO.
Boys to play with as well. Sticking here with that Hand of God, with the mech.
Can Aster take this fight? Everyone's coming down for the 5-on-5. It's not the easy kill. Beautiful micro from XXS. The double familiar stun into the rock follow-up as well. But the sustain from the Hand of God, and now the turnaround Monet is in trouble. A double able to reposition the Phantom Rush as well to get some distance, but the Scatter Blast cuts his life away. And on Beast Coast, they'll move to XXS as well. A 3-for-1. And Beast Coast continuing to reign supreme through game 2, and they're not done just yet. Iboka hunted down in the tree line. Whisper should be able to catch him out, as there is nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Dyer's
Oh,
bottom tower
What?
is under attack.
Maybe
going
that
on?
one tree.
Dyer's
That one
top
tree,
tower
they
is
just didn't cut it down.
I thought they
Oh,
saw
no.
him.
Radiant
Oh, there is a
structures
place
are
to hide, apparently.
Oh, just able to get away. What a sneaky little devil, but yeah, still
Dyer's
big
bottom
team fight
tower
win coming
has
out from
fallen.
Beast Coast. 6k net worth lead now, and it's just going to extend even further. Battle Fury finished up quite a while ago, and he is actually building into that Aghanim Scepter. Okay, I really like this build coming through from him. Just spamming it on cooldown. Only costs 25 mana, so even something like a PL doesn't hurt you all that much. You could just use it over and over and over again. As well, we've got a little bit of a pause here, so let's have a little bit of a look back at that last team fight. It's all about just finding the Chen and trying to burst him down. Unfortunately, they were just a little bit slow on the damage to come through. The Fatal Bond's just coming a tiny bit too late, gets off the mech, gets off the Hand of God, and then suddenly, yeah, you have to commit so heavily, and it just means that someone like that Phantom Lancer dies way too easily.
See the emphasis they are putting on to get rid of Stinger on the Chen, but like you said, if you're not perfect with that burst, then it's going to prove to bite you in the back with all the emphasis you're putting on him. You kind of just, everyone jumps in the middle, you don't blow him up, all of a sudden you are in a compromised position, and Beast Coast have multiple ways to continue in the chase. I got to sing your praises as well.
Oh no, you go ahead.
Oh, well,
I think you were about to compliment me.
No, you go. I don't want to.
No, I think you were about to say that my Aghanim Scepter call was on point.
Yeah, well, you did say, well, it was half on point. You were going to say Ags. You were kind of saying it to supplement the Battle Fury, so, yeah, I'll give you a pat on the back. Look, I'd hate for him to finish this BKB and use the Blade of Alacrity on something else, so, yeah, we'll wait for a little
Please
bit.
don't. Please don't. But what I was going to say is before, I feel like Aster now, what they need to play for, they don't want to take another fight. They're going to play a lot more defensively, at least for the next couple of minutes. Get their neutral items, because the key item that they need is Black Deck. They didn't have Ori in that previous fight. That's why they weren't able to secure. What are we all guarding about?
1-8 win a Midas, so they are all in. They feel like the PL is the way to, if he gets late game, they believe he has some matchups where he can take over and 5v1. Of course, you're going to have some team fight synergy coming out from Pichu and the Warlock, but now that Beast Coast see this Midas on the PL, will hold that thought as Ori. The mark on the roll. This is big for Beast Coast if they can D-ward, but they won't be able to. So now for Beast Coast, pretty much you need to address the PL in regards to your itemization. Here is this late game win condition from Aster. We see K1 is doing that with this Battle Fury and potentially Scepter, and everyone else needs to consider going down that route as well, really to itemize to deal with the PL.
He's getting the BKB first, but he will finish that Aghanim Scepter. Yeah, the other thing was as well, like I was saying before, that they need that Puck Dab Blick Arrow. I believe Ori's got it coming out on the courier now, so he wasn't actually part of that previous attempt down on the bottom lane. He was still farming in mid, so that's why they weren't able to pick off the Jets. It's so important to make sure that they've got that sustained removal, because it does feel like you're going to be able to swarm over them as long as you take away a lot of that constant heal, that backline threat that's coming through from Chen, even before he gets the Vlads and potentially the Wraith Pact.
And Vanog, I know you like your little, when you find these intricate kind of mechanics that not a lot of people bring up, I know you like to bring it up often. And one thing you haven't done so far, which I'm quite surprised, is the Snapfire Ag shot against the Phantom Lancer.
I was waiting for him to have it queued up.
I was as well, and he hasn't done it. And now I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have the, have the angle of maybe C-Smell doesn't know about it, because it's also, he's going for this right-clicking position to Snapfire, which maybe you feel like the Ag shot is not something you want, but do you want to share with everyone why the Ag shot is so great versus the PL?
Sure, because if you hit it onto the big ball of creeps, only the real one shows the stun bar over his head. So that could be the big difference in just being able to all in onto the correct hero. Even things like,
they got the silence to start. The roll's going to be off the market again from Gojira. Whisper though, he's able to enter the higher ground. They'll turn them all to be kisses. Maybe they deal with XXS. They won't even require it. They've got the damage. And meanwhile, Gojira, he's still hunting Ori. Gets the silence before the jaunt away. He's got the Waning Rift to make it on the high ground if required.
so close. Bobica just trying to cut some waves as well at the exact same time. His best to run. The stun. Oh, man. Gojira, can he land the roll this time? Okay, well, that one wasn't even close.
Oh god, what a game.
Are scanning.
He's out of remnants as well. He's got 1 in 2 seconds. He's going for it, though. He realizes the importance of being able to about to secure Roshan, but K1 just takes it so damn fast that it's not going to matter.
And what are we expecting out of this Aegis here for Beast Coast? Are we looking for still some items to be picked up until they're going to get aggressive on some towers, or are they maybe ready now to take some objectives?
They just want the Ags on Troll, that's it. Because you've got your BKB timing, you're not going to be... Like, you kind of want to find the PL on the map. Because people can rotate in, you've got the better sustain with the Ken. And if you're running into them, you're not worried about the threat of, for example, the puck being able to find you at the start of the fight, right? So they're going to be playing a lot more of this cat and mouse style. The fact that Bat doesn't have the Boots of Travel is going to hinder that a little bit, I suppose. But it does mean that you've got the potential for PL to just not turn up to any fight. Because you know that if he does, they're just going to burst through him immediately.
Under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Might have that Aghanim Scepter coming out now.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Looking at Bobica.
Dude,
Radiant
this guy is
structures
actually
are
crazy.
Oh my god, if he got that kill onto the Troll Warlord's courier, that would have freed up so much time
Dire's
for this
top
PL,
tower
but
is under
just
attack.
maybe not realizing in the 1 millisecond that it was
Dire's top
passing
tower
over him
has
that it
fallen.
was carrying such a key item.
They're going higher ground though, Danog.
Yeah, like I said, this is all they're waiting for, and the courier has reached K1. He's got the axe. Even just, yeah, look at that. It even dispels the fatal bonds off himself.
Peel needs way too many items to take this fight. I don't know. He's not even close to anything to show up. This one, he's going to hold back the threat of the lasso. Even the Aghanim shot protecting XXS for the moment, they're going to be forced to drop the rock, but this is an ultimate now down, and I don't think there's going to be any follow-up. A beautiful boundless strike holding multiple heroes back with the hand at God, offering the sustain. They've almost dealt with the first slap. He's still alive? Oh my lord, K1.
Yeah, the power of the Chen, man. He's
Look at
been
the
salved up. Almost had it.
700 health away.
Yeah, I think just wait 30 seconds, basically. You just want that mech up again. You've got the Vlads, you've got Hand of God, not really that important, but Dream Coil used, Summon Familiar's used, Rock used, most importantly. So, yeah, I think that's absolutely the play that's going to be coming through from Beast Coast here.
Manta done on Monet. Agshot's going to be queued up next. It's not going to be an easy tier 2 hold. I feel like they're in a position where you need to kind of split up the map, but they feel like they actually have the capability to be able to defend these towers and take the team fight, so...
Not anymore. Not anymore. Not without those ultis. This is going to be... They're going to try and stall the trial you want. It's not going to happen.
One even pops a BKB just to deal with the full set of barracks top. No expire surely. Let's see what Aster are able to do with the Magic Community now on cooldown. No response, so a full set of barracks clean for free on Beast Coast.
Get this tier 2 very comfortably as well, you would assume. Not the threat of going up onto the high ground, you still don't have the rock, you still don't have the second usage of the familiars. Wraith Pact at least on XXS, as long as he's able to drop that down, that can go a long way towards securing yourself a little bit more sustainability in these fights. He's actually been able to find out Monet a little bit here, but he's going to be able to get away in time.
The late 10's going to be pretty important.
Feels like he is itemizing for that high ground defense though, right? Just wanting to go into the Aghanim shard to throw it out, try and stall this out a little bit longer. Let the Midas start to have its greater impact. He's almost level 18, so a little bit of a bonus, I suppose.
They do have really good vision around the triangle here from Aster. Towards bottom as well. You see Ori's on his split pushing shenanigans. Gojira trying to deal with this, but not easy to catch up to. Dude, that roll was from miles away.
Had the Yule Scepter as well to be able to catch him out.
Yeah, and C Smile even has an orchid as well, so if he's ever in a position to find that silence, that could be life or death here for Ori. But that's kind of the position you're in right now. You need to play the fine line of things just to continue to make the space for the Phantom Lancer. He is the second person in the net worth, but it is all on Monet to be able to bring them back in this game.
this a siege creep wave? Of course it is. Looks like they'll only be able to get the tier 2. I don't know if K1's going to have the damage, even as farmed as he is, to be able to go through the backdoor protection. It was best to try. There's also that level 20 as well, so a little bit of a buff up to his damage. Last tier 1 tower removed.
Dire's bottom tower
Do they go
is
high
under
ground?
attack.
That's the only question that we've
Radiant's
got
courier
on our
has
minds
been
right
killed.
now. Smile.
Radiant's
Perhaps
top
with that
tower
Orchid
is under attack.
was confident enough to be able to go up, and yeah, they don't need Aegis to be able to make this happen.
And what Gojira is, the Lurker's going to see him in the tree line as well. This is a pretty big pickoff if they can find it. Wukong's will give them some form of control as well. The upheaval preventing K1 from entering the fight. C-Smile's going to try and turn around with the Mortimer Kiss. There's a decent amount of damage for the moment, but they haven't secured the kill on Aster. A stronghold for them, and they're actually going to look to push on forward. Monet needs to be cautious he doesn't get caught out playing in the tree line. K1 is going to turn it back around, but where's the control? Whisper playing on the left side, unable to enter with the lasso. K1 finally, BKB activated. But once again, the Aghanim Shard protecting XXS and Aster. They've done an incredible job to kite the abilities on Beast Coast, and they're going to look to turn this fight back around. Charging into the middle they go. They'll finally deal with Bahoka. The rock drop to the northern side, but K1 is in. Vincere leashing them together in the middle of the fight. They're going to turn to Monet next as well as Whisper locks onto his target. And there'll be no escape from the Phantom Lancer as finally Beast Coast will be able to deal with multiple members on Aster.
This might be it. I mean, buybacks starting to come out. They just came off, they just got money for it, excuse me.
That was a cute trick. One more
Keep pushing in though. I think you'd be very happy with these quick spams and heals by that. It makes the bridge fight so much easier for you.
They're going to buy back on the PO. They need to get something out of this. It was 4 buybacks on Aster. It's an incredible coil, but C-Smile's still got the BKB to work with. They're going to turn to K1, but this guy with the Arcane Scepter is not easy to kill at all. They're making quick work of it, but it will not matter. But Boruka's down and out for the count, and now they'll look for Ori next. The Orchid into the roll. He's going to buy back at least to work with K1 still charging into the middle. Again, XXS. They can't deal with this Arcane Shard, and they're going to be able to get him. It's such a grave cost though from Aster. That's all 5 buybacks.
Heavy investment. They have to land Roshan. They have to pray that it's up. I'm hearing a lasso. That is a dieback.
Matter.
There is tranquility.
Not like this.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's what they're doing right
You
now.
are so delicate.
What does that even mean?
What do you think it means?
Dude, I think it was like a laugh. I don't know.
My thrift rewarded.
Such a... Oh, I'm not even gonna say it. Yeah. Anyway, that's what all the SA fans in chat will be doing right now because Beast Coast are just rolling over this game. They are having a fantastic time. Picking up the haste rune for Batrider. Oh, they've got spider legs, the Quicksilver amulet as well. They can just look to sit back. Now they have the freedom to wait for the next Roshan, right? You're not worried about this next big timing coming out from the Phantom Lancer or honestly anyone else on the team. During that previous fight, well, would have been good perhaps. I'm not sure if we have a replay of that last fight. No reason to blame production if they don't because it was so long ago, but it was something that I just wanted to focus on. They are putting so much emphasis in trying to kill Crystalline. That's the big thing, because he's the one that's going to be able to deal reliably with this Wraith Pack totem. I thought XXS did a great job of preventing the, not using it until the very last bit of that team fight.
Radiant are scanning.
We'll have to wait and see if there is a chance to be able to show something, but the importance of just using that little shredder to clear that out, reducing the burst damage that eventually did come through, it's just way too overwhelming, but I think we will have time. There's another smoke coming out from Aster. They realize that this might be their last-ditch attempt. They know
K1's
Roshan
alone
has the
for the
potential of
moment.
being up, you know?
Need to get a glimpse of the Troll's position. Rory's going to be able to find him. The Gen Control needs to be perfect. Can always play around with the BKB. These Crows are starting to part their way to the Troll. It's great to force out a battle trance as well. Coils out. There's the BKB. That is a win in itself. Along with the hand that got expended, but Whisper is looking to enter the fight from the right side. Lasso at the ready. They don't even require it to get rid of the Boca. And Whisper's going to turn to leash over the Phantom Lantern, dragging him closer to see Smile. The Rock would delay the damage at the moment, but regardless, it comes out afterwards. And dieback onto an A. K1's onto his next target as well, as even PGL will stand his ground because they recognize this one is over and done with as Beast Coast. A much needed victory, taking down the team at the top of the table.
It's a huge win for them. And again, it all goes back to the draft. Just the respect that this over to Aster was so far ahead of what we saw in that game number 1. You cannot give them the tiny. You cannot let them have second pick and pick up the Enigma in the second phase. This is something that is just the bread and butter of Aster. This time around, they changed things up. They were much more clever about some of these bans coming through. They kept the flexibility available as well, saving that Batrider until towards the end of the draft. And I just thought it was a fantastic performance all throughout from Beast Coast, well deserving of the victory, putting them to 4-6, I believe, on the win-loss ledger. So that's still, in contention for one of those upper bracket slots if they have a good remainder of the day. But it certainly is a win that not a lot of other teams are going to be able to claim against a team as strong as Aster.
Yeah, without a doubt. Aster have been looking incredible so far, dropping to one game to Na'Vi and one game to Spirit, but now also Beast Coast are going to be able to add them to the mix as well. So a really important game victory, like we were mentioning towards, because they were kind of the middle of the pack, a threat of being down one of the stages, I should say one of the placements of elimination, but not the case here. A 1-1 tie for our second series of the night. We're going to send this over to a break, and when we come back, we've got our third series ready to go.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is falling. Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play, with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Howdy, and welcome back to some more Dota action. It's day number 3. We're back on the D stream. We're ready to give you some Dota. That's what the D stands for. It stands for Dota, and we're looking to have some good games here. Starting off with a good, strong first series. I'll be joined by Black again. We're never separating. We're Siamese twins at this point. We're sticking from hip to hip, and I forget what that movie is with Matt Damon. Something. I think
The Thing.
Yeah, no, not The Thing. But that is a great movie, and I am trying to see it in theaters. It's in theaters right by me right now. So should be fun to watch. But what should also be fun to watch is this series. It's Outsiders against Thunder Awaken, and two teams that are playing. And it has not been the best run for them so far. On the other side is Outsiders, who are 1-3, so not really.
Too hot. Liquid is 4-4. Like the top is pretty separated right now. We got 8-0 on LGD, 7-3 on Royal Never Give Up. But yeah, a lot of people, a lot of teams said Outsiders are a team to look out for. So we're really gonna see when that like blossoms, right?
Yeah.
Because last time we casted them, they played.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nowadays, just because the laning phase is so important and getting out of that early game strong just catapults you into a massive mid game. And most of the time, if you have a big lead in the early game, you just don't lose in the mid game anymore.
Yeah, it seems like snowballing is definitely an effective strategy at the moment, and we'll see which team does it the best. It just feels like these games are kind of at least put in a solidified spot in the first like 17, 18 minutes or so. Doesn't mean the game's going to go that way, but I would say 80% of the time, whoever's winning at that point is going to win the game. And I know that that's like such a
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's the point stat, but it definitely felt like in other patches that early in the game, it was more open for comeback and more open for both teams to really take the game, right?
Yeah, let's just say you can't really afford yourself to pick like a quote-unquote late game draft anymore, because if you pick a draft that loses early game and is supposed to come on a mid-late game, you might already be so far behind that you just lost the entire map control, gold advantage is way too big, and sure, even though you were supposed to be stronger, you just get out-itemized and you can't do anything.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it feels like teams are still trying to do that
5
too.
seconds remaining.
Play
Sometimes.
late Dota, and they just never really
Thunder
get
Predators
there.
turn to ban.
They fall just a little bit too far behind, and I think maybe even teams are still trying to balance that, right? Like how far a draft can fall behind before you're forced to really change it up,
10
right? Like
seconds
you
remaining.
can't be 6, 7, 8K behind.
But for example, like
5
why pick a
seconds
Terrorblade if you
remaining.
can just pick a Bristleback who hits harder than a Terrorblade and also has one of the best laning phases in the game, you know? It's like, are we really going to be investing into that late game? Sure, if we're both 6-starred, you're going to win, but I'm going to be 6-starred, you're going to be 3-starred, and you just lose.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see what happens. Outsiders, again, with the Doom Marcy. It's not the greatest dual lane, in all honesty. It might be a Marcy 5. Doom... Yeah, it's just going to be a farming lane. Most carries are pretty happy against Doom, but Doom, at the same time, also very happy. Most of the time, at least, unless he gets completely pressured out of lane, which heroes like Monkey King can do, or even like heroes that we don't see much, like
10
Anti-Mage,
seconds remaining.
any sort of pressure carry, Ursa Warrior
5
even.
seconds remaining.
Well, that's also if Doom's down in the 1 position, right? Like we've seen a few of those games
Thunder Predators
so
turn
far.
to ban.
But I don't want teams that are not super comfortable in it doing it. Like when Talon did it, it looked great, except they didn't really know when their power spikes are and when to end the game with it. So they just ended up delaying the game too long. They countered the hero with items, and they ended up losing because of it.
5 seconds remaining.
So
Yeah,
banning
and we
out.
have Pangolier Snapfire though, because
Yeah. I like Snap, but we've seen it in multitude positions. Pangolier.
Thunder Predators turn to pit.
Also, 3 or the 2. There's been some players who really know how to utilize that rolling thunder and just absolutely lock down and juggle some of these heroes.
Now, what is your opinion on this? Do you
10
like it that
seconds
every hero has
remaining.
like 3 or 4 viable to go to, or are you more
Dire
like
team pick.
simple-minded and you like simplicity a bit more?
Joy!
It's okay. I mean, I like versatile drafts, but I almost and this is my low MMR brain talking. I almost feel like teams get too confused sometimes, right? Like, oh, we can do
10
so many things with this draft,
remaining.
and then they
Exactly.
get to that last pick and the band, completed,
5
and you're just like,
seconds
okay, but
remaining.
now what do we do? What do we do to get the
Yeah.
right lanes? What do we do to put like this pick now has to be perfect, right?
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm talking about also when we speak about teams like Talon, right? Like I feel like they lost themselves. They lost their identity in this tournament. They were super strong in SEA because of the playstyle they've had, and this tournament they just didn't draft like that at all, and it's going terribly for them. And of course, it's a lot of things at play. It's a LAN tournament, it's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of metas combining and melding into one, but you cannot ever allow yourself to get drowned in other people's meta games, cause that's when you separate the great teams from the good teams. The great teams will always follow their own metas and evolve them throughout the tournament. With things that other teams show them. Oh wow, this hero is really good. How can we implement it into our style rather than let's play their style? Because you're never going to be better at the team's style than the team itself.
Right. Do you think teams kind of get lost watching one team? Like we've heard a lot all over the world, like not just in one particular region,
10
that a lot of
seconds
teams
remaining.
are watching what LGD does. And I think that maybe teams are a little bit
5
too
seconds
hyper-focused on
remaining.
emulating and not being, like you said, losing their identity and not being themselves. Like I think it's okay to try to emulate some things, but of course at the same time you'd love to do more than that, right? You'd love to
it's about
evolve.
adding, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. It's about adding, it's about
Thunder
evolving,
Predators turn
it's
to
about
pit.
just getting better
Razor.
at what you're already doing. Because obviously it works because you got here in the first place. Like, I think a very good example is LGD, when they play Earthshaker, sync you on it, and the team, they look amazing with it, right? Other teams play the hero, they kind of look like, what do we do
10
here? What do we
seconds
do there?
remaining.
And it might be the influence of LGD, that people start picking it more
5
without
seconds
understanding it properly.
remaining.
But when you look at the teams, you just see the glaring difference.
So take me through Outsiders draft at the moment. Razor, Doom, Marcy,
Razor, Doom,
Disruptor. Looking like they need a 1 position. Obviously, we talked about the Doom can be in the 1. Against this lineup, though, there's a decent chunk of lockdown here for Thunder Awaken. That's something that I think a lot of drafts have been missing is lockdown. They're almost trying to like do as much as they can without stuns.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a big fan of both drafts, to be honest. There's a lot of lockdown, a lot of chase. Like, Disruptor Doom is really nice, because usually the weakness of Doom is disengage. You get doomed, you try to run away, but Disruptor can kind of just negate that by glimpsing you back. Marcy is also an amazing chaser. Like, the 4 heroes they have right now are perfect together. We'll see what kind of carry they want to pick to round it out. Something like a Phantom Lancer comes to mind. Just a good matchup into the Morphling. And then their draft looks golden. What does Thunder Awaken need? Do they usually play the Pango in the offlane or mid?
Thunder Predators turn
I'm not too sure, honestly.
I don't have enough info on alone.
Same.
But I would assume...
Dire team ban.
He can definitely play Pango. It's just the question, is it like his comfort zone or not, right? Like, he's going to be landing into a Razor, most likely. Potentially a Doom. So that's going to be fine no matter what. And then they'll be last pick in the offlane, probably.
10 seconds remaining.
They're banning Bat, which is both a mid and an offlaner.
Remaining.
Yeah.
But you said it's more so a mid these days, right? Like, it leans in that particular direction.
It can work as an offlaner, but it's just kind of like Puck, where some teams can make it work potentially, but you just kind of miss your strong timing because you don't have the same levels, you don't have the same net worth. It's much preferred in the mid lane nowadays. Do you think Ramsey's going to run a 1 Doom? I hope not, but he's the kind of guy that would do it.
I also feel like he kind of wants something more, right?
Yeah. The problem is, like, if you pick like a Phantom Lancer, there's still a lot of answers they could pick from the mid lane against that. But I just want them to have a hero that's really good against Morphling. Because come mid game, they don't have great answers to Morphling. Like, what heroes are there?
Thunder Predators turn to ban.
Faceless Void is okay. As I said, Phantom Lancer is great against Morphling. Anti-Mage looks pretty good, but that hero is kind of dead, so...
There was an offlane anti-mage earlier today.
Yeah, but it was against the Medusa, so it was like a very specific case.
Right. True. Fair. Fair and balanced.
It's like, in this game... Yeah, I mean, again, PL looks good. AM looks good. Drow Ranger could even work, potentially.
10 seconds
Unless they
remaining.
want to run the carry Razor and pick another offlane to pressure the Morphling, it can work too.
5 seconds remaining.
There's a bunch of options, but Thunder Awaken will have the last pick, so they can adjust, do whatever they want.
Yeah, we've talked about that too, right? Like, having that last pick just feels so good, and now they go to the Tiny, so it looks like it's going to be that Doom safe lane, Tiny mid, Razor off lane, or you could do the Tiny off lane if you want. Razor
Could
mid.
also be a Razor safe lane, Doom off lane.
It really keeps the draft open enough to maybe react in,
10
again,
seconds remaining.
to what Thunder Awaken do.
5
Yeah,
seconds
and this last pick
remaining.
is not going to be easy for Thunder Awaken. Because the lanes are so flexible, you don't really know where any of the heroes are going, so you can't pick the perfect matchup. What do they need to complete the draft, though? Some burst damage would be nice. And potentially a frontliner too. You have Ogre, who's like a pseudo frontliner, but not the greatest, because obviously it's still just a support. It's a tough pick. Outsiders is very, very tempo based. Like, they want to ramp up the pace ASAP and just kind of run you over. You want to make sure you get a hero that can fight early. What about a good old
You may now select your
Invoker?
heroes.
All right. I was thinking about something like a Keep Off the Light or so, but Invoker makes sense as well. Especially if it's Quartz Wax.
So
Well-
it will be Ramses on the Razor.
Yeah, very interesting. Carry Razor isn't being played super much nowadays. It's still strong and can snowball, but yeah, it's not something that you generally see. I like this Invoker pick a lot because all 3 cores of Outsiders are very mana dependent. 1 EMP can just completely ruin a fight.
Yeah, it is Alone's 3rd most played hero in professional games. He's got a 54% win rate with it. So we'll see how he does with this Invoker. Do you like the matchup against Tiny for the Invoker?
The matchup is a little bit rough early on, especially because it out damages you by like 40 damage probably. So last hitting is going to be very difficult. But as the levels go higher, you just burn his mana. There's no really a kill threat. But generally, I like the Tiny matchup into the Invoker. I think they just picked it because it's just good in the game, generally. But again, they don't have a great frontliner. They're very dependent now on the Ogre giving information and maybe Pangoli having a great game.
Mm-hmm.
If those conditions aren't met, like they don't have anyone that wants to go in first.
So both teams not really lacking lockdown. I would say Thunder Awaken, just from from that perspective, Thunder Awaken have more overall, right? Just everybody kind of gives them some sort of control.
Yeah, they can also turn into like a Tiny on the Morphling, get even more stunts out.
I'll be honest, I kind of like Thunder Awaken's draft more.
I'm inclined to agree, because the Morphling should destroy a Doom lane. Like, Doom can't pressure Morphling whatsoever. And then you have a carry Razor, who is a terrible matchup into the Morphling. I think it will really depend on how well the Penguin can get to this game.
Prepare for battle.
You know, I think teams aside, I would definitely lean towards Thunder Awaken, but at the moment, like, I don't want to discount Thunder Awaken just because their mid is a stand-in. Like, both these teams haven't exactly played perfect. And everybody's at major for a reason, right? Like, I truly think that Thunder Awaken, I could see them taking this game 1, and I mean, maybe saying it like that's a little bit of like, I don't want to disrespect or anything like that, you know? Like, oh, I could see them. Like, I think they're good enough. Like, they can certainly do it.
They also have, I think, 4 series left to play. So 3 more after this. So they could easily still end up in the winner bracket too, you know? If you find the momentum mid-tournament, everything's possible.
Yeah,
can't discount anyone.
We saw Boom have a 3-1 day 1 and then an 0-4 day 2.
Yeah, Boom is now looking, I think they're also in the bottom 2 right now. Even EG, a lot of people thought they're going to be really strong. They're 4-6.
All the groups sit pretty tight at the moment. You've got Boom that is in 4th at 5-5, tied with Na'Vi. But like EG, I'm pretty sure.
The battle begins.
Well, they just split with Tundra 1-1. I think that they might have had a better chance if they had gone 2-2 to be right there at 5-5 as well. So like things are definitely really close in both groups. It's going to be tight on that last day.
Yeah.
Or like last few series.
That you can sort of see is that all 3 Chinese teams are in the top 3 right now. Or the top 4 rather, in respective groups. LGD, RNG, and Aster. So hell yeah, China fanboys, just like B-Cup and I.
Yeah, I mean,
on the rise again.
Who would have doubted them? I definitely didn't put RNG at the bottom just because they were dealing with a stand-in instead of Ghost. But I guess here we are, right? Like I think they're definitely exceeding expectations at the moment, and they've secured themselves the playoffs already.
I don't know if that's confirmed already. I think they could still lose if they lose like everything. Same with LGD, honestly. If they lose everything, they would be at 8-8.
But I think that would make playoffs. I think it's impossible.
Make playoffs?
It's almost impossible for them.
Almost, yeah. But I mean, in a very unlikely scenario, you know, like 0.001% sort of different multiverse dimension, it's possible. Probably not going to happen. But, you know, a team is always going to be good no matter what, right? Like if you have like a stable core of 4 players and the standing comes in, especially if it's a carry player, it's always going to be good no matter what, because the foundation is already there, and the player can just kind of fit itself into the team to the best of his ability. When you have like multiple standards, that's really when the problem starts coming. You know, it's like nothing really feels the same anymore. The draft is very different. Everything is just a little bit iffy. That being said, though, I think Fnatic is still doing very well for themselves. Currently in the top 4 still.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
TSM, sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize. But yeah, this game, the Razor should be doing just fine against Pangolier. Should be no problem. As I said, Morph should free farm against Doom. And we shouldn't really be seeing any sort of kills early on. maybe in the top lane, but yeah, bot lane should not be a kill lane.
I think top's definitely going to be a bloodbath. You've got Marcy at level 2 that, of course, has the rebound and the dispose with, well, early static link's not that strong, but can certainly give you problems. And there's damage that can be had for Thunder Awaken as well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Snapfire Penguin is a very burst-heavy lane, so even if Razor's out of position, he can die very quickly as well.
You can see GPK just trying to compete with Alone at the moment. Alone not with a lot of health here, but keeping up in the CS, keeping it even for the moment.
Yeah, Alone's actually doing very well, especially early on. It's very hard to last against Tiny.
So they've hit this level 2 for Outsiders in the top lane, but health-wise, it's not exactly that great.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Razor really doesn't like these kind of lanes, which is why I'm very surprised they actually ended up with a carry Razor this game, because this lane was a very strong possibility, and now that it's here, Ramses is gonna have to work very hard to get a good lane.
And this is one of my questions when we see something like, yeah, Doom in the safe lane, or now the Razor in the safe lane. Does he really, does it give you something that maybe it wouldn't elsewhere? Like, is Razor really going to show off in a 1 position compared to where he would have been in a different lane?
Well, only if he really wins the lane, because if you put it here at that safe lane, you really want him to snowball hard. If that's not the case, then definitely not. We'll just put him in the off lane, pick a better safe laner. But we'll see. He's doing very well for himself right now. See how hard he can snowball.
Certainly have to see how that goes. And you got the Doom down bottom, and ooh, Pagoda getting that first blood. I'm not gonna say he's morphling. He's all agi, and then a pause from Ramses. Okay.
That should not happen.
That's not to bring it back to an inside joke we have in the Chinese DPC. That is some fly stuff right there.
Yeah, not respecting the lightning creep, or not knowing that he took the lightning creep, just kind of overplaying his hand. And this sort of thing can really, you know, turn a lane around it shouldn't be. Because now there's an entire creep wave in the tower that Morphin is going to miss. He is 2 CS already behind the Doom. Like, that's supposed to be a winning lane.
So I think both teams should be ready. Outsiders, I believe they're the ones who said go, but I don't know if Thunder Awaken have said go just yet.
Do you think they actually had a problem, or that was like a tilt pause?
I don't know. That one was was interesting.
Okay, I gotta be honest. I know that some people
Radiant's
have
courier has
paused
been killed.
in tournaments before, citing you know, technical issues after something like this, just to kind of, like, you know how it is, right? After something like that, the Morphling is fuming right now.
Ooh, Cookie landed, and Ramses hit with the scatter blast.
Can we just find out?
Field, and Ramsey's turning a little bit, but his static link is on cooldown. Not really much he could do. Passed over a Tango, but still sitting here at a sketchy amount of health. And at the moment, Outsiders, all 3 lanes, they're doing well on the CS.
Yeah, Picard's getting very low again. Has to respect the damage coming out now.
Getting very greedy with the shifting.
Yeah.
Popping that south. Needs to be very careful. If that last death didn't really show, hey, be careful, then another one might. So he's being very greedy on the shifting, and if he ends up going down again, that Morphling, we've said this hero doesn't exactly feel comfortable coming back in the meta at the moment, right?
Yeah, and it's always been a very risky hero historically. Like, dying full agi is a very common thing to happen for a lot of players, which is just what makes it so risky. Like, other heroes, when they get bigger items and stronger items, they are generally more survivable, can be more risky, but Morphling, when you play full efficiency and borderline perfect, you're always going to be at like 1,000 health.
Ooh, they're TPing the Invoker top, Fire Snap Cookie, they've got the static link. And Ramses is going to be aggressed
There's
by
no
3
man on the
heroes,
bottom.
but Matthew taking a lot of damage, needs to get into the trees, but he's not able to do so. So Ramses fighting to the death as he's hit with a shield crash and ultimately falls, but he at least gets one out of this, and now alone, he starts to retreat from Yamich's aggression.
Very interesting rotation. Like Invoking the Pete with virtually 0 mana. He does end up getting the urn charges, so it's still worth it probably, but you don't want to give Razor a kill like that for free. Oh, he's looking for a loan, but
yeah, GPK wants this.
he doesn't have the damage. Tiny's damage output is not so good anymore with the combo. Oh, now he's a big Tiny.
Good digger, he's growing. He's a growing rock.
Yeah, and make sure to eat lots of gravel.
DM's by himself bottom, but they're going to send 2 over towards mid. Matthew with the scatter blast, tossed up into the air, but they've got the cold snap onto GPK, trying to body block him and make sure he can't get up the steps. Kinetic field kinetic field there as GPK tries to run, and he'll get under the tower, but alone can't really throw anything just yet. So go after Hakoda instead. They've got a 3rd in Vandamu, and alone will get credit for the kill on the disruptor. They get the Tiny away, and I guess that works out for them. And they'll also get a courier for GPK. However, I guess it forces 3 heroes, not the best to just get the disruptor.
Yeah, at least he saved his Tiny, which is really the big deal. And he's trying to rotate bottom now, just to get pressure on the tower. Like, there should be no way they can kill this Morphling.
Should be.
Should be no way.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And Pangolier is about to hit level.
GPK.
Oh.
Yeah, straight up, he found him.
DD Rune is very strong. Tornado whiffs on the top. So they're just going to be playing defensively and protecting the tower. Falcon Blade also on the Razor. Makes him a little bit more tanky. Nice mana region also. If you have a good early game, it's very nice to pick that up for yourself. 2k lead already in 7 minutes.
Yeah, like we said, coming from behind, it's not going to be great for Thunder Awaken.
Yeah.
Hakoda again. Yeah, Hakoda getting caught, but he dropped down the kinetic field. I got to remember my kinetics and my plasmas, because they've got both on the same team. There's the plasma field top. So they're going to try and rebound. They're going to try and speed up to catch Sacred. And Yamich under the tower, probably not where you want to be. The tower doesn't hurt that much to Yamich.
Yeah, T1 towers actually don't hurt much at all. Like, if you compare to T1 and T2, it's literally double damage that T2 tower deals. Oh, GPK looking for the rune. 3 heroes again middle. They just don't want to give JPK any sort of rune or space.
They see this Obs on the high ground. GPK gonna lose all his mana. And there will be a regen rune top for them to grab for this Invoker. But okay, they've left it for a moment. And then they'll pick it up and smoke. So they'll try and go.
They know though. They should know. They sort of move top and never move back, so this rotation is somewhat obvious.
Oh, Yamich, he's caught in probably a spot he doesn't want to be in. And it's going to lead to him not only losing his life, but losing his courier and the opportunity to de-ward this Obs on the high ground. And instead, they're just going to deny it. So they'll reject him the gold, the experience, and the opportunity to feel like a really good support.
Yeah, but it's all this. In the end, right, a support kill. The top 3 net worth is still being occupied by all heroes of outsiders.
They're
all
close
cost
to
at least.
Middle tower is under attack.
They're going to go for
And
DM.
might be dying this time.
This is a kill that will bring them back towards the top for sure.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And getting that kill on DM while losing Matthew isn't exactly the return you want, but GPK, he gets credit for that, and that will just put him right back ahead of the Morphling. So for a moment, the Morphling was there in the top 3.
Yeah. Also turning into the Doom to use that Devourer, getting an additional 200 gold, you know, never feels bad.
No,
Very
certainly
nice.
doesn't. Especially, you know, Doom starting to surpass everybody at the top, has the Midas, has, of course, the Devourer. So,
Yep. Here we go, Devour Midas.
yeah.
Net worth spike. Boom. Boom.
Right into the BKB, and they're looking for that BKB timing, the blink double BKB timing for outsiders with Blink on GPK and Blink on Ramses and DM. So we've seen this before. BKB timing is very important. They're going to go over mid. They've got Panda move here with Fire Staff Cookie that lands right down into GPK, but they've got the kinetic field. They'll throw the tornado as well as the roll. Sacred right there, and they get the kill into GPK and look for a +1. Dakota's on the list. Sunstrike is in, and they've got the damage to go off this disruptor too. So 2 kills there for Thunder Awaken. We'll see if it turns into a tier 1 tower. They kind of retreat off the mid for the time being, but that's because they want to smoke and they want to continue to go.
Yeah, they're looking for the Doom again. Like, they're being very greedy right now on outside. They're just constantly farming 3 lanes. They're not really looking for any rotations. So punishing them via killing them over and over is definitely right thing to do. DM gets caught.
Mortimer's Kisses this time around. DM in trouble, and that cold snap. Ice wall just on the edge. That helps slow him down, let the Mortimer's Kisses land, and Matthew helping alone secure yet another kill. And Hakoda's nearby. They've got the illusion that will have the cookie to stun. Scatterblast, but GPK's right there. You need to be careful. Matthew maybe a little bit too far because GPK is right here with an avalanche, but cold snap, rebound. Matthew's probably dead, but can Thunder Awaken get anything from this? They'll throw down the Static Storm, and nobody will be locked in.
Yeah, this game right now isn't going too well for them.
Toss.
He's full health, he's fine.
He's fine. He's not all in the agi this time around.
Oh, he baited him. He knew it. He knew Tiny had to blink. He shifted down and then back up again instantly, and GPK was like, I got him. Oh, you got baited, my friend.
Good recovery from Thunder Awaken. They've done a good job, and I thought maybe, you know, they were moving too much. They were as a trio, right? Like, they moved mid a couple times. They left these lanes open, but they're starting to get enough out of it, right? Like, they're getting these kills. They're slowing down the farm. They're boosting up their cores, especially slowing down GPK.
Yeah, and DM as well. Like, if you don't stop DM on his Doom, he would be very close to the BKB already, but killing him twice, definitely a big setback to him. And just overall, as I said, Outsiders is playing very greedy right now. They're not really trying to like control any sort of area of the enemy. They're just very happily farming 3 lanes, which in Dota is always a very risky thing to do.
Looks like they're like dead focused on hitting this BKB timing.
Yeah, which of course is their strong timing, so they should be focused on that, but like, you know what I'm always saying. Like, you want to be able to pressure the enemy while farming. You don't just want to farm while the enemy also farms, because you're not winning that way.
3 heroes again heading towards top, looking to potentially get this kill into Yamich.
Yeah. While Outsiders is smoke to the bottom, and they find absolutely nothing. We'll probably get the tower though, but it should be a trade.
Dropping down some vision just in case, as they'll try to take the top tower while the bottom one is secured by Outsiders.
It's almost a Lincoln stun on Morph against the Doom, of course.
Sacred's swashbuckle. I don't know if that caught eyes on Yamich, but now the rebound. They've got the Static Storm, and they've also got the kinetic field. They've locked up just Matthew for the moment. Into the Rolling Thunder is Sacred. Tornado lands onto DM. Fire Snap Cookie away, but they've got the glimpse. They'll bring Matthew back. Scatterblast, Blink, Avalanche, and looking for the toss. They've tossed up alone back towards DM. They land the Doom. They've got the dust. They have vision and eyes on him, but they get the kill on Matthew. They'll take out GPK. Yamich is gone too, and it looks like Alone's going to be able to make it out. He's standing nearby just in case once this Doom is off, so they can go after DM and Hakoda. Guys, goes into the waveform, gets the avalanche off just before he's sent back via the glimpse. They're going to blink right up onto DM. They've got the cold snap as Alone's back into the fight. He's dealing with not a lot of health, but it looks like they're able to get the kill onto at least DM while Hakoda walks away. And another fight that looks like it's gone pretty well here for Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, the big winner of all these fights is of course the Morphling, who we said his early game isn't the strongest, but he's getting away with a lot. Once he has his Lincoln Sphere, he's going to be feeling a lot safer. And you can just see the power of him morphing into the Tiny. Suddenly, the Avalanche, which is one of the best stunts in the game, just gets turned on you. It doesn't feel good anymore for Outsiders. Also, the Kinetic Field Static Storm combo only hit one hero, I believe, whiffed on the other, and the Snapfire survived with like 50 health. Got the kisses off, killed the Tiny with it.
Worth's again sitting even. Ramses finally has that that PKB Static Storm used, and again, Panamu not the easiest to kill. He's quite tanky, and they go back into the Rolling Thunder. They have placed down a pretty good ward up at the top of these steps, and that helps them get the vision, the avalanche, and the toss. They're still going for Panamu? Does nobody learn going after an ogre is not the best move, especially when it doesn't work the first time?
Well, this time at least they get the kill and don't lose anything for it, so...
But it almost baited them back in.
Yeah, they didn't have too much to work with though on Thunder, so it was a decently calculated risk. And Razor also just finished his BKB, so he was looking for a fight, which honestly could have gone really wrong because he had 0 mana. He's looking for the travels next, just to be able to scale a little bit better. I don't know, I'm a little bit scared. Like when Morpher gets to his BKB, the fight should be very easy for Thunder.
So, what are you looking forward towards if you're outsiders at the moment?
Doom BKB.
Okay.
And then you probably want to smoke up. Get some action going. Like your double BKB time is going to be very strong. The biggest counter for that is of course the Morphling. Because if he gets onto Ramses, steals the damage link, even the BKB won't save you.
Thinking about how close that timing is on the BKB, but how much he's missed what probably the initial timing was, right?
You mean for Ramses?
For DM on the BKB.
Oh, for DM. Oh, yeah. He got shut down a lot. The 3 deaths, very big. And none of his rotations have really worked out. Nonetheless, he still has BKB at minute 17. Not a bad time.
Radiant's bottom tower is
And they're still going to be very strong in the next fight. Potentially looking for a toss back.
They've got the BKB now. They'll get the blink as well as the toss back. It's on a Matthew this time, but the Rolling Thunder comes in. Fire Snap Cookie before he dies. And GPK, he's in the Ice Wall, but they lay down the Static Storm alone. He's not in it, and he's been thrown out thanks to the Dispose, but he walks back in, and Ramses with the BKB's got himself a double kill. They'll look for the +1 on the Pandamu. This time he's by himself. He's tanky, but not looking like he's tanky enough.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Alright, nice BKB review for both heroes.
Yeah.
Making it look easy.
Yep. So let's take another look if we can, and we'll be right back into the replay. They start with that toss. Again, the Snapfire gets something off before they die, and GPK hit by the Rolling Thunder alone. I understand he's got to run. There's nowhere for him to go except back into the Static Storm, right? Yeah, it's just unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when the enemy has BKBs and you don't, right? You will always be at their mercy. And you can't really be fighting without the Snapfire. Like, you need to kiss his damage. Otherwise, there won't be any kills for you. No chance. And Woka is halfway through his BKB, so
is under attack.
That's good for him. Morphing halfway through his as well. So power timings are about to come for Thunder. They're just gonna hold out a little bit longer.
So of course the Lincoln's feeling very necessary because as he, doesn't want to get doomed up in these fights. We've seen maybe Alone a little bit more towards the front. He's been doomed, I think, once or twice already. And he's going into the BKB, but still, just 1 Lincoln's at the moment. We'll see if they build a second one or anything like that. They'll go to the Doom, and speaking of Alone getting doomed, well, here it is again. And a BKB from Ramses. They'll not get the deny on Alone, but it does cost the BKB. They've got the blink on Sacred. He comes over to hit the Doom, who just BKBs himself, and now kisses her down.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, and also forced the Morphling away from his farming patterns, so very well done by them. And Razor has to boost the travels already, so he's going to be very fast, already back to the top and farming. But yeah, once those BKBs come out, it's going to be a lot harder. They're going to make sure... Oh, Dakota... No. No problem. They're going to make sure to put on as much pressure as possible before those BKBs come.
Ramses going for the refresher.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
GPK looking for, he's trying to get into his BKB. Shard next for the Doom. Wing Dagger for the Marcy too.
I'm a big fan of Shard on Doom though. It's one of the best shards in the game, I think. Makes your Infernal Blade an actual stun.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And the key item of this game is going to be the Shiva Scout though.
They found Pandamu. Pretty tanky. Waiting for the silence to run out, it never does. Meanwhile, because he's on the run, and Hakoda gets hit by the roll. They'll push him back into the Sunstrike. It did end up landing. And, well, while that's going on, Matthew's going to die to Yamich. They look over for Alone, and they've got no reveal.
Sacred went in it, but be careful.
Yeah, Sacred, he's in a really poor spot. He'll end up throwing his life away. The road is dead from Pakas. Buyback on Pandamu. They get the kill on Ramses, and now they'll look for more. GPK on the run. Sunstrike doesn't land onto Yamich, but they have found themselves the Tiny. They'll toss up the Morphling into the air. But Waveform, Avalanche, GPK trying to run, trying to get an opportunity to get out of this one. But Blink's never going to be off cooldown, and his life will be.
Yeah, remember we spoke about Morphling versus Razor? Razor was full HP, he popped BKB, he tried to DP out and just couldn't. The damage was too great, and every time Morphling is in the fight, the same thing will happen. Like a lot of Razors are just going for a very early BKB, a Lincoln Sphere to kind of make sure that the damage link doesn't happen. But like he needs to find an option there, because he can't run first into the fight against this Morphling right now. He's way too strong.
The one thing that ended up going wrong there for Thunder Awaken, I think that the fight went pretty well for them, was just Sacred's positioning. Like, if he doesn't die there, I think that fight is well more just in their favor and gives them a decent timing moving forward.
Yeah, but ultimately Morphling is still the big boy. He got 2 kills, 2 very big kills. Sitting very happily at the top of the net worth. Yeah, once that's up, it's going to get even scarier. But yeah, they need to find a way how to separate Razor from that link. Maybe some force staffs.
Matthew's still running.
Now.
Matthew's got a force staff.
Ooh, nice
using
Tumblr.
that Tumblr's toy. Another pause.
I wonder how they're feeling right now on Outsiders. Like, they can't be happy with the state of things right now.
It's not as one-sided, right? Like, you'd think at this point they would look to have a lot bigger of a lead, especially with a Doom that's farming so well. Or should have been farming so well.
Wow, the neutral creep actually popped Morphling's Lincolns. I was like, huh? Is that Spirit Breaker?
Yeah, I heard that. Matthew this time, yeah, he gets killed. Finally, they get him down bottom.
Oh, they scout Yamich though.
Yeah, and they'll get him. Kaz with the kill, and now the rest of Outsiders, they'll turn tail. Look at the vision they've placed down. Look at the amount of obs just on the bottom side of the map for the side of Outsiders.
Yeah, because they know the only way they win a fight is if they doom the Morphling. If they can't get a doom on the Morphling, they don't win. Simple as that. Did they find a fake grenade by any chance? No. Sacred.
Thunder, Hakoda, he's bumped up into the air, but if you bump him up again, he's going to go down to the low ground, and that's exactly what happened. Sunstrike hits, though. With the adaptive strike from Kaz, they get the kill on a Hakoda. They'll take the Disruptor, and
they smoked on the vision.
He's dead for 30. And there's so much vision there for Outsiders.
Outsiders 100% know that they smoked. Are they just going to the pit? Like, they might be thinking that they want to kill someone, but they're just going to the Roche pit. It's very fast with the Electricity Morphling. And this is now a very strong lead for Thunder Awakening.
It's a great spot if they can just keep him busy. Pandamu's okay with throwing his life away. Again, he's quite tanky. Ooh, with the Plasma Field, Ramsey's got the kill in a row. He'll end up snatching the Aegis, but he's going to turn it into the Razor. Static Link. Ramsey's almost dying as he tries to TP out. But Secret again, all by himself, surviving. But the toss lands on him. They'll take the Bangoleer. With the BKB being popped though by Pagaz, they get the kill to GPK. They're going to look for more. Hakoda with the Glimmer Cape. He gets out of vision, out of sight, out of mind, and away from this Morphling. Yamich hiding in the trees. There's no vision on him either. They do have the Aegis in the hands of Thunder Awaken on the Morphling. However,
no, guys, it's a Glimmer Cape.
Kill is at least there. Yeah, it's not. Okay, guys,
it's not a Shadow Amulet.
It's not a Shadow Amulet.
Yeah, you threw about 2,000 damage in there. I think he's dead, guys. But you can just see, as soon as Morphling shows its face, everybody runs away instantly. Yamich has a Blink Dagger. He should be fine. He's actually staying around. Alright.
Kinda. Oh. Okay.
Feel the power
no
of the
vision,
sun.
no vision. His TP's on cooldown, so just 2 more seconds. Blink, TP, go.
To the bot.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
No fade grenade. Unlucky for outsiders. Because otherwise Doom could just proc the Lincolns himself.
Yeah, they have a fake grenade on the side of Thunder Awaken, though.
Fair and balanced, as everything should be.
Blink forward, dispose. Sacred again, caught out. Tornado's in, though. Avalanche, can Sacred get away? Rolls up, rolls out, and, well, he'll be doomed up. Probably going to die in this engagement, but Ramsey's already out with the BKB and the TP. They'll look after GGK, and going back towards his team to try and get denied, but they don't have the time.
Yeah,
So
despite outsiders holding a gold lead, you can just feel the overwhelming presence of the Morphling. Like, if they don't find a way to deal with him soon, he will just get more and more items and be completely out of control. But once he reaches level 25, that's when Morphling really becomes absolutely broken with a double waveform.
Going for the tier 2 over mid.
Yeah, it's so fast with equity. One of the best buffs for Morphling, of course. Age is still 2.5 minutes. There's a DD on the bottom as well. Morphling is the best DD carrier in the entire game. He scouts it out. Don't know if he saw it or not. Looks like he did. Now, 1 kill now could mean instant barracks. Like, he deals so much damage. Hitting for 600. Not quite bristleback broken, but...
Well, that is kind of broken, isn't it?
yeah. It's a lot of damage. Honestly, if they really wanted to, they could just back to the top tower. Come on, give it a try. It's just a little poke. A little damage test.
Just a touch.
Well, they won't even have to go through back to protection. But now look at him. Alacrity as well. Go to the top tower.
Top tower is under
Wait, there was a tower once? Oh.
Okay.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Building 3 is so weak in Dota nowadays. They're going for Icon. No one's there. Hey, you have no glyph.
Tower is under attack.
Kaz holding his high ground and be disposed. They'll try to retreat, waveform away. Tier 3 though, it's gone. They're going to continue to go. They've got the Thunder to go in, and Ramsey with the BKB a little bit late, but he goes into the refresher. They've got the Sonic Wing on of Kaz. They'll finally lose that Aegis. Sacred needs to be careful again. His positioning. It's been interesting at times, but with the BKBs already used on the side of Outsiders, this might go the way of Thunder Awaken, and they might be able to end the game if they do take the fight well enough.
They're disengaging.
But instead, they're disengaging. They've lost Sacred. They don't want to fight. They don't want to lose too many numbers.
Yeah, the fight was really awkward because Sacred was like in the tier 4 towers, while GPK was just tanking the Morphling. And it's better to just disengage than lose your entire team there. Which is a good call. Like, a lot of teams wouldn't be able to just make a call like that so quickly. He's going to be going into more damage in the Morphling, into the Crystallis. See if he wants to go Silver Edge or Daedalus after that. Silver Edge and Morphling is pretty strong generally, because it just gives you an additional like mobility tool, which is always nice.
Even with the 2K Network lead, it doesn't feel like Thunder Awaken have a good hold on the game, but now without the Aegis, and maybe they play a little bit more conservatively, right?
Potentially, they still shouldn't be scared though. Like, they need Morphling to feel confident and strong in these fights, because he's the strongest here on the map right now.
Outsiders together, do they have... They have a smoke on Marcy. On Yamich. Meanwhile, all Thunder Awaken are pretty much grouped up as well. They've got a smoke too, so... See if that's what they go for right off of the clearing of this triangle. They're holding it just for a second longer.
Just a tiny bit.
Okay, showing mid, maybe distracting them as the rest of the team is wrapping all the way around. They throw the tornado out. It doesn't land on anybody. And Outsiders, they're just a little bit slow to make this move across the mid lane and into the faces of Thunder Awaken.
And the cane room, though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's going to be grabbed by
Come
low.
through. Matthew's going to be the one who breaks his smoke and breaks their smoke. DM blinks in. They'll hold their ground for now. They put Bullingtons on Matthew, and the side of Outsiders, they're not completely backing off just yet.
Yeah, it's a little awkward for both sides.
Yeah.
Shouldn't really be seeing a fight here.
They both just kind of sit there, right?
Yeah, you gotta respect each other right now, because whoever wins the next team fight is gonna be in a commanding position. Roche is just about the around the corner as well. Alright, so Morphic chose to go for not Manta, Titanic instead of the Crystallis, thinking he has enough damage already. We'll see if he does, because Crystallis, or even a Daedalus, is a massive damage boost. And he's pretty much the only damage dealer in the team.
20k net worth on this Morphone. Top farm is bad, man.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
He's
attack.
really big. You can almost buy out on the Satanic as well.
Do you just go for the Satanic and not care about buyback at this point?
It's risky,
Radiant's bottom
because
tower
if you die
is
without
under
buyback,
attack.
they have a Tiny, he could potentially end the game. But at the same time, it's gonna be very hard to actually die with a Satanic on. I think you could get away with it, and then build the damage items after that. Roche up in a minute.
Yeah, let's see how they want to approach this. It's a bit of a longer respawn time, but Outsiders, they're sticking to, you know, not too close, but close enough, right?
Yeah, they don't have a smoke right now.
Ooh, they find
there's Matthew.
themselves the Snapfire. They have a lot of control to make sure that they get that kill. The Tornado comes out with the Rolling Thunder coming through from Sacred. This will be used with Roche coming up from Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, just disengage, wait for the respawn. They don't have a great Roshan killing lineup on the Dire.
Tower has fallen.
Alone kind of scouting with that Ghost Walk, but not going out too far. Throws a Sunstrike into the pit and still no Roach for 15 seconds.
Lincoln's down a Razor now, so it's going to be a lot harder to morph into that Razor and get that static link off. Roche up in 2.
And Disc for the Doom.
Refresh on him as well. So it's double A on Disc, double Doom.
And Roche is up. And they have now scouted it with that Sunstrike.
Yeah, the damage also confirming. And now all teams are going to just be playing around the pit. And whoever wins that fight is going to be, as we said, in a commanding position.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting fight around the pit, and we'll see which team really is the one that wants to hit it off first, right?
I feel like there's a chance that they could like sneak it on the Thunder Awaken side, because they don't have any easy way to really scout into the pit without committing. What they could also do, just smoke 5 men in the pit, wait for a hero like Yamish just to try to scout the pit, kill him, force a buyback, then you're already in an advantageous position suddenly when it comes to buybacks.
Dire are scanning.
Morphin showed bottom, so they have to be careful that Outsiders doesn't just invade the triangle. Again, Outsiders has 0 chance of doing Roshan. It's just way too slow. 5 man smoke after seeing morphing on the bot. They cannot get caught without the morphing.
He's got a TP, and he's got a tier 1 and a tier 2 to go to. He showed himself for a second, but he TPs to the tier 2. And actually, maybe that's the bait call, right?
Wait,
show yourself bottom, smoke, draw the smoke from Outsiders, and then potentially go into Roche yourselves.
They
Or
should
find
go to the
yourself
pit,
in
though. It's very
advantageous
risky
position,
still.
right?
It's a tough call to make.
They're wrapping all the way around. They want the high ground, just in
And
case the
they're avoiding each
Outsiders
other.
come back.
They know they're there. They know they're there.
Is this the 5v move? Yamich? He's got Blink. Rolling Thunder. GM coming from around the back. They've got the Sosi Inferno Blade with the BKB pop by Pagaz. They'll go after Ramses. He's got the Refresher, but he's not in a great spot. They get to go on a Matthew. They'll take the Snapfire to start. Oh, Static Storm. Doom on the Morphblade. Pagaz in trouble. He's killed off by GPK. He's got buyback, but doesn't even want to use it. Hanamu goes down as well, alone on the run, and he's all by himself. That was a big maneuver from Outsiders, a little bit of a slow step from Thunder Awaken, and it cost them multiple lives. Now potentially the Roche.
Yeah, they put him out of position. They put themselves out of position, rather, in an attempt to kill Yamich, who blinked away real fast. So Morphing was not where he wanted to be at all. Next to the Doom, next to Razor, gets the static link on him, which pops the Linkens, gets doomed up, and after that, there's nothing really he can do. Like the previous fights where they have been so successful is because he started the fights on his terms, right? He morphs into the Razor, gets the static link on, they have to run away from him. If he ever gets doomed, he'll just die.
For the most part, these BKBs are down for Outsiders. Only 8 seconds left on Tiny. Doom's got his still, but I think they're maybe looking to time it up. Alone, he's too far behind. He's too far away from the pit, so it will be Aegis and Shard for the side of Outsiders.
Yeah, he's gonna be very happy to pick up that shard on the Tiny, probably. Also picks up the Aegis, so they want to make sure that he's the one that hits the buildings, he's the one that's safe. He's also very tanky. 4k health. It'll be hard to kill him twice.
Felt like Thunder Awaken were on the verge of trying to take this game themselves, and it's falling down to a 12k advantage for Outsiders.
Yeah, one bad fight, unfortunately, can just ruin the game for you. Like, Morphling had a perfect game, then one wrong decision, suddenly your team is losing really badly, right? That's just Dota. That's just being a carry player in a late game scenario.
I don't exactly think that means this game is really too far away from them, but with Sacred going out and away from the rest of his team, it certainly will be. He's dead for 70 seconds. They get a quick kill there out onto this Disruptor. Look over, though, at Ramses, who's now on the run. He doesn't have an Aegis. The damage is coming in, and from Pagaz, they'll take him out. Wow, the damage out onto the Razor. Now looking at DM, but here comes GPK. Avalanche toss, double kill for GPK, but they've got the Satanic thing in the gun. Yamich goes over for the rest. Makoto bought back, but there's the waveform. There's an overkill for Pagaz. He's trying to get the Rampage. He'll look over at GPK. It's a rock for some water. Who's going to win? Eventually, when time goes by, water does erode rock, but unfortunately, the blink away, he warped back into the Razor. He's throwing out the right clicks. GPK in trouble. Tossing him up into the air. He still has the shield from the Ogre Magi. Hanamu, though, he's dead for 38 seconds, so he can't give him another waveform again. There's the adapted strike. They'll take the Aegis out of the hands of GPK, and it's still just that 1v1. The overwhelming blink out, and with those spider legs, he'll walk away from Pagaz, who salvages this fight for the side of Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, and that is exactly what we're speaking about just previously. If he starts the fight on his terms, that's exactly how they win, which we'll also be seeing in the quick replay here.
Starts with Sacred out of position and disposed of, but the turnaround is brutal. Mortimer's kisses, quick kill on Hakoda. Like, this went really well for the side of Thunder Awaken, right?
Yeah, I just look at Ramses. As soon as the link is on him, he can do nothing but run. And he gets the bonus damage. Doom tries to get a Doom on top of him. If that Doom comes out, they win this fight pretty easily, to be honest. But he gets the Satanic off, Doom dies before the Doom gets casted. And Hakoda also dies back. They lose the Aegis. Very nice execution. They also lost the tier 3 bottom tower now.
While we're looking at this replay, by the way, double toss out on a Sacred. He is dead for the 6th time, and
we just solo killed him?
Yeah, just came in, avalanche, toss, overwhelming blink. He's got a moon shard. He has a lot of damage coming in, and not enough survivability there for the Pangolier.
Yeah.
Having
a little bit of a rough game. I feel like Cast right now is sort of, 1v5ing a bit. Like the rest of the team is just presenting their bodies, like, do me, attack me, leave our morphing alone.
I think Alone's done a lot in this game, and so is Matthew, but definitely frontlining and going for it all is...
We spoke about that, right?
Got the axe on Sapphire, well.
With that last pick in Boca, they basically made it impossible for anyone in the front line. That's why Sacred is putting himself in these rough spots, just to be able to find any way to make space for the small thing in these fights.
Problem is, when he does that, he's just not surviving long enough. Like, I think if he gets a Rolling Thunder off, he survives a little bit longer, he disrupts the fight more, maybe it looks like Thunder Awaken take that fight by more numbers, right? Like, it's not just Pakaz who survives.
Yeah. They're about to pick up a Hex on the Invoker as well, so they'll have a great initiation. The Lincolns on Pangolier is also about to be completed, so his survivability should be up a bit. But yeah, main focus for both teams is definitely going to be that Morphling. Buff him up as much as you can, give him as much information as you can, and for outsiders, you gotta get the Doom on him. Which is gonna be challenging, because he's about to hit his Refresher, just double Lincolns, double BKB. Oh, they're throwing the Morphling in out of all heroes. Careful, careful, careful.
Risky. Now he's got the Refresher Orb. They have the Hex on the Invoker, so down 9k. I mean, this game certainly feels close. Despite the advantage for outsiders. But again, it has to be fights and movements on the Morphling's terms, right? Like, it felt like that fight over bottom was certainly more so in the fashion of which Pakaz wanted to fight.
Yeah. I mean, whatever the terms are that Pakaz wants right now, you as Thunder Awaken have to make sure that he gets that scenario. Like, if he tells you to run 4 people in and just go feed, you gotta trust him. Because so far he's been putting the game on his back. And his perfect teamfight scenario has to happen. GPK.
Yeah, with damage. Oh, they're spinning him in. They got GPK. Do they have the control with the Rolling Thunder? They certainly do. Mega kill streak here for Pakaz. They did use the Mortimer's Kisses and the Rolling Thunder. Taking high ground is probably not going to be that easy, but they can at least try to force the buyback from the Tiny.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, they have to be very careful though, because disengaging against the Disruptor is not easy.
No, not at all. Another tier 3 set to fall.
They're stacking mass Lincolns, 3 Lincolns. Oh my god. Boom, 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 boom.
Lincolns from everybody, it seems like.
Yeah, and the fun thing is they can still get 2 more Lincolns. Ogre can get 1, and Snapfire can get 1.
Multi-cast. He's also got the Lotus Orb, potentially hoping to reflect that Doom with the Lotus from Pandamu onto any of these heroes. Reflect the Doom, that would really put them ahead. Rolling in, Ramses though with the Link. It's on a Sacred. They've got the lockdown, but there's the Lincolns once again. They've stunned up this Marcy. They get the Tony damage. He's got buyback, but Ramses now on the run with the BKB even available to him. He's just not confident enough to go up against Pakaz.
Yeah, and they're not using the buyback. They want to hold it for as long as possible. Of course, buyback's super valuable at this point.
Yeah, but
that's
15
one side
seconds
gone.
is enough to potentially get 2 sides of racks with how hard Pakaz is hitting, especially with the Alacrity.
Now that's the thing, right? If you don't buyback, like when you have like 40-50 seconds left, it means you're not going to buyback, right? Which gives them the confidence to just easily go for the second Rex. They know they have enough time to get out. For a fight now.
Yeah, they're going in. GPK though, he's going to be hit with a Hex that comes up from below. They've got the Deafening Blast as well. The Doom's going to be placed here on a Pandamu. BKB's been popped by DM. Is that really the guy you wanted to go for though? The Ogre? They've got themselves the Imperial Blade. They'll pop the Lincolns one time. They'll pop themselves a second Lincoln. It's out onto the Morphling, and now, oh boy, they'll get the kill on Pakaz finally, and GPK will look for more. They get the Kona Matthew. They'll look over the ice wall, slowing them down though. Sacred with the Swashbuckler. They've got the Infernal Blade on him alone. He's all alone with Sacred going the other way, but he blinks back towards the Doom. It's not going to matter with GPK getting himself a double kill. They'll take out the Invoker. They're still trying to get Sacred out, and he's the only one to survive.
Yeah, you have to respect the cooldowns on the Morphling. He had no Refresher, he had no BKB. Like, Morphling is your everything. Once his stuff is on cooldown, you need to disengage, and you cannot fight. Because like literally 90% of the damage in the teamfight all comes from Pakaz.
They focused him quite a bit.
Yeah, they will always throw everything on him. Literally everything. They popped 3 Lincolns, they even doomed his Lincolns just out of desperation, just get him down. And finally they managed to. But you have to be so careful when you're Thunder. This like literally 4-1 draft.
Losing that fight doesn't only mean that they weren't able to get themselves the victory here for Thunder Awaken by winning it, but now it just gets so much harder, right? Like, obviously, first half of that sentence is pretty stupid from me, but the back end of it is now it just gets so much harder to think you can come back in this game with an axe now being finished with a disruptor, and all these bigger items now having the opportunity to come out for outsiders. Like, that might have been the best point to win it, right? Like, it's just, there's still so much here, and the axe is a huge power spike for Hakoda.
Yeah, that axe can definitely ruin the Morphling. If he doesn't get the BKB off before, he will literally just die instantly.
Silver Edge for the Tiny, GPK.
It's all about outplaying now.
Sunstrike, Smoke, 5-man, and Swashbuckle Sacred in Static Storm, and they have caught the Morphling. They'll go to the Refresher, but there's no way to save Kaz. He still has himself buyback. Pandamu on the run, and now Yamich is going to go in. He's got the Lotus Orb, so he can't expose him just yet. They'll look over at Matthew. They get the kill here onto the Sapphire. There's 2 heroes down with buyback. Pandamu looking like he's going to die too. Alone with the BKB starting to run. They're going to buy back on both support. They'll TP in. They'll buy back on Kaz. They're going to look for GPK. They're going to try and get the kill here and turn this around if they can.
Running.
Now they'll look for Ramses. Ramses on the run. The Rolling Thunder. The Mortimer's Kisses hits in. They've got the lockdown with the Rolling Thunder. They're bouncing these heroes up in the air. They land the Ignite on the wall. They get the kill on the Yamashita and then buyback with the Swashbuckle coming in. They'll get the kill on Ramses. He's got buyback, and now the rest of the side of outsiders need to run. Thunder Awaken looking for their moment. 50 seconds till Roche. So with the buyback being committed by Pakaz, they need to get that Aegis. They need to get this Roche. It's not up for a little bit.
40 seconds. Ramses has a buyback, Yamich doesn't. So it's going to be 4v5 fight at the Roche pit. Or are they trying to look for anything else here? They have to be so careful. Disruptor, Static Storm up in 3 seconds.
Yeah, getting Kaz with that before he gets an Aegis would be devastating. I don't know if you really want to push it for Mega Creeps up against the Static Storm upgrade.
They seem to be looking for it, man. But it's so scary. He has a Glimmer Cape as well.
He scores the buyback from Ramses. I think that's your moment to just back away.
I gotta admit, I think that buyback was actually really early. Like, you want Morphin to commit, kill him, because that's the moment you win the game. Like, that buyback actually made them potentially retract from a fatal error they were about to commit. Aegis Cheese, Refresher Shard, and they see Roche. Level 2 travels.
Yeah, right on. Here comes the side of outsiders. You know, they are grouped up in the Roche pit. They need to be careful about how they want to approach this. They're going to go after Pandamu, but they've got the Hex on the GPK. They've got Ramses moving in. Oh, the act upgrade from the Sapphire. Now they're going to go over. They've got the Static Storm down, but it's not going to land on the Morphling. They've got themselves the Glimpse as well. That's going to be on to Matthew. BKB's been popped by DM. They've got the Doom. It's out on the Morphling, but he is so survivable. They finally take out this Snapfire. They're going to look towards maybe turning it around on DM. They've got Pandamu nearby. The Franklin gets out of Sacred. There's the Plasma Field, the Kinetic Field coming out from the Disruptor to try and lock in these heroes on the side of Thunder Awaken. Sunstrike down on the DM. He's losing his health. He's losing his life. They'll end up getting the kill. It's credit for Pakaz. Ooh, Boots of Travel onto the creeps looking for Ramses. Whoa. Buyback committed from DM. Now it's a 5v4 in the favor of outsiders.
No Dooms on him though. He expended both of them. No Refresher Orb, no BKB either. Morphling should be pretty, confident in this fight right now. There's no Static Storm as well. Like, you're gonna force the Roshan right now while you can. Oh, they're gonna play very defensively instead. Because he still has double BKB, double Lincolns up.
Going for an Aeon Disc on Kaz. Wow.
Oh yeah, his damage output is not as high anymore because he has a lot of defensive items now.
Waveform forward. He's been found by GPK, but he's gonna be tossed up thanks to the Lotus Orb. They've got the Static Storm down as well as the Kinetic Field. Lock up GPK though with the Rolling Thunder. They'll get the kill. The Sunstrike's gonna land on the Hakoda. They're gonna continue to move forward for Ramses. Ramses in trouble with the BKB being popped by Pakaz. On the run, but maybe turning. Static Link immediately broken, but Yamich is in with a dispose. They've also got the Unleash. He's going to rebound. They'll get the kill on a Sacred. They take out the Pangolier. They've got the Aeon Disc now completed on the Morphling. They'll take the Wraith Pack. They'll buy back on this Pangolier. They've got 15 seconds without the Snapfire. And without Doom for another 55 on the side of outsiders. No Static Storm available for 35.
Morphling has no cooldown, so this is really scary for Thunder. They can't give away this Roshan. Luckily for them, outsiders Roshan damage is really pitiful. And the top side is pushing in.
Next on the run.
DM defending the top side. He has booster travels too, so he can join the fight at any time. But he has to be so careful on Picard, man. No beacon, there's no refresher, there's nothing. Has an A on this, but
DM's gonna TP back into the fight. He had to go back to clear up the creeps. That was the tier 4. They've got the refresher now on alone. They drop down the static throw and they look over. Yamage trying to throw him in, but they've got the Lotus Orb that's gonna bounce Yamage into the air. They've got themselves a roast down. Aegis still on the ground. Somebody's gotta pick it up, and they've got the ultimate with the dogs who's coming in. But God, Packard snatches the Aegis, and now he's gonna go for the rest. They'll work over to Hakoda. They get the Hakoda in the circle. They're gonna work for more and trying to finish
DM is no right.
They get the Hakoda DM. They'll take the Doom. He's gonna be dead for 2 minutes. The Sunstrike
Rams is no right.
on a Ramses. He's trying to get out of the hands of the Awaken, trying to be helped by the rebound. But they're going to come to GG. They're fighting for 2 minutes as well. GG is called by Outsiders, and Thunder Awaken steal game 1. They'll scream at the top of their lungs. They'll look for Ga as they take one away from Outsiders.
yeah,
Wow.
very well deserved. That decision making to go into the pit, like obviously us with the Omnivision is very easy to tell, right? There's no dooms, you hit right now. And it took them about 20 seconds to find the confidence to do so. But as soon as that happened, you saw it. They went all in on the morphling. His air just popped. They couldn't kill him. Satanic pops. He somehow gets the Aegis. I don't even know how. He got like perma-stunned.
Yeah.
No idea how he got his hands on his Aegis. But yeah, Picard's like, dude, he single-handedly carried that game. Like, he had a really silly death. Like, his death, I was like, oh my god, how comfortable is he on morphling? But after that, he did everything right.
He is super comfortable on the Morphling. How did he pick up that Aegis? He was tossed multiple times, hit with the Dispose, just locked down indefinitely. Nobody else picked up the Aegis, too, on the side of Outsiders, by the way. They had, what, 3-4 heroes in the pit, and nobody picks it up? Like, that was absurd. How does Thunder Awaken win that?
Yeah, it was not supposed to happen, but it was the only chance they had at that moment, and they seize it. It's very hard to make this decision in the moment, you know? It's like, oh, we got to go for the pit. They're all 5 alive. Should we really do this? You had to do it. They did it, clutched it out, and yeah, Thunder Awaken, we've said it already. They're a team that can definitely clutch out victories like that, and sure, they're last place right now, but we already spoke about it. They can still get into the top 4.
Yeah, they can, and with wins like that, it's certainly going to push them towards the top end of their group. That is, I mean, you got to catch your breath if you're watching. We got to catch our breaths for a second, and we're going to take a quick break while we wait for game 2 as Thunder Awaken, they've got themselves a 1-0 lead over Outsiders, so we'll see you guys in just a moment.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
All right, and howdy, welcome back. We got ourselves a barn burner in this one. We've got Thunder Awaken up 1-0 over Outsiders, and it is in pretty spectacular fashion, honestly. And everybody has caught their breath. Everybody's ready to go for game number 2, and we'll jump draft and see how it goes. Outsiders, again, same opening and Thunder Awaken doing the same.
Yeah. Same opening bay with both teams. Probably now is where it's going to divert a little bit. Or maybe not even, because Outsiders had that game in a firm grasp at the very end.
Remaining.
Someone slipped out of it, but that was not supposed to happen.
5
No,
seconds
not at all.
remaining.
Quite insane, honestly, what they were able to accomplish. I mean, Pakaz, do you just ban the Morphling here?
Nah. If you plan to pick the Razor again, then yeah. But if not, then there's no need to ban him.
Dire team ban.
Again, I'm not the biggest fan of like Razor Safeline. I think the last game showcased quite a lot why. You just don't have any Roshan, you don't really have building damage. It was on the verge of working out, but I feel like if it didn't have a Razor but another hero, it would have been so much simpler.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, the Dazzle 5, Marcy 4, showing both supports straight away. Not a whole lot of flexibility, unfortunately.
Thunder Predators.
I guess they could go Mercy 5, Dazzle 4.
They could, but nobody does that. So they won't do that. You can't go against the meta, man.
You could try.
Nope.
Okay.
Dire team
Never mind.
ban.
I guess not.
Nope.
Well, Doom banned this time, so DM won't be back on that. Zeus banned, and I guess at least right now, Outsiders are the ones that have to change it up.
Remaining. 5
yeah,
seconds
I mean, they already
remaining.
changed it up. They definitely want to go for a different playstyle, more of a hard carry sort of playstyle. That's why you pick Dazzle usually. Yeah, see what they have in store for us. Because again, last game, I don't think it really fits Ramses either, that Razor hero. I'm not saying he can't play it, it's just his playstyle is usually more farm heavy, and then you start snowballing through heavy right clicks, which raises more kind of a run in and deal passive damage sort of hero.
Right.
Like, if you think of a Razor, like I would think more about Matumba Man, you know?
And even that might, not be the best hero for him, right? You'd want something potentially a little bit more.
Yeah. It's just not a great carry anymore, I believe. It can work in some games. But yeah. Let's stay away from that, shall we?
Taking a long time on these bans. And if you don't ban Morph, like with no Doom, it feels like Morph's definitely in a better spot, right? Much easier game.
I mean, if you want to go for it again, the main reason why they picked it though was because of that Razor.
Have that
just a
static
great
link.
counter. Yep.
Yeah.
I think the biggest change this time around is the draft order, right? Outsider had last pick last game, or was it Thunder?
No, Thunder had
was,
last pick last
10
game.
seconds
What they
remaining.
did? What did they last pick again?
The Invoker.
5 seconds
Right.
remaining.
So same
Thunder
in drafting
Predators
order as
turn
well.
to ban.
Ban the Void, ban the Dusa. Some hard cards already out of the pool. And they're just kind of protecting the Pangolier with their bans, which makes sense. Sacred didn't have the best game last time around. Like,
10
Picard
seconds
really
remaining.
put the team on its back. Alone did great work. Nice buffs on the
5 seconds remaining.
Morphling. Nice stuns throughout as well. But again, it was like a 4 protect 1 draft kind of, right?
In its own way, yeah.
Which only really worked because
Thunder Predators
they didn't have a
turn to
great
pick.
carry either on Outsiders. Like 4 protect 1 drafts are really outdated, and it's very rare that they can work like that.
Dire team pick.
Back to the Ogre, same thing. Why change anything?
Right. Continue to have
Dire
Panda move.
team
Thunder Predators.
On that Ogre, and Bat was something that was banned in the last game. They're going to go Bat Jug really quickly, and Jug definitely screams more for Ramses than the Razor in my eyes.
Oh, and we see the Bad Rider for, well, not the first time, but the first time in quite a while.
10 seconds remaining.
Now, there are a bunch of good options against that as mid-lane,
5
right? There's
seconds
Quap,
remaining.
which is like the most famous anti-Bad Rider, and they don't have a whole lot of lockdown, so maybe they'll go for that. And then last week they carry. Against the Juggernaut matchup, there's Terrorblade is really good. If they want to go for that. Monkey King is not bad either, but into the Bad Rider a little bit risky.
Dire team ban.
So now this time, Queen of Pain.
Yeah.
Now leaving Pekka's Zero for last.
Yeah. I mean, it's just the most obvious answer always to Bad Rider in the mid lane. Very easy. Spam Shadow Strike, get
10
magic sticks,
seconds
blink away
remaining.
when it goes on you. Like free farm Quaps can be very
5
scary. I've seen it many
seconds
times.
remaining.
So, what are you banning here if you're outsiders to shut down Pekka's?
You want to ban heroes that are good against Jack and Bad Rider.
Thunder Predators turn to ban.
Ban
Alright, the ban
Dire
Slark,
team ban.
which is really good against Bad Rider and Jack. Makes a lot of sense. Not really in the meta right now, but in the off chance that it does get picked, it is very strong. I think Spectra is pretty decent as well. As I said, Terrorblade is not terrible. But there aren't many carry options left. Like most of them are
10
banned out
seconds
already.
remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Void is also banned, yeah.
Thunder Predators turn to ban.
They banned the Morphling again.
Morphling.
Okay, yeah. Obviously respecting it a little bit more after the last game. I can guarantee you, after they
Dire
killed him like
team
that in the first spot, they felt super confident. 100%. They're like, oh my god, look at that guy, the way he died. The offlane, Marcy plus. It's very hard to pick now
10
because they don't
seconds
see the carry matchup.
Thunder Predators
Right.
turn to pick.
And they go
Ember,
Ember,
offlane,
so
Bad Rider then.
off-lane Bat, yeah.
Okay. Now they protected themselves against the Phantom Lancer by picking that Ember Spirit. What
They-
else is good against him?
Would they ever pull the what was it,
10
LBZS?
seconds remaining.
Safe lane.
5
Queen of
seconds
Pain.
remaining.
They could and pick another mid laner that can scale into the late game. But most of these like I guess you could go Lina, but it's super risky. What else is there if you want to go that route? Not a whole lot, to be honest. I personally still feel like Spectre is quite strong if they want to go for the hard carry route. Lane's pretty well into bad route as well. It's not the easiest pick, honestly. Like the carry bans make it very hard. Phantom Lancer would be like the most obvious choice against Bad Rider, but you already have Ember Spirit, as we said, and Dazzle, which can be annoying. Anti-Mage. It's actually a pretty good anti-mage game, but nobody picks that hero anymore, so... Wraith King, Weaver, maybe?
Spectre?
My mind is on Weaver, Spectre, or Anti-Mage.
Okay. We'll see what they want to go for. Not a lot of time remaining. Maybe a little bit lost in what they're thinking about.
Yeah, it's a very tough last pick. Not easy at all. Because you have to address a lot of issues. Which is why Bad Rider is such an annoying hero.
Phantom.
But they do actually end up going for the PL that we spoke about. They only last the spell, but you can tell they're not confident in it because they took 2 minutes to pick it.
Do you think that's lack of confidence or just discussing it all?
I know, of course, you're discussing it. It's just like, if you're a carry player and you see a good PL game, you'll be like, oh, yeah, I want PL, right? But this is not an easy PL game. Dazzle is tough. Ember Spirit is tough. Even Juggernaut with Shard and a level 20 talent that destroys your illusions. You have to get really far ahead as a Phantom Lancer to have a lot of impact this game.
So who are you leaning? Just draft, minus the teams. Obviously, that's hard to do. Who are you leaning towards?
I like Outsiders this time around. Very, very solid draft. They got good backline. They got strong initiation. They have good roam, good building damage, good late game. Like I think they have it all.
So we'll see if Thunder Awaken can take the 2-0. Like I said, if they do, they'll be tied with Outsiders. They'll be at 5-5. If they were to be at 5-5, all of a sudden, you know, they've got 5 wins and they're towards the middle of the pack, towards the top, actually.
Yeah, I mean, if we're already in day 3, right? Every win from now on is going to be very important. Like, most of the games are already going to be played by the end of the day. But be careful that you don't drop the ball anymore.
So we'll see if they can pull it out or if Outsiders are going to split the series 1 apiece. And this time, like I said, or like we've said, Ramsey's on that jug and up against the PL of guys.
Hello?
I'm interested to see how this goes out. Like, what lane are we really looking at towards the most?
Well, PL against Bad Rider, neither hero should really ever die. So that lane should be pretty boring, just both farming. Mid lane can be quite a tough lane to predict because it's very skill dependent. Do you skill into the Shadow Strike? If you do, how many Shadow Strikes can you dodge with the slide? Well, that's like a very high skill matchup. And at the top, again, I don't think Juggernaut will be pressured too much. Oh, because...
Yeah, in by himself. Doppelganger to the low ground, though, so he is fine.
He actually skilled Firefly level 1 rather than Napalm.
30 seconds
like, Firefly does absolutely nothing, usually. See what they have in mind with that. Oh yeah, Dazzle Juggernaut is an incredibly strong lane, so they have to be very careful in the top lane.
Go Sacred back on this Pango. He's looking to swipe a bounty. He's got some help here from Matthew, but 3 closing in on the other bounty rune. Goes into the Blade Fury, and Ramsey picks it up. They're all fighting around, and everybody trying to find an opening. Ramsey's just trying to fight Sacred. Oh, swashbuckle in time. First blood on Ramsey's. They'll trade for Pandamu. Not the best feeling, and then Sacred kills himself to the tower.
Alrighty. Well, that's a good start for the Pangoli at least. Juggernaut's already back in the lane though, so he'll be farming quite okay still. Really not a big deal. Bounty rune was 3-1 split, right?
The bounty rune split was 3-1, yeah, for Outsider.
Yeah, so that's still okay.
Sacred in trouble, Blade Fury on him with 3 heroes top. This will help Ramses recover a little bit. Hakoda gets credit for the kill. Scatterblast doing some damage, but that's really about it.
Yeah, I really like that, what they did there. The Trident top, just to be able to kill Sacred again, because they know he has no ATP now for 40 seconds. Walk back all the way to the lane. It's gonna make it very simple for Jack and Tezel down the lane.
Forced to get a smoke and use that to get back quicker.
Yeah, never feels good. Well, at least Bad Rider isn't doing too hot right now. But as the levels go up, he should be doing a little bit better. I really don't understand why he didn't go into the Napalm level 1. Like, that's what helps you last hit and pressure enemies. Firefly level 1 is just a 50-second cooldown, 20 damage per second spell. It's so underwhelming.
Gives Pakaz a pretty free start, truthfully.
Yeah, it's not supposed to be this free. He's even thinking about going into an Orb of Venom to pressure the Bad Rider back now. Oh, mid lane. Oh, Alone is burning. Where's his bottle? He didn't bring his bottle in the courier yet. Now it's coming with a soul lane.
Dire's courier has been killed.
He's gonna get both water wounds on the
very
Ember. Yeah, mid lane is pretty much won now by Ember. Look at the net worth 200 ahead already.
Has been killed.
He's trying to not give him the second water room, but if you go, you die.
Yeah, with no bottle, he doesn't really have the opportunity to go. And GPK, you can see how aggressive he wants to play. But now finally with the bottle. Alone, I guess, could make a move, but that's while Sacred's getting a kill here on to Hakoda.
Along with the bottle, finally gets the water rune as well. Oh yeah, nice kill on Hakoda on the top lane.
Is under attack.
Very even early game so far. Ooh, got Shackle under the tower damage. Ooh, he's out of region again.
Yeah, that's really not great. It's certainly not going as well for Alone. Do you think anybody rotates for him is really the question, and if so, who? I guess they've got 2 supports to really get the lockdown, right?
Nah, if one support dies, they will TP and refill the bottle. But no one's really dead yet. Yeah, man, just be a bit careful, it's low damage.
Yeah, a lot, and he's gonna commit for a second at least. But now the sticky napalm 4 stacks.
Yeah, so the only weakness of Phantom Lance against Bad Rider early on is Doppelganger has a long cooldown. Recently got buffed a bit, so it's not as bad anymore, but still 19 seconds of 1. Gotta be very careful how you use that.
So where is it going best for both sides at the moment?
I mean, the bot lane is going way better for the PL than it should, I think. But at the same time, also the mid lane and top lane are going very well for outsiders. But nothing like definitive yet. Still pretty even.
Hakoda looking like he might just die again. Ooh, Scatterblast misses. Should still be able to run him down, and they of course got that swashbuckler to do so. Bottom lane, there's the dispose on a Pakaz, but Pandamu has a Fire Blast right back onto DM.
How did they all end up there? Like both Radiant Heroes and Hakoda. Just chase them all the way?
Potentially. Even Ramsey's certainly an open time.
Yeah, Rams is very happy. Top of the network, no problem.
Burning out Pandamu though. Firefly's there. 4 stacks of the sticky napalm on top of the Ogre. And DM this time gets the kill. They've got the dispose, and all of a sudden, Pakaz is low on health, and the rebound really hurting him up. He's got 12 charges on that wand, but Matthew, he's also going to fall over mid to GPK.
Yeah, they tried to make a rotation happen on him, but he turns it around and kills them instead. That will give Quap a faster level 6 though. He's pretty much out of mana though, so he won't be able to really rotate. But now Juggernaut is going to be pretty unstoppable in the top lane. Rotating bottom on Matthew. They're looking for the Bad Rider kill.
Trying to get something as Pandamu has the stun. They'll follow it up with the cookie. The Scatterblast hit both of them, and Yamich, he's got the rebound to get away. Yeah. So the creep wave will save him. certainly bail him
Radiant's
out.
bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, he crumbled in the middle.
And
Solo kill.
Quaffle, but there's the Remnant forward. GPK kills alone. All the tips coming out. GPK tips alone. DM, Yamich, and alone all tip GPK.
Yeah, alone a little bit in over his head there. That was never going to be a kill, no matter what. Even if he doesn't reach level 60 on the Ember Spirit. But yeah, well played by GPK. Abusing a very exploitable mistake. Doesn't get the rune, so we'll have to go back to base at some point, but yeah, solo killing in the mid is very important. Alone is picking top now.
Sacred getting run down by Hakoda. Only has 4 stacks on the wand. Slow it up. Hakoda really trying to commit and get this kill, but it will be a little bit of a recovery there for Alone to at least get that.
Yeah, Alone Snapper is still very good. Even though GPK solo killed them, they're still pretty much neck and neck. Let's see. If Alone is mega tilted, he's gonna go 4 levels in the Shadow Strike. Which I hope he won't do. You never know.
Ooh, the cookie lands at the GPK out of the sight, but they've got Hakoda again. Okay, taking a lot of damage. Shadow Wave is there. Slight Remnant and another kill on a Matthew. GPK just playing with his food over mid.
Yeah, he knows how to play Ember very well. Despite only being bronze, he failed the Amar test.
Well, maybe the Amar test is not everything.
Oh yeah, certainly not. Just shows how many pub games you play.
We're bottom.
Alone actually rotating bottom as well.
Yeah, they've got the lockdown on a DM. He goes into the Firefly. He's trying to run. Picaz is here with him and running up towards the tower, but Alone, no Sonic Wave just yet. So it doesn't make the commitment to make the blink and potentially use that ult to get the kill. And instead, he'll start working his way back towards the mid lane. This is left Ramsey. He's free to do whatever he wants, and he's top of the net worth.
Yeah, he's going to Midas, and so is Picaz. I don't know what happened in Dota recently, that so many people are not going to Midases. But it's become like a new tournament meta, basically. In Riyadh, it was not really a thing. But at this tournament, more and more people are doing it. Even Armor on the Phantoms also did it.
Poison touch, Sonic Wave used over mid. Okay.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Not really the response that I think was necessary from Alone. But yeah, I mean, outsiders are certainly willing to just soak that damage and run with it past that.
Yeah, his Sonic Waves have been he was very liberal with the usages so far. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, been, like you said, pretty liberal with it.
Now Jug. Midas done. PL, 500 away from his.
The Ultra Greed into the Midas.
Well, at least he went boots this time. Remember when who did it? Who was on the PL? Was it Armor that went straight Midas?
Yeah.
Like no region, Crown Blade Midas?
It was nuts. And that was, I believe, against Talon.
Yeah, that was insane. And they got away with it, like, no problem.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They are going Midas on Picaz, so he's also doing it, but, well, you know, it wasn't the Quelling Blade straight Midas. He got shreds before that.
Yeah, just for a little bit stronger lane presence.
Sacred looking for the Rolling Thunder, and that hits Yamich. Bounces back, they'll have the stun, they'll get the kill onto Yamich. No! The Shallow Grave keeps him alive, and eventually he'll die. But it does a good job of making them continue to focus the Marcy, while GPK is just outputting quite a bit of damage, and the aggressive blink from Alone. He blinked in, and it's only level 1. He's on cooldown for 5 more seconds. GPK, not a lot of mana to work with, and no sight of Fist, just missing Alone. That was very aggressive, and maybe almost just life-throwing.
Wow, it was really close. But stays alive. No more resources though. The next rune is gonna go to GPK.
Now onto Yamich again. The attention is now on the Hakoda, but Alone dies for this. We'll get both supports. Kaz will get both there as he's got the double kill, but he's really giving up your Queen of Pain again? Worth that?
Yeah, Alone has been playing very aggressively. Definitely over-aggressively even. But that gave Kaz at least the space to finish his Diffuser Blade, who, yeah, he didn't go for the Midas after all. Maybe he'll go back to it after the Diffusal. But now he's very strong in those fights. Which also means, though, that Ramses did outgreed him, and the longer he gets away with that, the better for him.
Right. Sent Sacred towards top, but I don't know what that's going to do to Ramses.
For like a lot of players, you know, when they see a Midas on someone, and they don't have one themselves, like some of them start to panic, you know, because it puts like a mental strain on you. It's like, oh my god, he's greater than me, he's getting away with it, we have to pressure him, whatnot.
Definitely an interesting perspective on it, right?
Yeah.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I mean, Dota is just all mental. Mental. Mid tower is just going to be taken out for free, pretty much. This Ember Spirit right now is a little bit too strong.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Not really sure what they can end up doing to slow down PGL. It feels like he's had a perfect start, and now they're going to fight Kaz. They'll try to get the kill. The Sonic Wave pushes these heroes back, but again, it's a Sonic Wave defensively. They have not gotten a kill with that ability yet. Coda's standing right there. He's got a Shallow Grave to work with. He's got the heal, so getting a kill on the GPK almost feels impossible.
Yeah, if GPK doesn't play overly aggressive, as you said, it's almost impossible to kill him. And run it out. And...
yeah, GPK still working with that. Yeah, there's the Remnant away. So things continue to stay fine, right? Like, nothing really doing there for the side under Awaken just yet. Until they get the Mortimer's Kisses down onto Yamage. They kill the support once more, but Matthew in trouble. Does get the Fire Snap cooking out of the low ground, but they bring back both supports with the help of the Flame Break. They'll just take Matthew's life for now. They'll let Pandamu run away, and it's still continuing to keep the map wide open for Ramses.
yeah, now I'm looking at this and I'm getting very worried. I'm seeing Quap really far down the net worth, and Quap is very much reliant on snowballing, especially when you play against a hero like Ember Spirit. Like, you ideally want to get up into like a fast Kaya Sange, Orchid, or BKB, which he won't have at this point at all. He has no way to threaten GPK. I'm not sure how he will get back into the game. They will need like a team fight where he gets like a double or triple kill, get quickly into his BKB, start finding more fights, but it's really not going well for Alone at all. It's looking like the Picard show again, so far at least.
Yeah, so he'll have to try and make it work, but how much time is he going to need here on this Phantom Hunter? Like, he doesn't go to the Midas, he goes to Fuso. Going Manta is the timing a hard timing?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
For whom, you mean?
For the PL to even bring this game like back. If Jug's having a wide open game, he's got Midas going into the Maelstrom next.
Already has that.
Like, how do you get in front of him?
You can't really, unless you find a kill on him. The problem with PL is, like, you need that heart to be really, really, really strong. When you have
slash on Pandamu. And
easy kill.
Last shot. He got him.
Easy kill. Trying to bait something out. Almost got that bait, but yeah. All that ends up happening is more gold for Ramses. But as I said, like, you need that heart to really feel confident in those fights, especially with all the AoE damage coming out from the Ember Spirit, who has Maelstrom already. Maelstrom from the Juggernaut, the spin damage. Even the Dazzle Hex can be so annoying.
Yeah, he's going straight into that shard.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, this game is looking a lot worse than game 1 for Tundra Awaken. They'll have to make use of the PL somehow. He's the most farmed hero, but he doesn't feel very comfortable fighting just yet. Because he's very squishy still.
What is it? We usually look out for Diffusal, Manta, Heart.
Yeah.
And
Manta's already really strong, but then once you get the heart, you feel
instantly. Got the Blink on Sacred, so GPK controlled for a second, does have the Remnant out. And Again, they'll find Yamich.
Yeah. They need additional lockdown for the Ember. They have none.
They're looking over bottom, too.
Coda,
Shalgrave, TP out. Do they have the lockdown? No.
Yeah, when you're playing against Dazzle, you always gotta make sure you don't use the last stun that's in range before people actually start TPing out, because it's a free TP every time otherwise. DM is pretty rich as well.
Double damage empowers me.
There's smoke with the DD Ember. If they find alone, he might just be dead. He's also pretty alone right now.
Top tower is under attack.
Ooh, they found him
alone, but Yamich no blink daggers, so can't keep up with him. You know how GPK though finds Matthew, and eventually they've got the rebound and the kill on the Sapphire.
Easy peasy. I'm a little bit worried that if they don't get to use the PL anytime soon, before the BKB timings, that his effectiveness is gonna be a whole lot less. Because most of the burst damage that PL deals comes from burning mana, obviously. Once BKBs are activated, it's not gonna burn your mana.
So another pause.
Yeah.
Lead for Outsiders. Is it just getting out of hand? Truthfully, like, Ember with the BKB, Mjolnir for Ramses pretty soon, honestly. Just feels like he's got the opportunity to go off quicker.
I definitely can snowball, but he's a very, very easy kill still, right? Like, if he gets Pango rolled, Quap Wave deals a lot of damage. Like, I think the game definitely has the potential to snowball out of control soon if they don't do anything on Tundra Awaken, but there is still a lot of Dota to be played until then. Yeah, very okay. Who did he talk to? He
said, "We don't lag, good." And then Matthew said, "Everyone here is lag."
Oh.
You lagging?
What? No, but I mean, I had a bunch of them on my ignore list.
Oh my god!
So I couldn't see chat.
Now that's the question, chat. I've got a question for you. Does having a lot of people on your ignore list mean you're toxic or they're toxic? I'm gonna go with neither, just so I can keep good standing with everybody.
Hey, I played an SA for like 3 months, you know.
I remember.
You know me. I don't avoid people for
Radiant's
nothing.
bottom tower is under attack.
Right.
Thank you.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
How close is he now? Oh gosh, the Mjolnir's gonna come in quick. It's scary how fast Ramses is farming.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, 900 away from it. Oh,
Hakoda. Bouncing, he's in a good spot, and they'll catch him. But again, he's got the shallow grave, so he can just extend this. They'll chase. Ramses could come over. They might get the kill here on the Dazzle, but the healing ward, it's a little bit harder, and they've got the dispose on his face. So trading your life for a Dazzle, never really feeling worth it.
Now you're watching. That's how it's done.
Yeah, especially if you're giving more gold over to Ramses. 300 gold away from his Mjolnir. I mean, PL has Matt. He's not even going Matt. He's going straight hard. He also recognized that he needs to be more tanky.
Tower is under attack.
I mean, he's farming well. He really is. It's just alone,
Dire's top tower
as well
is under
as
attack.
Sacred are having really rough games.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
And this is not a kind of game where PL can just single-handedly take over easily.
No, not
Lots
at all.
of problems.
He's working on the heart, but that did require him to stop on the Manta.
Yeah. And we already have that Mjolnir completed now.
Radiant's bottom tower
after the
is
next
under
Midas
attack.
usage. There it is. Mjolnir flying out. And all those lightning procs are gonna be very annoying for the PL.
Super farmed at the moment. Not just at the moment, just continually. Sacred caught again. All tries to get into the Rolling Thunder. But he's killed off once more by Yamage. So quick back-to-back deaths. And, you know, it's not only Ramses who's having a great game, but it feels like GPK 6-0-2. The net worth may not be towards the top where Jug is, but he's certainly feeling himself in this game.
Yeah, I mean, they're like outliers, right? The PL and the Jug, they're basically absorbing the whole map of their team. So they expected to be at the top, but if you just compare the other two, they're definitely a lot happier. And the supports as well. So game is looking very good for Outsiders still. BKB, as I said before, is a strong timing. Matthew, I think you're dead, my friend.
Yeah, it might be. Definitely is. Ramses with another.
Tricked you. I saw his voice and it's just... It's so down. Looking for Pandamu as well.
They've got the shard, yeah, so...
Omni,
Poison touch, Omni jumps over to Alone, but... Alone jumps back, and Ramses now with another kill. He's 5-1-1. They've got the blink on Yamage too, so he'll be able to blink in and look to go to the dispose immediately. That's usually the combo, right? And then you rebound if you need the movement speed in or out. You're not forced to use it to jump in immediately. Oh, Secret again! Oh dear. Poison touch. There's the Hex. They've got the kill onto the Pango once more. This bottom tier 2 looking dead.
Yeah, say hello to Mr. Healing Ward. Making every push impossible to defend. Unless you can take it down. I love taking 0 damage from towers. It's my hidden fetish.
Never refuse gold given.
Alone, still working on his BKB.
% to 18%. Not great.
Yeah,
there's the heart.
Very rough already. He has a heart now. Now PL needs to get involved. He needs to get involved now. They need to win a team fight.
Yamage, Blank, Dispose. We were talking about Fire Snap Cookie to try and leave, but there's just no way. And you gotta be careful if you're Picasso too. He's hit with Poison Touch, so he ends up getting hexed. He can't join the fight immedially.
Jack has no way to get out of here.
In Sonic Wave, Shallow Green from Hakoda, and Ramses now needs to try and survive. That's a lot of heal. The Blazer still up, still alive. X on his deal with Poison Touch has the healing ward down, and they get nothing out of this.
Save it dead again, maybe?
Swashbuckle on the run, Searing Chains on Makaz. They'll look to get these kills on the side of Outsiders because they've used a lot on Thunder Awaken. Poison Touch, Hexes are in again. Makaz can't run. He's hitting the Searing Chains of GPK. They'll take out Matthew too. 3 heroes gone as Pandamu's on the run, but he's been hit with a dispose. And, well, the Shadow Wave from Hakoda takes his life.
Yeah, on the back of a massive grave. They just took their team fight. Like, he survived with like obviously 1 health for the longest time, and then the heal amplification coming through from the stick, from the Shadow Wave, gets the healing one out again. Back to full health, and you're gonna see Pakas is just helpless in these fights right now. There's so much AoE damage and Hex and everything. It's not easy at all for him to play. As the Roshan is falling, we can take a quick look at the little replay here.
Yeah, this is after Thunder Awaken kind of used everything sacred.
Trying to kill Ramses, yeah.
Trying to run, trying to get
just
a kill.
Look at Prakash. He's so helpless.
Yeah, he's not by himself, but without Sacred, without Alone really helping, he kind of is, right?
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, PL is rich, yes, but if the other 2 heroes aren't there to back you up, or the other 4 heroes rather, it's not the same as last game where Morphling is just waves into a fight and kills everybody by himself. It's not like that with the PL this time, because they have too many good answers for him, which is also why they hesitated so long to pick the PL, right? It's not the greatest PL game ever. Now the BKBs are up. There's just too many problems right now to deal with, and I feel that hard was like their timing to really win a fight. Now having lost that fight and having lost Aegis, like, it's going to be very difficult to come back.
But was the timing with the heart, or was realistically the timing supposed to be with the heart as well as the Manta?
Well, of course, they wanted to be more rich, but he identified the situation wasn't going too well for them. So they wanted to be ready earlier. And the boo! And the moo! Peekaboo! And you're gone.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
See if they want to try to pressure high ground. They should feel very confident right now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
11k lead, what's really stopping them?
Yeah, healing ward cooldown.
Fair enough.
Radiant's middle tower.
No, but
is
yeah,
under
like every
attack.
time there's a healing ward, they can just take it out of tower. They don't even have to wait for it. They don't want to. They have to cyclic as well. Make him heal up a little bit.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Lasso, Sacred, caught
I've
again.
seen the story before.
And that is just more than enough damage from outsiders. They clean them up with ease.
That's the healing ward. Time to go high.
Yeah, healing ward and Dakota ready to heal. They've got the shallow grave if needed. He'll take the healing ward. He'll go into the Omni Slash. He'll focus his attention onto Alone with it. He gets the blink away, so the Omni Slash not really too effective. But Matthew now running away from Ramses, who eventually gets himself at least that. Stun is there. Shallow grave is in. Poison touch comes in. That will make these heroes forced to pop their BKB on the side of Thunder Awaken. Pushing Alone away. GPK burning out a little bit. Kaz try to fight, but it's just him for the moment, and Ramsey's down to about half health. They've got themselves the poison touch again, and that will hex up Kaz as they back off on the side of outsiders. They pick up the Scotty on Ramses, and while Thunder Awaken, there's no real rebuttal.
Deceptive rule
Yeah,
of
might have to think
invisibility.
twice next time picking a PL into Dazzler. You're gonna see every time he's focusing someone, one poison touch comes through, bam, all the illusions gone, which is all the burst damage of the Phantoms are gone. And Ramses overplayed his hand just a little bit. No, the Aegis wasn't about to time out. But yeah, massive lead still, nothing to worry about. They're just gonna wait for the lasso cooldown. Once that's up, smoke back up again, and kill whoever they can find. Anything else coming out? Scotty is down on the Juggernaut already, so he's pretty survivable.
Yeah, now they've got this Manta on Kaz. He's going to hit that level 20 soon. But with the Manta, I guess it's the full build that you were hoping for, but he's fallen 3,000 gold behind this Jug.
Dire are
Yeah,
scanning.
I mean, PL can still get like 6 slotted and be a very, very strong hero down the line. It's just, I don't think the game is going to get there.
It'll take a lot. It would surely take a lot for them to get to this point. Or get to that point, not this point.
Is that...
2PK? Oh! No. Maybe if Sacred had a Basher.
Or a Hex. Or in general, if they just had more gold.
Yeah, he's pretty low on gold. So he's only a couple thousand head of the Dazzle. But a lot of the attention has been given over to Pakaz as he's trying to carry the game once again.
Yeah, the Quap is also starved for money, unfortunately. You know, just like in real life, because lots of problems, not enough solutions. Yeah.
Comforting rune of regeneration.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Outsiders not gonna find Sacred this time. He gets back up onto the high ground. The rest of the team isn't exactly nearby. Phantom Lancer looking to get himself.
But the last one, Sacred again.
Gosh, they catch Sacred again and
He has
constantly
buyback,
catching him
though.
out. That is
Healing
the
ward is
8th
down.
time he's died.
We got the real one.
They got the real Phantom Lancer. He's hexed up and now just locked in place thanks to the Searing Chains. They'll buy back on Sacred. Outsiders. How willing are they to commit? 4-man smoke. It's just a remnant away, so maybe they were thinking to go off that, but Thunder Awaken, they'd really need to change. TPK TP's out. Rolling Thunder, not there for him. And Yamish again, he just TP's away, and Ramses is free to do so with just the Blade Fury. so they're not really catching these heroes.
Dakota maybe?
And
No.
Dakota up onto the high ground. Yamich has blink in 3 seconds. They chase, they smoke, they buy back, but nothing goes the way of Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, that's the problem when you don't have like any real great initiation, no targeted stuns. They're all a little bit hard to hit, and even if you hit them, they're not really long either. Basher now down on Juggernaut, so the spin to win build is completed. Alone just blinked in.
That might
bashed
just
up
be
as well.
Queen of Pain death. Forced to pop the BKB defensively once again, and Ramses is moving forward. They've got the expose, and they will just go with the Omni Slash. They catch the Jug. They've got the Shower Grave again. Poison Touch, not stopping the guys for long enough as they go after Ramses. They got a lone nearby, the Sunny Yamich.
They don't blink in.
Damage, he blinked into this. They've got the help from GPK. Phantom Lancer can only just watch as his life dwindles. And they use that Poison Touch to hex him up. They'll get the kill and a Panda move. 4 heroes gone on the side of Thunder Awaken. They'll call GG, and Outsiders will split the series 1 apiece.
Yeah, the draft this time around was just a little bit too lopsided, I think. Outsiders is a very strong team. If you give them a draft advantage like that, it's gonna be tough. Like, you could already tell by the amount of time they took to pick that Phantom Lancer. You know, they were like, oh my, pick against the Bad Rider. We only have one real answer left that can dispel it easily, which would be the Phantom Lancer. And they're like, okay, I guess we'll do it. But yeah, ultimately, the mid lane and top lane didn't go well enough.
Yeah, it did not go well enough for the side of Thunder Awaken in a lot of these lanes. And I think putting everything, the weight of the game on Pakaz, it worked once, but it's not going to work twice in a row. And Outsiders are going to make sure that just unfortunate for them is this. I think a victory here for Thunder Awaken would have really just boosted them up. A 1-1 still not bad. Well, I feel like a lot of people definitely thought that Thunder Awaken weren't going to pull anything out of this. But to get at least one game, I think you got to at least be happy about that, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, game 1 was already hard fought, you know. Getting a win like that is always good for the morale. Sure, game 2 didn't go your way, but man, it is. You still have, I believe, 3 series to play after this. So just make sure you're good in a good mental space. You can still make it to top 6 easily.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. They've got OG, Liquid, LGD as their last 3 series. So a 2-0 here would have been something that they really could have bounced off of. But it's going to be tough 3 series on the back end of that. And for Outsiders, the series that they've got remaining is LGD themselves, OG as well, and then Sonics, the artist formerly known as Quincy Crew. So we're going to be on to the 4th and final series of the day, but we're going to take a quick break before that. We'll see you guys in a little bit and see you back when it's time for the 4th and final series.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Howdy, howdy. Well, I hope you guys are all fine and dandy. Yeah, we'll give yourselves the biggest yeehaw you can. We're back with the final BO2 of the day, and that's going to be Aster against Tundra. Aster splitting their first series today 1-1, and so did Tundra. They went up against EG. And they currently sit at the bottom of Group B at 3-7.
Yeah, and also to note, they have one less game to play than all the teams in Group A, of course. So they only have 2 games left to play. This is pretty much a must-win scenario for them.
Yeah, it feels like a must-win for sure. And then on the other side, of course, you've got Team Aster. They're sitting on top of Group A. The top against the bottom. We'll see who takes it. PGL being called Rubber Ball. Interesting.
Yeah. Hello, Mr. Rubber Ball.
Yeah, and that is, sure. We'll take it. I'm not sure if that's the way I've heard it said before. I know maybe the meaning of PGL is Rubber Ball. But it was Siamese Cat before, which he has 2 cats. That's why his name was Siamese Cat. And I believe also PGL was a mixture of his 2 cat names. But I don't know. I don't know him as close as maybe many others do. I'm surprised the odds are so close. Considering this is the top against the bottom, I'm a little shocked.
I mean, Tundra does have a lot of fans in Europe, though. So I guess it does make sense in that regard. But yeah, Tundra have been struggling not only here, also at Riyadh, where, of course, 33 wasn't there. So I didn't put too much stock into that because playing with the stand-in is always rough. But yeah, and even in this tournament, they're not getting things going at all.
Yeah, and what we are going to get going is the swipe right on into
Team
that.
Aster's
And take a look at how the bans and picks are going to go, because this is must-win territory for Tundra and Aster. They can kind of solidify their spot at the top of Group B. They are 7-3 entity,
Team
which
Aster's
they've got their carry being stood in for. They're 6-4.
They're doing really well.
Aster's
Yeah.
turn team. Dire team.
But honestly, it's one of the best carry metas for an offlaner to stand in as a carry, because they play all these Bristol bags, they play these Dooms, you know, even Lycan carry, like Lone Druid. They're really just picking these offlaners and put them in a safe lane scenario, and they're making
10
it work.
seconds remaining.
Because right now in the meta, they're also considered quite strong, right? So Razor
5
first pick
seconds remaining.
by Tundra, very cookie cutter, tiny Dazzle by Team Aster. Aster loves their Dazzle, they love their tiny. It's a very strong opening for Aster.
Yeah, so I think we've seen the strengths of Dazzle. for sure. Definitely have seen it, in the game before, of course, with that early shard. So it's interesting to definitely see what they're going to do with the Dazzle, where they want to put it. It was in the 5 before. Not really a Bobica here, so I feel like that's just solidified in the 5, right?
Dire team back.
Yeah. Again, I don't think we're ever going to see Dazzle 4. It just like does the same thing as a 5. You don't really need money. No farm priority is really going to help you. And Marcy Razor, the classic. I mean, I feel like most of the time in these drafts, you could just put on a replay and we'd be like, oh yeah, we've seen it before.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Just continuing to feel like we're getting the same drafts.
5 seconds
remaining. I'm really looking forward to seeing one team like break it apart, like the meta game. Hopefully in this major as well. Be very fun to see. Yeah, for now it's going to be more of the same. And well, again, Aster's draft is very open. The Tiny can occupy 3 or 4 or 2. So can the Razor. And it's very hard to predict drafts, actually, in this patch, just because everything is so flexible and open all the time.
Dire team bad.
Right.
Now, what is good against Razor Marcy is, of course, a hero like Terrorblade, just illusion-based heroes, Phantom Lancer. Like the only thing that has happened so far in the metagame
10 seconds remaining.
feels like yes, there have been a lot of PL picks, right?
5 seconds remaining.
It feels like there's definitely been a surge of PL picks, right? Yeah,
Team
like you said,
Aster's
like it just.
turn to ban.
Huh. What do you think is causing that? Just PL influx.
Didn't LGD just run PL twice in the first series of the tournament, and ever since then people started picking them more?
Watch LGD replays, I guess is the way of the name of the game.
10 seconds
I mean,
remaining.
they picked PL even in a not so great PL game, and he still went like 15-0. So yeah, LGD magic for sure. Now, what hero is 33 gonna land on? Because for me, he is the key component of that team. Followed closely by 9, I would say, with his innovation. But the reason why Tundra was always so strong is because they're unpredictable. You never know what they're going to do. You never know what heroes they're going to pick or where to put them.
5 seconds
so I feel like such a defined metagame might actually be a bit of a detriment towards them. What do you think?
Team Aster's
I can kind of agree with that. And like what you're trying to say is it's just they've become more predictable.
Yeah.
Because they almost have to be.
Yeah, exactly. Just because of how solidified the meta has become. Right, like they were in the team to first pick Razor like this.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds
They definitely
remaining.
used to love their coddles mid first or something like that, or throw it out there where you're not sure if it's going to be the support or the mid.
Exactly. And I kind of feel like, it happens, of course, when you lose a lot. Oh, patch straight away. Okay, probably a mid patch. They always run it in the mid. I've never seen it run safely in an offlane. But yeah, you lose a lot, right? And you're really starting to doubt your drafts. You're not just losing a lot in this tournament. I think you got last place at Riyadh as well.
Remaining.
So 7/8.
7/8.
5 seconds remaining.
Is last, right? Oh no, second last.
There was 9th and 10th, yeah.
Yeah, so second last. But either way, they've lost a lot more than people expected as well. A lot more than they probably expected as well. And it just starts to bite away at your self-confidence, right? You start to doubt your drafts, your strategies, your play style maybe even. And that's the worst thing that can happen in a big tournament like this. Again, they only have 4 games left to play, and they're 3-7 right now.
Pick.
Bad Rider!
Oh, Bad Rider mid against Patch. That's nasty. Patch hates playing against Bad Rider. I'm very surprised they picked Patch this early.
Yeah, it seems like more of a last pick of the second phase. Like you could have
10
helped it
seconds
until
remaining.
after these 2 picks.
Yeah, but now Phantom Lancer looks even stronger,
5
right?
seconds remaining.
If they don't pick a hero that addresses the PL, they might just pick PL now, ban offlaners that counter it, and feel really good about themselves. Because as always, like playing against Bad Rider, even as Pudge, it's not the greatest or most fun lane ever, but you don't die unless you get greedy. You get 3-4 stickies, go back. You can always hook jungle creeps. It's not unplayable.
Team
I must be really thinking about the second support pick. Oh my god. Like, Phantom Lancer looks way too good right now. Like I was saying, you have to sort of look out for what you pick as a support, because Phantom Lancer is a real possibility, and Warlock doesn't do a whole lot against Phantom Lancer.
Do you pick him here, though, the Phantom Lancer, if you're just going to go for
remaining.
it?
It's going to get banned if you don't. If you're planning to pick it, you're going to pick it here.
5 seconds
Would
remaining.
you? Well, never mind. I was going to say, would you think of something else, maybe even the Void, but Void's already banned.
I mean, Naga is also strong.
Storm
Spirit. So they're calling an audible on that Pudge, yeah. Because, like you said, the Bat Rider is going to do well against it. The only lane Bat Rider is not going to go in is the safe lane, right? Like, it would go mid or into the off lane. You don't play it safe, you don't play it mid, just throw it in the off.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it can definitely work. Tiny Punch is not a weak lane at all.
5 seconds
But now I'm expecting
remaining.
a Phantom Lancer ban. Honestly, Naga Siren looks insane too. There's still a lot of carry picks left. And Storm is a very big problem right now. Whatever hero you pick last, you have to cover so many bases. You have to kill the Storm somehow. You have to lane well against Pudge. You have to lane well, or like you have to be good in the game against the potential carry last pick. So many problems thrown at you already.
Dire team ban.
Bam, the
Weaver.
Weaver.
DP. Okay.
And I would say Phantom Lancer, if you're this confident, Black, in saying that Phantom Lancer is the one you got to go for, I would be shocked to see it stay.
How much Aster actually favors Phantom Lancer? I didn't really get to see many Aster games. Did they play Phantom Lancer this
5
tournament?
seconds remaining.
Did Monet touch it?
He's played TV, he's played Spectre, had the CK and a TA game.
Yeah, I can't really find any Phantom Lancer, so maybe he hasn't actually played it.
Actually,
he played it against beastcoast and they lost that game.
He played Lycan safe lane. Interesting.
Yeah. So maybe they just don't really like Phantom Lancer, because from what I've seen, they have one game that lost it.
Dire team pick.
All right, your last pick. What's it going to be? It has to be some sort of answer to Storm Spirit.
Isn't Storm considered like the worst spirit at the moment, though?
Yeah, it is.
10 seconds remaining.
But it's the spirit that lanes the
5
best into Bad
seconds
Rider.
remaining.
Team Aster's turn to pick.
Beastmaster. Now, if that's not a Phantom Lancer, I actually don't know. Like, this is the freest Phantom Lancer game in, like, forever.
Safe lane Razor?
It's 100% safe in Razor, yeah.
10
Wait, let me just do the voice
remaining.
acting. Phantom Lancer.
We'll see if that works. Would you still be willing to go something like the Spectre?
Yeah, that can work too. The thing is, they have no good answers for so many things. Anti-Mage can work, Naga Siren can work, Terrorblade is great. Like, Tundra's draft, I feel, is pretty lacking. Like, they will hit a strong timing, but if the timing gets reflected, they're done.
Taking a lot of time to think about it.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of time. And Pudge...
Go Naga Siren.
Your hero.
Yeah. It was going to be Naga or Phantom Lancer. Both of them are amazing options in this game. And again, you have this one strong timing. If you can't hit a devastating blow with that timing, you're probably just going to lose. Because Razor hates playing against Naga. Like, Razor, you pop BKB, run after hero, right? Naga just buys axe, nets you through that BKB, and you're like, I guess my BKB is kind of wasted now. What is the Christmas tree sword thing? That looks so bugged.
You don't You don't like the tree? It doesn't look like it's right at the moment. I'm pretty sure it's just a Christmas tree.
Yeah, it's supposed to be just a Christmas tree.
Remaining.
But, okay, just let's look purely at the lanes, right?
Remaining.
Storm should do very well against Bad Rider. Naga destroys Marcy Beastmaster. So we have to look at the Razor Warlock really owning the Pudge lane, because otherwise, if you lose too many lanes in the early game, we've already seen it many times, there's no recovering. Especially if you're the team on a timer.
So, what sticks out to you the most of everything that's going on right now for Tundra to make it go right?
I mean, again, like they have to win lanes, and they have to make sure they hit the critical timing with Beastmaster, with the Razor BKB, Bad Rider BKB, and really deal a devastating blow to them. Because if Naga gets like 3 items this game, without being at a massive disadvantage, I think the game's just going to go Aster's way. It's too good of a Naga game.
Trying to look up XXS and his Pudge.
I don't think I've seen it.
131 games in his pubs, but taking a look at his pro games, he's never played it. So this is, at least according to Dota Buff, his first pro Pudge game.
Let me see. I want to verify. Not on Dota Buff, just by clicking through. No, wait. They played Pudge, but it was on
Ori, I would assume.
Ori, yeah. Every time they played it was on Ori, except this game. I see how comfortable he is as a Pudge player. I'm putting my phone on standby just in case they call me.
To play Pudge. I'm interested to see Ori on the Storm. Back in the day, Ori with his time on Vici, like this was one of those heroes you'd see Ori pick up and just fear in your eyes.
Yeah, but since then, Storm has received a lot of nerfs, unfortunately. And he's level 30 on the hero, no surprise.
And there's definitely one clip I remember I got to cover Ori playing Storm during a DPL season, and he went up against Newbie and just obliterated them.
Yeah, good old days when Storm was actually a hero.
The battle begins.
Poison touch on Asakta, but he's got
rebound for the Radiant.
Yeah. 3 bounties for the Radiant. Now the rebound in. They're going to try and chase Piku a little bit with Monet nearby. He's only got the mirror image. So, what's the build here if you're Monet?
Probably Manta Eggs, Scotty.
And then what's the ability build if you're on this Naga?
What do you mean by ability build?
Like, what skill build are you going for?
Oh, it's always Max Illusions and probably 1 level in net if you can find a good kill opportunity. Like 33 is
33. He is just getting right click down, and eventually First Blood will be there for Monet. And Zoxa trying to get a kill here on Piku, but yeah, he's got 6 sticks and he's got Poison Touch in a second. Zoxa will be without the rebound in 8. Lines up where he can just jump away again anyway.
6 stick. Sounds very fun to say. But yeah, first one is dead, should not be happening. But that's a very strong level 1 laner. That's why he is so favored right now by a lot of teams. Again, no, Skidder should be destroying this Pudge in top lane.
Is the should, right? But Pudge 5-0, holding his ground at least for the moment. XXS trying to get it done. Skitter's gonna lose his courier. Bobica with the Tiny sneaking back there and taking away a little bit of regen.
Yep, just give it a little loft tap.
Sneaking, getting vulcanized there. Nothing more classic than Bobica playing with XXS. They're the 2 guys who have the longest standing duo record. of games
it's
played.
going strong.
Still continuing to go strong. Back in the days of playing with each other on IG.
Yeah, you can already see Storm is very comfortable in the mid. Leading the CS just a little bit. Nothing massive.
Saksa gets the dispose. PickU's got the Shadow Wave, the damage on Saksa. He's got the stick again. PickU probably falls, but this is solo experience for Monet, right?
Yeah, this is honestly not bad at all for Aster. In fact, this is like the favorite scenario. I see what's sort of out of mana already. Like you can't really lane here anymore.
Taking even more damage as it's the 2-0-1 at the moment for Monet.
Yeah, now before we'll see what he decides to do. More of a greedy build with the Riptide? Or are you gonna go heavier into the killing and skill on that? Because this lane is very strong, right? Shadow Wave plus all the Naga illusions plus Riptide minus armor?
I think I've certainly seen like Nagas just completely ignore the ensnare.
Oh yeah, we have. They're the really greedy ones.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The really greedy ones. How's our mid lane looking? Yeah, still relatively even. He's looking to dive the storm per no.
Goes over to the stack.
Yeah.
Avalanche and toss near Ori. Ori's got the pull in, and 9 is in trouble. Ooh, the Shadow Word, but Hobica, the last right click.
The Stone Fist. Yeah. 1k gold lead already. Game is going fantastically for them. And we already said they have the mid late game advantage, right? So, exactly what they're looking for.
What have we here?
Rebound, and maybe thinking about going for the dispose, and he does pick up that one level in the ensnare. Throws it immediately out onto this Beastmaster. This is not fun for Tundra, that's for sure.
It is not. And now the illusions are off cooldown again. Natus very on cooldown though. He's fine.
Has dispose, and I guess Monet could continue to just walk forward, right? Like, shouldn't be too scared. Shadow Wave off cooldown in a second.
They're looking at 9 again, usually. They don't have Storm level 6 though, so he shouldn't be able to die at all.
But just an avalanche, potentially from the low ground, never ends up getting it, throws a sentry down. And there's actually, oh, let's see. Do they have it? On the run, Poison Touch, body blocks, but eventually Monet is there, and he's got himself the Riptide, so he'll spin to win and get a kill.
And Poison Touch is such a strong ability. If you're in a lane like this, where you're at the mercy of running away the entire time. Could as well be called Broken Touch. Damn OP, man.
So all that being said, XXS, he's almost level 5. He's getting ahead of this Beastmaster too.
Yeah, he's just jungling. He's just hooking jungle creeps.
They keep trying to go in on Monet. They keep paying for it. Shadow Wave, Poison Touch, Saksa. He knows he's dead. He'll dispose an illusion as they dispose of his life.
They're giving away way too many kills to the Naga Siren. This should not be happening.
4-0.
Yeah. And 33 is like, alright, guys. We can't feed this Naga anymore. Different approach. What's the approach though?
I'm not sure that it's not going well in any of these lanes, right?
Yeah, I guess top is still going well, or they're trying to dive 33 as well. Do they have a TP?
They've got the ball lightning, they have the control on 33. Snake King comes in with the fatal bonds, but you TP to your death. This is not going to be 1, it's going to be 2. Snake King loses his life to Ori, and it's a double kill for this Storm.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of tower damage as well. This game is slowly, or maybe even quickly, snowballing out of control already.
You said Tundra was at a hard timer, and with each death, it feels like it gets shorter and shorter. They finally get a dispose on a Monet, who goes for the TP. The damage not there. And he only TPs back to the tier 1.
Yeah, he has no health left, so...
And there's no mana on PickU either.
Yeah. We'll see what he can get away with, I guess. But
They
I
have
expect him to
Tangos
see back
flying
to
out
base.
clarities.
Yeah, and he's only hitting himself too. So it should be up to full in like half a minute or so. Yeah, Storm is the big boy right now. That's why they picked it into the bad right now.
They've got the dismember, so they have even more control. There's a ward here that was just placed. Obica doesn't have a sentry. XXS just continuing to farm. Looking at the net worth, you see all three on the top are part of Aster.
Yeah.
Ori looking to steal some stats.
I'm over here.
There's a lasso. Ori? He's
Overplayed
dead.
his hand.
Yeah, he walked up there and walked right into a lasso with a double damage on 9. I don't truly understand the move, but my feeble-sized brain is not as smart.
You'll get there eventually. Don't worry about it. Now, Razor is completely free farming at least. That's good news. But so is Naga, and Monet is actually queuing up into a Midas, which tightens the timer even more. Arcane on bottom, Storm wants to get it. He gets it.
Ori going after Snake King. They've got the toss with the Avalanche. Snake King will die. Ori maybe even thinking about going for a +1. But he's taking a lot of damage. Flame Break, Ball Lightning, getting some distance. And that's actually all the way over bottom. He's going for 33. He was getting attacked, and then he goes for another charge.
This is 33? Dude, I want to see his POV because he did not expect Storm to jump there. No way.
Not for him, at least.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Because he landed directly on top of the Beastmaster. That was a sick play. Didn't expect it at all.
That was nuts.
Dire's bottom tower.
Very
has
nutty
fallen.
today, Mr. Ori. We'll forgive him for that one mistake, right?
Yeah. Okay. Skitter, he's level 8, but about 700 gold behind the Naga Siren, and he now has that Midas completed.
Yeah, Naga is scaredy big. So is Storm. I mean, even Patch is sitting above net worth compared to the bad red, and same as the Razor. He was jungling half the time.
Yeah. He's going phase after the hood, and he wants the Ags afterwards.
And this game is going way too well for Aster.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Or as we say in Texas, babokes.
Yeah, I guess we do.
Hey, how you doing, babokes? What do you have for breakfast, bro? Howdy. Yeehaw!
Steak and eggs, man.
Steak and eggs every day. Or cereal and milk.
Whole milk?
Any milk.
Yeah, I guess so.
Radiant's middle tower
I will
is
say,
under attack.
back in the day, my family used to say I was adopted from Texas when I was getting bullied as the youngest brother. So I feel like I'm right at home.
Why is it a bad thing?
What, being adopted from Texas?
Yeah.
It's not so much the place, it's more so just saying that you're adopted.
I heard that many times a month, don't worry.
They would just tell me I was adopted from Texas, and then that I should be a Texas Rangers fan or a Dallas Cowboys fan. There's no
But you're not.
respect. No, I'm not.
Maybe you should be.
That's what they said. XXS up top with the help of
Ori.
He's
He
invis,
sees him.
sentry down, and Ori might be in trouble. He might just want to bail. Ooh, did he just start a TP right there? No, he didn't. Okay. I saw a circle show up for a split second. I wasn't sure if he had popped the TP.
I love circles. Circles are great. You know what else is great? Naga Science will do the... Oh, a roar onto PGL this time.
He's got the shallow grave.
No.
Oh,
Dispose,
just
dispose.
TP out. No, he got the dispose. Soxa just in time. That would have felt awful.
Yeah.
Oh my.
They're looking at Boboka as well in the mid lane. Still got the rock. Rock bottom. The rock bottom. Watched ever WWE in Texas?
Probably.
Probably.
Back when it was the WWF.
Also, Naga Siren Monet does the int into Agi threat swap trick, so he's a Naga player. I'm
Dire's
convinced.
structures are fortified.
They're really looking to
Dire's
take the
top
tier 1
tower
over
is
mid.
under attack.
And when's Patch gonna get involved?
You'd think XXS would want to. He's got the phase finished, but he's just farming up that axe. They're gonna look for Bobica. They've got the dispose, but the ball lightning in, focusing the attention on Asaxa. Skitter moving forward, hit by the hook, shallow grave. Now the chaotic offering. They've got the lasso onto the punch, but here's the song. Lands on 4, never quite hits the wall. It's gonna allow them to disengage without losing it.
Yeah, good night. Your big cooldowns use regen rune for Ori.
Oh, Ori.
Over here now.
Now he's got a regen rune, he's got it in the bottle. They may even want to chase for more, especially if XXS had hit that hook.
But he did.
Regeneration.
Oh, Saxa, he had the ward. I'm pretty sure he knew the dazzle was there, but again, he's got the rebound.
Ori just farming jungle. If he sees 9 at the top, Naga and Storm can definitely kill.
They're gonna
9.
see the illusions coming.
They're
and
going,
the
they're
ball
going, they're
lightning. They need to go now, but he gets behind the tower, and they'll bail on the plan.
Yeah, we're going too deep.
So not getting everything they would have wanted.
Yeah. I still feel like they need to make better use of the punch. And perhaps he has to also adjust his item build, where he like goes for a blink dagger maybe a bit earlier. We're looking for 9
Lightning
again.
in, 9 again. He's in some trouble. It got Snake King nearby, but he does not have a chaotic offering. All he has is the heal,
Look at damage though.
which won't heal him enough.
Yeah, Naga's physical damage output at this point is just insane. Minus 8 armor.
Dire's
Top tower should be bye-bye as well.
A lot of damage done there by the storm.
Dire's top tower is
And
fallen.
then, yeah, they get the tier 1
Radiant's
top with
bottom
it.
tower is
They're
under
converging
attack.
over mid. They want PQ, but
Just TP
again,
out?
just TP out. Shallow grave, TP, everything's fine.
Where are you
That's really the
stunned?
target you want? He's not that tanky yet. But he does have 13 armor, and he's by a tier 1 tower. They've got the vision. They'll go after him, and he'll use the dismember. They get the primal roar out to lock him down. Flame break, but still surviving. Nobody coming over to help him out from the side of Aster, and they're just going to let XXS die.
Yeah, I'm priority still the Naga Siren, who is almost into her Manchester already. She is filthy rich. Look at the net worth. And then I'm expecting, as I said before, the Aghanim Scepter just to counter the Razor out. And the Bad Rider as well.
Just doesn't have the tools to like farm as quickly as Monet. I find it insane if they think they're gonna try and keep up. Ball lightning down the bottom. They'll look for 33. They've got the Vortex Avalanche as well as the toss. Ori gets credit for that one again, and he's on a killing spree. He's sitting 5-1 and 2. Beastmaster did for the 4th time.
Under attack.
At least they got the tower, and it's very important. But yeah, they're looking for more Saxa.
Avalanche, ball lightning, and again, they just have the control. So drop down the chaotic offering. Now they've got the last on Ori. So again, Ori in trouble. He's got to get to Ori to help him with that grave. Not putting it on just yet. They take out Snake King. May even not need it. And Ori with a double kill once more.
Yeah. The windows that were there are slowly but surely closing. Skitter in the mid lane too if he gets slapped.
Uh-oh. This is problematic.
Goodbye,
Song
Skitter.
and Bobica with the avalanche, the damage from the Naga Siren. Bobica with kill. He was there, and then he wasn't. It's a magic trick from Aster known as taking your life.
Yeah, he died in the air. Make lightning go whoosh. Or poof, rather.
Dire's middle tower is
Manta
under
done.
attack.
X next.
90% win chance,
fortified.
or win probability here for Aster already.
Yeah. Yeah. This Naga pick was just too good. Like they left themselves so vulnerable to illusion heroes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Storm went
Lane.
again.
Ball lightning, Sox is there, so is Skitter, so he's gonna ball lightning backwards. The avalanche from Bobica means Ori can get the kill on Asaxa, so he's unstoppable. The movements around the map are just super aggressive, and nothing going the way of Tundra at the moment.
Yeah, and we spoke already about the hard timer they're on, right? So they're looking for 9 at the top. If you get snare, no. What? Oh, can you get this there? No, it's not fast enough. Where are your windows now? I feel like they're all closed already.
It definitely feels that way, right? Like, how would you extend a game against somebody who's just going to against a team that's just going to take advantage?
The thing is, they have no answer to Storm or Naga, right? I'm sure if they can Raw Storm or lasso him, but he's so elusive, it's not easy at all to target him. You have Naga Siren with his sleep backup, you have Brave, and lots of great tools to work with.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Alright, just going for Roche.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Should be a pretty easy one.
Radiant are scanning.
And yeah, they won't even try to contest, I don't think. They have no chance of fighting right now. Actually, they're smoking up. It's almost done though.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This could be perfect timing. Oh, XSS says hello though. Hi.
Oh boy. Well, XXS with the help of Bobica, Avalanche on a 2. Skitter's here, the whole team is ready. But XXS going pushed away. Bobica hook as well as Grave falling in. They've got the song. And the lasso stops with the chaotic offerings in. They've got the Aegis on Ori, but they're going to go to XXS. They're going to take the pudge, focus their attention onto this Naga Siren. Monet by himself. They'll get the kill and take him out. They've lost the Beastmaster. They're going to focus their attention now out onto Piku, who is extending the inevitable death of his as Tundra finally take a kill and a fight worthwhile.
Yeah, massive fight for them. Very interesting play by Monet. Like, he slept and instantly cancels the sleep. Not sure what happened there. I feel like just going for a full reset would have been a much better choice. Oh, snaking. Dead.
That grimoire of his got terrible
play to look at.
Yeah.
We're gonna fight one more time.
Look at that again.
Primal Roar on XXS. A lot of
just
focus.
Look at the Naga sleep. Like, he just cancels it for I don't know why. Like, if they just go for a full reset, everybody TP's out. I think there's a much better choice here. Look at this.
Maybe not even the full reset, but just hold it, and go and focus your attention on snaking, right? So he's not able to get the chaotic offering.
Yeah. But what happened is he exposed himself to all the danger possible. He ends up dying there, which was pretty unnecessary, but still, massive lead. Aster.
Going for Monet again, this is a kill they're going to try and get, but not one that's going to be easily accessible for him.
No, not at all. Especially not once that Axe comes out.
So 20 minutes in, still 7k lead here for Aster, but is Tundra off that fight, holding it back enough?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, it's the beginning. It's the start of something. But punches almost into the Axe. No, we'll see if they can take 1 or 2 more team fights like that. They do have a Beastmaster, so the base should be falling quite quickly. They're smoking again as 4.
They get Monet, and they know he's just been camped up top here, but this time he's got the help of Piku. Maybe not, when he's the one who gets spotted in this gank, goes to the shallow grave again, and eventually, he is dead.
Take me.
Goodbye, sir.
But again, opening it up for the rest of Aster. As you've got Ori looking for that Ags. He wants to go into these fights, maybe post-song and pull in the Ultra Vortex, the blue hole. But he ball lightnings into a dispose, and now Ori's hit with the lasso.
It's a tanky dog.
And he is quite tanky. After all that, they're unable to get the kill. Lasso used. As well as Skitter's ult.
Yeah, now it's time to showcase what we got.
Should they be willing to go? Because they've got a blink dagger on Bobica to just catch them. BKB from Skitter. The turnaround is there with a dispose. Bobica, now he's out by himself, but a good hook. Okay. Fatal Bonds might do the damage to kill off the Tiny. It's actually getting quite low, but they have the Dismember out onto Skitter with the chaotic offering stopping that, but it's not really going to be enough to save the life of the Razor. They'll get the Kona Snake King to follow it up. Now the Vortex, the toss up all the way over, and 33 still trying to run. Ori with no mana
No
left.
BKB on 9.
He's going to start getting hit with these axes. Meanwhile, they look over at 9. They get the Kona to the Bat Rider. They're chasing these two heroes. Ori by himself. The rest of the team not there to help him. So 2v1, which Storm loses, but ultimately Tundra, they drop a fight.
Yeah, the net is just so good. The Aggron Scepter bonus cast range, 400, cooldown reduction by 6, and of course it pierces BKB. Did you see the Razor? He popped his BKB. He couldn't move for 5 seconds. He was like,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
guys, my BKB is over. I'm dead. I wouldn't be surprised if you see more of these answers. Like, Naga's a perfect answer for Razor.
He now has that Ags with the Ensnare upgrade, reducing that cooldown. And BKB is not going to matter.
Dire's top tower is under
Yep.
attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
I mean, it's a really good
Radiant
pickup
structures are fortified.
item-wise when you've got two heroes in both the Bat Rider and the Razor that are first item BKB buyers, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Dire's
When you've got such a
tower
lead,
is under
having it
attack.
this early just feels like it neuters those heroes.
Yeah, which basically means chances of a comeback are very
Dire's
slim,
top
just
tower
because the
has
timing is
fallen.
already counted out by the Naga.
Naga going for the Bloodthorn next.
Yeah, it's time to fight
man's
again.
up.
Bottom tower is under
And
attack.
Ori up top. He's going for the Lincolns. He wants to survive, stop getting lassoed. Bobica, his smoke's gonna break. He'll blink up out of the high ground. He'll see Snake King, and eventually, well, the rest of the team is there to get the kill, and Monet with credit on that one.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, just an additional mechanic also, you can net targets through Song with the Aggron Scepter as well. So if you get on top of the Beastmaster or someone that doesn't have BKB, Song, net, he's dead.
Ori, he is not by himself anymore.
A lot of
At
people
the
say hello.
outpost for his team to TP to.
Yeah.
Invisibility.
XXS has that Ags. He's going into a Lotus Orb.
Lotus. Orby Borby. I'm just looking. I'm grasping at straws. I look
Figure
at
out what Tundra has left in the tank.
yeah, he's going for a Mjolnir on Razor, which I can understand. Of course, they need an answer to those illusions, but you're really crippling the Razor build to sort of make that happen.
Tiny caught, but
Hook again.
Bobica hooked and saved. And the ball lining in, going for the Razor. Razor, they're almost trying to see if he's going to pop his BKB and then commit even further. But he's disciplined in holding it. Now they've got the dispose on the Fudge, but Fudge is pretty tanky. Avalanche comes in with the 2, with the BKB now being popped by Skinner. Goes into the Dismember. Chaotic offering to stop that once again. They get Fiona Saxa. He's going to buy back. BKB's been popped by 33 as well as 9. They're going after this Monet not Tyrant, but tossing him over to the side. That allows them to get the lasso onto the Tiny. They get the Kona XXS. They'll use the Song. Yule's up into the air. 3 heroes hit by the Song. Now 4. And do they fight? Monet goes in with the Ensnare. They'll use the Flame Break, but they've got, I believe,
Monet's no illusions.
Shard on Dazzle to get the X. But Monet's finally hit with the Shadow
Just
Grip
a
to keep
P?
him alive and TP out. 42, he's gone.
Pick you surely.
Bobica.
No, you gotta kill them. There's a blink in 2 seconds.
Courier, is he gonna stop and try and hit it? No, he's gonna die anyway.
Yeah, very risky turnaround there actually. Naga was very close to dying. Like he had no illusions ready. Without illusions, you're not taking those fights. And you can see the AoE damage coming out of Warlock, as well as Beastmaster. They're still dealing with the illusions quite nicely at the moment. But once that heart comes out, that's when you go to Unkillable City.
6,000 damage done by the Razor overall.
Yeah.
The numbers really for Aster weren't even comparable.
Well, 100%. And to the BKBs, they have Disable against the BKB, but they don't have great damage just yet.
It seems like every time the Dismember's there, they Like, we've seen Snaking do a good job of holding that chaotic offering. Waiting for the right time. So Tundra not out of it just yet. Seemed like that fight was going their way. Roche, though, in 40 seconds.
Yeah, if Tundra can get their hands on that, that would be massive. Free shot as well.
Stupendous.
Positioning not exactly alluding to that, though. And they don't have a way to TP back over. They're going to have to walk all the way there or TP to their own tier 2. So timing-wise, this may not work out for them, but they did get a tier 2 tower themselves over bottom.
And Naga is constantly pushing in the top lane, so somebody will have to come and address that as well.
10 seconds.
Naga almost into the heart. Just needs 600 gold for that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Question is, does either of these supports check it at the right time? It is now up. More men
smoking just before the Naga heart. Might be a little bit of an anti-timing.
Nobody checking Roche yet.
Oh, top tower's almost gone.
And I believe, yeah, they've got an eye on it with that that Hawk.
Radiant are scanning.
I wonder if it saw the smoke too.
Tower is under attack.
I'm gonna go off the assumption that it did. Maybe not. A little bit of a distance there from where it was at. Doesn't matter anyway. Smoke gonna run out in just a second.
Yeah, hot down on Naga.
They do know where 33 is, as well as snaking with this obs. And you could see they're looking to just find the range to blink in and smoke up. So a 5-man smoke that was spotted by Aster. They know exactly where they're at. These illusions are going to be stopped for the moment, but they'll be ready for this. They're actually going to smoke themselves. 9 looking to go in. Blink over to the side by Bobica. They look over at XXS. They got the ball lightning as well as the Vortex. This time it's going to be out onto Snaking. So they'll take the Warlock out of the equation to start with. The buyback coming out for the Warlock. He's going to try and get back into the fight. They look for the Primal Roar. They look for the Monet, but Monet, he can soak a lot of this. Ooh, the Shower Blade was already used on the Podge. Goes into the song. Monet!
He's alive!
He just survives. They get Snaking a second time. That means Chaotic Offering's not going to be thrown in the fight. Monet trying to run, and while Sox is trying to keep up. Poison touch from the high ground from PGL to get the Hex, and now the rebound over. They're trying to keep up with the Dazzle, but the chase is on to just get themselves a position 5.
Monet's healing.
Monet is healing. Monet's got illusion. Skitter, how far do you want to chase? Poison touch again. Ooh, Hex is up 3. Saxado right on Monet. The missing Warcade. Bobica coming through. They've got the damage. Skitter in too far. The side of Tundra's always too far. Shower Brave on Ori. They get the kill on 9. They'll take out 33. They're dropping by the wayside.
Man, it was so close. They had Naga down to 100 health. But yeah, thanks to the heart that he just picked up, barely survives, gets a 6 song out, and they definitely overchased on Tundra. They were like trying to seize the only chance for a comeback, right? They're like, oh my god, Naga, we gotta get him. But yeah, ultimately they just get kited to death. Naga hits up the heart, and easy peasy fight. See it again, the replay.
Look at this, they're chasing the entire time. I'm like,
so deep.
Naga, stay close enough. Saxa, his attention's over there, but when 3 heroes get hit by that poison touch, there's no way that Saxa's gonna pull it off.
Yeah, they definitely overchased, but again, like it was just the emotion running through, you know? Like Naga just survived like 100 health. They were so desperate for the kill. They really needed it too. Now there's Aegis and shot for Naga and Toe. Or the Naga shot. Now the Song of the Siren actually heals her and her teammates.
5% of their max HP per second. That's a big heal. And, well, when it used to be different, it was, what, 3% or something like that?
Yeah, it's definitely not a bad shard. It's just usually you don't want to buy it.
How do you deal with this? How do you deal with an Aegis on Monet? He can just go to the Song and heal everybody up if he wants to. They'll have the Bloodthorn finished in just a second. Like, I don't know. We've talked about lack of answers for Tundra continually this game, but it feels like after that last chase, it's all dwindling.
Yeah. It's, we'll see if they can mount the high ground defense. They have a bad rider who's very good at that. Maybe manage to pull Monet into the tier 4 tower or something.
Maybe.
Yeah, and they need to have a miracle defense.
He's not
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He is not.
Eggs still being built by Storm. Never actually got it. Just 650 gold away. Tier 3 tower. Not being quickly taken out, but with the ensnare, the hook, it forces the BKB, and now they go to the dismember. Fatal bonds onto these creeps as well as the punch, but that's about it. They've got the lasso on XXS, but the ball lightning comes in as well as the counter covering. It's going to stun on Monet. They look to get XXS, but he goes in and has the shallow grave with the TP out. He is trying to leave, doesn't end up TPing out, but the rest of the team on the side of Tundra is being taken care of. Skitter gone, Snaking dead, Primal Roar used, and 33 on the run. They've gotten themselves a song. Let's heal up some heroes, and let's get the Vortex set up to finish this game. Taking Beastmaster's life, they'll look for more. Batrider up in the air. He's been hit by that silence from Monet with the Bloodthorn, and he's forced all the way back into the base. The heroes on the side of Tundra don't have buyback, and there is no way for them to defend at least just the bottom set for now.
Yeah, Batrider is still alive, but he doesn't have Lasso up, so they will have to wait for a Razor to respawn, which is in 40 seconds. It's probably going to be Mega Creeps. And we'll see if they want to continue playing after that. They might also just be digesting the loss right now, talking about what went wrong. But really, like, this loss, I think, is mostly about the draft.
By the way, Bobica, when he picks up a tree on this tiny, it doesn't show.
Yeah, it's the industry.
Avalanche spotted the Marcy.
How did they know, man?
Wow.
Did they scan him? Or they scanned him?
That was impressive, and there's the GG call. They get the hook. There's the dismember. It will be Aster to take game 1 over Tundra, and they do it with ultimate ease.
Yeah, this game was, again, just a pure outdraft. Naga last pick was way too much to handle. They left themselves so vulnerable to those here. There was also Phantom Lancer that was available. You know, they could pick and choose. It's like, all right, you want to have this or that? I'll go for Naga today. Maybe I'll go for PL tomorrow. But yeah, ultimately, you cannot draft like this if you don't have last pick, simply because you have no answer. Yeah, we spoke about Monet having 2 items. Suddenly, game's just over.
Yeah, they never really had a chance. They had a couple of fights that looked decent, but it never brought them back into the game under a 9K deficit when they were winning those fights. And Aster, they played the map perfectly. You fed so many kills over to Monet in the beginning of this game. His lane went absolutely perfect, and well, you can't have that, especially when the draft is already on their heels, right? Like you said, it's got to go perfect in the laning phase. They're on a hard timer, and that timer just gets shorter with each kill that they fed over to the side of Aster, right?
Yeah. That's what happens every time. Like, if you're on a timer and you lose the early game, most of the time games will become very, very one-sided. Because most of the time, when you are on a timer, that means you should be stronger in the early game. Wasn't the case in this draft, though.
Yeah. So Aster ultimately come away with a victory, and they take a 1-0 lead in this series. 33 minutes, 33 seconds into the game, 35-11. Aster, you look at Bobica, 2-0-18. The deaths were minimal on this team, 3-1-12 from Monet. Let's see if Aster can do it again, or if it's going to be split between them and Tundra. We'll go to a quick break, and we'll be back with Game 2 in just a moment. So stay tuned. We'll see you soon.
Drinks, my one.
Here I am.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm over here. And discharge. You blew it. Not so fast. Whoa, what'd I miss? To the last breath.
is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Howdy and welcome back. A little bit of a yeehaw on this one as we get into game number 2 between Aster and Tundra. Game 1 going the way of Aster with ease. The question is, can they do it again, or do Tundra turn it around? I think Slack's already used the saying, you can bring a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. And, well, you know, Tundra is here playing at the major, which I guess is the water, but you can't make them drink the wins. I don't know if that makes sense. I tried.
Slightly, not too much, but they're, what, 3-8 now?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that is. So we said 8 would probably be bottom possible to make playoffs in some shape or form, but the way it's worked out, it
could be some tiebreakers, maybe.
Yeah, it could certainly end up being tiebreakers, but to break this series and see if it's 2-0 or 1-1 and turns into a tie, we got ourselves a draft in game number 2. So up on the screen, let's take a look and let's get it started. Banning the puck and the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, let's see. I really just want to, I really hope that Tundra doesn't draft themselves into a corner again, because last game, that last pick was really well exploited. Right. This time around, Tundra's on the last pick, so shouldn't be as bad. But yeah, gotta be careful nonetheless.
Remaining.
I gotta definitely see what's gonna be happening here and how it'll go down.
Team Aster's turn to pick. Radiant team
Zeus
pick.
Razor this time, tiny again for Aster. Okay.
Yeah, I'm expecting Tundra to take the Dazzle this time around.
In their 1-2. If they don't and Aster get it again, I would be kind of confused, honestly.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Aster will go for it straight away if they can. They love that hero.
5 seconds remaining.
He definitely enjoys playing it.
Radiant
I wouldn't be surprised if they go back to the Marcy. They've liked it a lot, but this time they go into the Winter Wyvern, so they'll go with that. They'll also throw a second pick Doom.
Okay. 33 Doom. One of his best heroes. It could be a Saxa Doom as well. They've done it in the past too. Should just be Dazzle again. Phoenix. Ah. Interesting.
Different pick.
It's not a bad Phoenix game, of course, with that opening, but it's just not a hero we see a whole lot. Avalanche of Tiny is a pretty good egg protection, but they like to run mid lane Wyvern sometimes. Mid lane Wyvern with a Witchblade Orchid, like you destroy that egg super fast.
Hmm. 10 seconds remaining.
So
Banning out the
5
Snapfire.
seconds remaining.
getting rid of the snap. I'm interested if Aster go back to the Pudge and maybe try to get it back on Ori.
Maybe. I mean, honestly, I feel like it could have been any hero last game other than Pudge would have done the same thing. Like XSS didn't really feel like a major
Radiant team
impact in the game, if you know what I mean.
He saved like Obika 3 times, but I understand like any hero could have pulled off that kind of impact.
Yeah, like, imagine if they had a Mars instead of something. It might have been even more one-sided, you know?
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
All right, Faces Word ban, Juggernaut ban. They're just protecting
5
the egg pretty
seconds
much
remaining.
with all the bans. See if they want to ban the lifestealer as well, because it's a very good lifestealer game already.
Aster's
Skeeter
turn to ban.
enjoys it here quite a bit. What else? I mean, Mars is still very scary, right? The Mars Phoenix combo is nice.
Sure is.
And XSS enjoys Mars
10
quite a lot
seconds
as well.
remaining. Radiant team ban.
And the Visage.
Oh, this is okay. Banning on 33-0.
Radiant team Aster's turn to pick.
And Weaver.
The Skitter Weaver.
All right. I guess we'll see if that works out for him, though.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest Weaver fan, you already know. But it might be good this game, depending on how the laning phase
10
goes.
seconds
Like, they're
remaining.
very dependent again on winning the laning phase.
5 seconds remaining.
And what's like a good offlane against Weaver even? Like, Weaver is a very strong +1 hero, of course. It's very hard to lane into. Could go for like a Darkseer, perhaps. Do a tiny Darkseer lane. What else? Maybe something more stable like a Dragon Knight. Timbersaw?
DK,
lots of options.
DK definitely feels like it's just that classic China hero, right? Just always. When in doubt, DK.
Yeah. But that being said, though, there are obviously a lot of options that can be explored. So, no, Dawnbreaker is banned. Yeah, so Weaver is just a deterrent because, again, like many offlaners don't like to lane against Weaver at all. They could still pick like a DP or something too if they wanted to.
Yeah, Death Prophet's
DP is
very
always nice to
popular in
have.
China, especially in the offlane.
Yeah, it takes a lot of time though. Maybe they didn't expect the Weaver this early.
Team Aster's turn to pick.
Back to the
Storm
Storm.
again.
Wow.
Very early.
It was picked in the 4th pick last time because it was Pudge, then Storm in the 2nd phase.
But it was a completely free Storm game. This time around, it's not
10
going to be that
seconds
easy.
remaining.
This time, this game screams Lincolns.
5 seconds remaining.
What's going to be the follow-up, though? I mean, so far the draft looks a little bit, you know, like they will have some synergy in the mid game. When like Storm Spirit gets an Axe Scepter, you can protect the egg really well. But you're kind of giving up your tiny flexibility by drafting this way already. And to begin with, it's not a super free Storm game.
Radiant team pick.
This time, the XXS Timber.
Yeah. We mentioned it could come out, right? It's one of the better heroes against Weaver in the lane. So that makes sense. Now, what carry can they pick to really complete their draft? Or we have to wait Tundra picks
10
first.
seconds remaining.
They see the Storm Spirit matchup. Puck is banned.
5
Could
seconds
just be your
remaining.
Voice Spirit. Could be your Ember Spirit.
Could go back to the Bat Rider, right?
You could, but like Storm is really good against Bad Rider, so you don't want to put yourself in a rough matchup. Zeus is banned too. I was thinking about what heroes 9 likes to play. That's really good against Storm.
Right.
There are like a whole lot left. As again, Void Spirit is definitely one of them that can be nice. I guess Cuddle can work if you would want to push the pace.
Team Aster's turn
Very
to
strong against
battle.
Timber.
Ursa. That's a good matchup against Timber, right?
Ah, so it's a Weaver 4?
Could be. Yeah. Maybe.
Or Wyvern 4, Weaver 5. I guess pretty interchangeable still.
Radiant
But
team
that is
battle.
interesting. So, because the Weaver can't be used as a carry anymore effectively against the Timbersaw, they just choose to go for the Ursa instead. Okay, it's also pretty effective against the Egg.
It gives you a couple egg scrambling options, right? Like, Weaver's not going to
10
not
seconds
be able to
remaining.
hit the egg. Get
Yeah.
a Geminate
5
attack in
seconds
there.
remaining.
It's definitely not the freest
Team
Phoenix game.
Aster's
That's for sure.
turn to ban.
Now, Illusion Heroes, though, they are very scary again from Aster. This time, Thunder will, of course, have the last pick. But they have no AoE damage whatsoever.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Death
Wait for
Prophet
the last
ban.
ban. Yeah. Would complement Thunder's lineup perfectly. They need a hero that can really push down buildings from the mid lane. They would lane well into Storm. Like they can still go like DK if they wanted to. Yeah, I mean this time at least they have a Roshan hitter, which makes Roshan very easy, but building damage isn't really there either. Running out of time here.
Radiant team ban.
Beastmaster ban.
And a Beast, okay. Expecting Doom middle then. Which is a possibility, of course. Always can happen. 9 enjoys it as well.
Would you ever match it up differently? Would they even think about throwing the Doom safe lane?
10 seconds remaining.
You pick the Ursa to counter the Timbersaw. Unless Timbersaw goes middle
5
somehow and
seconds
Storm ends up in
remaining.
another lane, you wouldn't want to think about a swap.
When things start to
What
get
did it
swapped
win
up like
more?
that, they definitely get a little bit complicated. I don't think Ori is going off that Storm somewhere else.
Nah, shouldn't happen. Come on, shows the last ban. So carries that are good against Ursa, as well as lane well into Doom. Sniper feels quite strong if they want to do that.
Team Aster's turn to pick.
Okay, Bannerlord Druid. Yeah, I feel Sniper is very strong. Illusion Heroes can also work. Medusa can work. Because Medusa doesn't care about being doomed.
Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
I speak for the
Nature's Prophet. Okay, so it's all about tempo. Early pressure. They have one pick to exploit that, though. What's that
10
going to
seconds
be?
remaining.
They already have a tank buster in the form of Ursa and Doom,
5
even
seconds
Wyvern to an
remaining.
extent. So they don't need that. Some more stun / pickoff would be nice. I think Void Spirit makes perfect sense, personally. Also fits 9's place there very well. If it's a Doom middle and they want to pick another offlaner, I guess Lycan could work. One of the 33 favorites.
Invoker.
You may now select your heroes.
Invoker, okay.
So
Against Storm Spirit, yeah, not a bad matchup. It buffs up the Ursa quite nicely too. You scale well into the mid late game. I like the draft a lot better than in game 1 already. And this time around, I would even say I like the draft
more
better than Aster's. Yeah. They're on the comfort heroes. Now, I don't know how comfortable Sux does in Weaver. It's not really a support hero anymore nowadays, but I'm sure he's played it a ton back then. So you should be fine with that. Win conditions for Aster, snowball the lanes. Timbersaw is good at that. Nature's Prophet is good at that. Even Storm, to an extent, can beat Invoker, especially with
10
Bobo
seconds
rotations on the
remaining.
tiny.
right.
But yeah, you got to snowball the lanes because otherwise it's going to
5
get
seconds remaining.
tough. They will outscale you for sure.
And it is do or die time here for Tundra. And losing the series 0-2 would put them in dire straits.
Yeah, I don't even know if you can still have a tiebreaker after that.
Have to hope that a lot of the other teams messed up as the last day or last 2 days kind of happened.
Yeah, I mean, 9 losses, you'll probably be hard-pressed to be able to play in one of those tiebreakers. But I do believe they're very good in the point department, right? So they're almost guaranteed TI? Even if they were to lose?
I feel like there's only so few scenarios where they would be kicked out of TI. They have 1,212 points at the moment. They lost 18 points when Fada was removed in February. It's percentage based, and they're 300 points over Aster. They're 400 points just about over Liquid, which is the first team out. But that being said,
prepare for battle.
Again, I guess the conversation becomes what teams are doing well that need to do well, and Liquid, they're almost getting eliminated in the group stage too, which would put them out of points and out of the possibility of overtaking. RNG is doing well enough to make playoffs. Outsiders are looking well enough to do playoffs. So it looks like a couple of these teams that are on the outside looking in, of those teams, the ones that potentially need points, that need, that could potentially get them, Liquid and Talon are the ones that are the two teams that might not make it to playoffs. But that would leave 3 teams to potentially overtake, and then all the teams that are still below Tundra that can move up with points as well. But there's only, 6 places or 8 places that give available points? The math is there. The scenarios are there. I don't have it all.
Unlikely. Yeah, but matter of the fact is it's quite unlikely for them to lose their TI spot.
Right.
Which is good news for them, of course. No matter what happens. Okay, rune split. Looks like it's going to be
the battle
at 2-2.
Oh, 3.
Oh, XSS. Faster fingers.
3 for 1.
Yeah, it's always nice to start like that. He's only going to lose 1 tango. Very well worth it.
All right.
So again, bot lane, Ursa is good against Timbersaw, of course, but it's more like mid-late game. Laning stage is not that easy for Ursa, because people figured out how to play with the Timber chain. It's quite a lot of damage. Not as easy for Ursa to just bully.
Is he really scared? Is the combo though? Like, is Bobica really the tiny support combo well with this Timber?
It does if you get level high on the Timber, just because Timber is a very self-sustaining hero, right? So Tiny has all the freedom in the world to gank safe lane, gank mid lane, whatever he wants to do. Pick you, he's burning. And getting body block too.
Trying to get around this aggression, and it is spending some time here. Saxa as well as 33 just watching over as the creep wave just in the river. Saxa ends up losing his courier, so there go tangos for that lane as well. Not really.
9 doing very well in the CS so far.
Too great when you lose those tangos.
Yeah, early game losses on the courier are very detrimental to laning phase, or can be at least. They're dead for quite long.
Or you're taking a lot of early damage mid too.
Yeah, 9's playing this lane very well. I really want to see what Ori can do on the Storm this time around, because this Storm game is not easy at all.
It just has toss, but the heat wave where it is, or well, where Skitter is where he is, he's fine.
Skiller's doing very well so far. 11 CS. I'm expecting him to free farm down there anyway, so it shouldn't be a big problem at all. Like, the lanes are set up to be very strong for Tundra.
I want to say, though, even with the lanes being strong, so far so good for both Ori and Monet. Like, things have certainly looked all right. I say that, though, and I might have jinxed Monet because he's getting chased down, Scorched Earth, and extra help from Saxa will burn him out. Fairy Fire, Saxa under the tower, tried for it.
Gets baited in.
That is, well, a lot of damage done there by the Weaver. He did over 1,000 damage in that whole exchange.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Weaver was so scary back then, right? Because he would just deal so much damage from a +4 position. And it's a good adjustment so far. Like, the carry Weaver would have not been nearly as impressive. Timbersaw level 3 already, so he's getting his levels. He is just fine himself.
What?
Earn for the Invoker. He continues to roll here, but so does Ori with the 22 CS. And he's just about to hit that level 5. And that should 9 with this creep wave coming in.
A golden thread.
Saxa is stealing that bounty rune.
As you already said. Saxa did steal a bounty rune, so he's helping our Stormstreak quite a lot, but he's going to get the Water rune, at least one of them. Continuing to pull the creep waves down there. Reminds me of, like, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago when lanes didn't even exist. Like, Axes would just cut creeps, and then Darkseers would do the same.
Nobody would really be in the lane.
Yeah.
I remember
Never
those
thought I
days.
would miss that, Dota.
It's very cookie cutter right now, but I'm hoping that changes with the next patch, potentially.
Yeah, Ori actually in a little bit of trouble. Hey, you're dropping very low.
Ooh. Fairy Fire uphill, 9. Does he have anything else to throw? No. And 33, he's burning out. Icarus dive there, and PQ gets the kill. I really wasn't expecting Doom to die in this lane.
Yeah, the aggressive potential of Nature's Prophet Phoenix isn't super high. He definitely overstepped a little bit by being greedy. I want to make sure that Prophet doesn't get too good of a start. See if he wants to go into the Midas as well or not.
He might. He's got Gloves of Haste.
Yeah, it seems to be like the new carry meta in this tournament.
Well, you remember the meta of just everybody buying Midas. Swarm out, Infernal Blade, Monet on the run, and need these Fire Spirits to land. Icarus dives, Sprout, Saxa burning away. DQ's kind of low too. They've got the Treants on him and the Fire Spirit hitting, so Saxa forced to run.
Yeah, Monet just TPing back to refill.
And then
he's very close to the Wrath of Nature. That could potentially make a big difference on all his lanes. Even an Ori rotation to the top lane could make a massive difference. He has no TP right now. Probably gonna get one soon in Korea. With a 6 rune RNG, who gets it?
5 seconds. Radiant are on both.
And they're good either way.
Not as swift as the speed of my thoughts.
The seeds of fortune.
Oh, Monet's already jungling. Interesting.
He backed up in the jungle, but he might have some help here from Bobica. Snake King now Vortex in. Hey, got the damage. The Splinter Blast hits with the Tornado! Oh, Ball Lightning trying to stick with the Winter Wyvern. Eventually still gets the kill. I thought the Tornado for a moment was going to save him. Fine, placing that perfectly. And Piku up in the top lane dies to 33.
Dire's top
tower. 600 Prophet now. So Wrath of Nature, a real threat. We see Wyvern TP top straight away, so they want to pressure the Prophet out of the lane. If Monet's not too careful.
Has Wrath of Nature. Where does he use this? 3 heroes top now. Bobica will spot Saxa. He doesn't know that Snake King's here. Neither does Monet. Winter Blast. swarm, and he needs to try and leave. Infernal Blade, the damage out, the avalanche in. Oh, the Wrath of Nature! Oh, the Splitter Blast, they might still get Monet. He spouts himself up, and a tornado comes in. That'll do it. They get Monet, they look for Bobica, and now Fire Spirit's on to Saksa. Should have the damage. Sunray, that'll grab him. And then Snake King, he might even be next. Doesn't have the mana for toss, just has the avalanche. Bobica now hit with the urn. Nine's still here. So going in and not having the mana, kind of miscalculating, but at the same time, XXS with the help of Ori down bottom gets Skitter.
And it's hard to follow probably because Providence just a piece there. Weaver's the piece to stop it a little bit.
Weaver?
He doesn't have any help though. He should be fine, probably. Yeah, they just want to get the tower. Should be no problem. So ultimately, it's a very good trade for Aster. Kill the carry, get the tower. Put the ping down there, Skitter.
Another. The tower is gone. Skitter's here, 33 is in. Avalanche will help Monet leave.
Yeah, they're getting outmaneuvered right now.
Yeah. Dire's courier has been killed.
Ooh, nice kill on the mana boots though. That would have been very big for the Timber Saw.
They still get the arcane ring.
PQ just getting his level 6 in the top lane. And then he should be able to fight as well with the Supernova. What's Skitter looking for? Battle Fury. He's historically definitely one of the greedier carries, so makes sense that he's going for the Battle Fury, but he's actually relatively poor. Same hit versus the Timber Saw.
Monet's towards the top. Like we talked about, he's going for the Midas.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, he actually went back to the Midas, okay. He had Maelstrom queued up and then went back to the Midas again.
Smoke might catch Ori, he doesn't have a lot of mana.
Enough to jump away though.
Yeah. And now you've got level 6 with Supernova. They're gonna try and go through the jungle. They still have Snake King smoked up. He's almost level 5. But Ori's back towards base, and this smoke doesn't get them anything. Bobica, if he wants Blink Dagger, he's a well way out of that one. Avalanche, ooh, Soul Ring, and the toss back. Icarus dives, Supernova, and the Wrath of Nature comes through. Just don't have the proper vision, and that's going to be Supernova down. That does end up hitting on a Snake King. He's still just level 4. Winter Blast lands, it's on a Bobica. They can turn on him too for the ball lightning. Cold Embrace. Nine trying to survive. The heal is there, but it's not going to be enough. Eventually, he'll fall. Ori, losing credit for the kill on a 9. They look over at Snake King. They've got Sunray on top of the Winter Wyvern, and that fire will certainly melt the ice of Snake King on the Winter Wyvern too.
Saksa. Pressure. Saksa.
Close.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, mid-tower under a lot of pressure. They used the glyph already. They might lose the tower in 10 seconds. It takes the heroes to respawn.
Definitely looks gone.
Oh, Region Rune also on Ori, so he just continues to be efficient around the map. No problem at all. Went into the Midas on Prophet, and now going to the Maelstrom.
This is another case of a Doom just not finding the proper farm.
Yeah, he definitely had a pretty good landing stage, but he has been running around for like the last 3 minutes, trying to help Skitter out. Again, I don't like this itemization choice of Tundra. They're going for Midas, they're going for a Battle Fury. Just so greedy that they might get overrun again. Saksa still level 5. If he gets sprouted, he has no way out.
Needs to be careful about his positioning. Gonna shoot Kuchi again. And there's the sprout. Like, Saksa, Wrath of Nature's coming your way, and they've got the dust this time. They'll chase. And Sunray, ooh, left, right, not spotting him, and he's able to get away. At least
goodbye,
now. Ooh, Fire Spirits! That caught him, and they got a sprout again. So he still ends up dead.
Yeah, now that's one of the main reasons why Weaver's not very popular right now. Like, you just don't contribute much after laning phase. Snake King, a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, XXS is here, and they got the level 6 on Snake King.
Ooh.
The Winter's Curse if they want it.
Haste!
But Success turns around, Timber chains away, and he'll be A-okay.
Haste the Storm, they're looking for the Doom potentially. But he's very wise to not step up to the lane. As I said, he steps up to the lane.
So Ori have now a haste. It's a 4K lead for Aster. This Maelstrom's going to be finished pretty quickly.
Yeah, he's definitely very rich on the Prophet. And Skidder is still trying to finish up his Battle Fury. Still quite far away from it, about 2k gold.
Top lane, Tornado. That gets dodged. Look at the odds on Aster. 1.06.
1.06, yeah. This game is looking really good for them again. However, they have good tools to fight back now, even in the mid-late game. Like, their scaling is very strong on Tundra, so the game is nowhere near over.
Dire's top tower is under
just
attack.
hitting level 6.
Yeah, definitely not his best performance.
Forever to get that ult available. And he still gets spotted. Like, he still gets killed.
Yeah, I feel for him though. I'm not quite sure what he should be doing now as a Weaver. What can he do?
He's got an urn too, by the way.
I have 2 urns?
Yeah.
Ooh. You think it's gonna be like our communication at the All-Star game?
well, you know, our communication ended up working out. Yeah, that's urn on Invoker.
The ping, they're looking for the Prophet.
Saksa too. Tornado comes in. You need to be careful about how you approach this. There's the dust. PGL does have Supernova if he wants to use it. And Icarus dive. He'll be on the run. And now you've also got over to the side. They've got the Avalanche as well as the toss. They've got the Doom on Ori. 33 is going to try and chase. Timber chain over. They do get Ori. They lose PGL. 33 standing still, but he can't trip to the side of Aster. Luka will get hit, but tosses him over. And now Skidder, he doesn't have his ult, but he doesn't have the time to get it off. He just dies.
Okay. Yeah, he was full health.
Yeah,
there's no way he thought he was gonna die there.
Keywords.
Full health is great when you have it. Not so great when you become the wet noodle the next moment.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Exodus is a little bit too tanky for 9. For 9, Avalanche toss.
Avalanche toss, dust, wall
coming in.
And the ice wall is down, but well, that's not the ice wall that's going to keep him from climbing over.
Yeah, 6k lead now, and the pace draft of Aster is coming very well together. I think it's time to split push and get your items up. Not a whole lot else you can do. 1k away from the Battle Fury. It must be so frustrating when you're Tundra. It's just like every game, it looks so close, but the pieces are just not coming together quite. Nice curse.
That's a major Infernal Blade. Ori might be in too far, but he's got help from XXS. He won't burn alive, and they'll get the cone of 33. They'll look over at Skidder as well as 9. They have the Avalanche onto the Ursa. The ice wall's down again, but Skidder will burn out to the Fire Spirits of PGL.
Bottom tower is under attack.
You see what I mean? Like, nothing works out. If he had like 10 more health, he wouldn't have died there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This is all the small things are coming together all the time. Almost a B can be done on Nature's Prophet. He is so filthy rich.
Ori almost has the full Kaya San.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, which is going to be his Doom answer, quote unquote. Air quotes.
Radiant are scanning.
7,000 net worth lead.
Yeah, 9 has a lot on his shoulders.
33 is the quote most farmed for the side of the Radiant, but again, that is 3k behind Monet, who has had a perfect game. Of course, he went to that early Midas, and that has just exacerbated the problem here for the side of Tundra.
Yeah, making the timer tick just that much faster.
Unstoppable!
On top just to try to push the lanes a bit, but you can see they don't really want to take any team fights. They need their BKBs first on the Tundra side. I mean, Ursa's still working on his Battle Fury. The map is just closing down so much. They went for this very greedy sort of itemization, and it's not paying off at all. Whereas Aster got away with the greed completely.
Yeah, they got away with their greed, and nobody was ever able to really shut them out. But again, you worry if Tundra have answers again. It's another one of those, right? Like, what can they do?
Yeah. Again, one of those cases where you have a lot of problems. You do have some answers, but you have enough.
They caught Zoom, and there's no way for 33 to survive.
The seeds of fortune.
Just not a chance to survive on that one, and they continue to extend that lead. They haven't even gotten the Aegis yet.
Illusion.
Skitter finally has the full Battle Fury. Well, at least the last component is flying out.
Yeah, so he'll finally be able to start flash farming. Well, I say that, but the map is really small for them, so I don't know if he even has enough space or not.
And the map is full of Aster players. And their mobility is
everywhere. Great. They're like mosquitoes. Aster's everywhere.
They really are. You have the ability to ball lightning, set up a TP from Monet, start that off with a blink, avalanche toss, timber chain reach. Kind of missing out on answers here for the side of Tundra, and we've repeated that line throughout the series a lot.
Yeah, Aster is... I think this is the first iteration where they're actually good on land, right? Yeah. Pretty good on land, even. Like the former lineups always failed when they got to international competitions, but this time around, they're not guaranteed first in the group, but I think they're almost guaranteed winner bracket if they win this game.
It would put them at 9-3, so would be at least 3 wins ahead of Entity, and Entity dropped their first game to Beast Coast, so they're actually 6-5.
Yeah, so I do think 9 wins will guarantee you an upper bracket slot, which, if Aster wins this, obviously what they're playing for. Puts your mind at ease as well, so you don't have no pressure for the upcoming series.
Things slowing down a little bit for a team that wanted to put up the pace from Aster. But ball lightning over, going for the regen, just gets denied by snaking just in time, really. If Ori picks that up, that could be disgusting. They're actually going to try and go for Roche off this one.
They know Storm with no mana, so it's very difficult to fight into. Access S is saying hello. How are you guys doing Roshan?
Yeah, they don't exactly take this Roche that quickly. Is anybody going to get over there? Monet's just going to make him pay with pressure on the bottom tier 3, and that's an Aegis in the hands of Tundra. Okay.
We're looking for Doom. Ah. Close. If you had half a second more. Ori is looking for Saxa.
Dust. Ult. Vortex with the damage.
He should be fine though.
And the Wrath of Nature. Okay.
Yeah, Field Nature's rough, man.
That was a lot of damage. 806 coming in from the Wrath of Nature.
They must have been like the last bounce. Or just about. But still.
Monet, 3-man smoke. They are working with an Aegis on Ursa, so we'll see what they can do.
Yeah. 3-man trying to find the Storm Spirit, but even if they find him, it's not an easy kill at all because of Kaya Sanj. They really need to do him on top of him.
Ori now going Lincolns. Like I said, Monet, he wants the AC, then the Shard, and XXS. He's got the Arcane's Yule Sanj. Ooh, Skitter. Front lining, they see him, blink avalanche on a 2, and they take it to a Winter Wyvern immediately. Sunray right on top of this bear. They've got the Sprout, and they'll take the Aegis with that Whirling Death. He's going to respawn, but he's not going to be too happy
no
about
enrage.
where he's at. He's already used that ult, and that'll take him out a second time.
Yeah, worst case scenario again.
Too, and Ori was trying to maybe catch a +1.
They need to do him in those fights, but he also needs to finish his BKB. They're caught in the rock and the hard place right now, between it at least. What do? Like, you bring a Doom to fights, but he's probably gonna die because there's no BKB, or do you let him farm his BKB and give Aster even more map control the entire time? Like, it's very difficult to decide what to do right now. A lot of problems again, not so many answers. Look at 9 Ghost walking around as well, trying to look for people. But he has no damage to kill anyone even. Just before it's BKB2.
Yeah. Again, he's trying to farm. Monet is so far ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. It's getting a little bit silly how rich he is. However, Skidder is almost into his BKB. Well, halfway there. So once that's up, at least he'll have more of a fighting chance, but there's already AC done.
Almost
Monet to be top, yes, be careful.
I almost think he's scared to go on.
Yeah, looked like it. Now Timbersaw finishes his own Kaya Sanj. Items galore coming out.
A golden thread.
Still 9-10.
Are scanning.
That is a massive experience lead and even bigger net worth lead.
Yeah, Wyvern is pretty close to his Blink Dagger at least, so that could be nice too. You know, nice positioning. Maybe get away from the storm a little bit better.
Maybe.
But yeah, all the cards are definitely on the table. They're not favoring Tundra.
No, and it hasn't really favored Tundra in a while, if at all, throughout this entire series. And for the moment, it does feel like it's just been all Aster. And there's that Kaya Sanj finished on XXS. And he's behind the 3 cores on the side of Tundra, but he's just there to soak up the damage while the rest of the team does what they need.
Yeah, that is very true. And they're looking for Snaking, they're looking for Skeeter, and they might be the unlucky ones to run into them.
Ooh, 33, Blink Avalanche, and this time he's got the BKB. Winter's Curse, ooh, catches him on the Timber Chain. So they're going to follow that up with a Doom, but Sunray is there and goes into the Supernova. Yules and Boca surviving. Zoe's the Timber, they get nothing. 33, he falls.
Nice,
Boca's still alive, and they'll look at this Invoker. XXS now dominating, they take 9, they take 33, they get Snake King and dethrone him. He's now just Snay. And they get absolutely nothing out of the engagement.
Yeah, that was like a pretty perfect scenario where they got the Doom on Timbersaw, double stun. They just don't have the damage to kill him. The Sunray, he got the shard, so you can Sunray during the egg. Just everything going wrong once more for Tundra. And Aster's just looking so strong.
Vortex, the damage on Asaxa.
Bye.
As he didn't even have time-lapse available if he wanted to. He still has the Vessel, and Ern is now in the backpack of the Invoker.
Yeah. Definitely miscommunication there. Like, when it happens to the team, it's usually not a good sign.
Yeah,
like, there's
did he
some
finally
confusion going
sell
on.
it? I guess so.
It makes you wonder.
Yeah, that took a long time.
If Extreme Gaming was here, right? Like, all 3 China teams are dominating right now. Would they also be in the top 4 or not? Because they gave up their spot, right? Because it was too risky to fly out of China.
They didn't want to risk flying out of China with a stand-in, I believe.
Yeah, exactly. But, you know, looking at this, China seems to be on top of the game.
And now you gotta...
Yeah, they must be very hungry also, all of them, right? To prove themselves again internationally.
Yeah, the only one who's done it so far is LGD. They're the only ones who had the opportunity prior to this.
Yep. Okay. I I mean, they're still looking for kills. It's not that they've given up on Tundra. It's just they're so far ahead on Aster. All the little opportunities.
They have Winter's
Are they
Curse.
even opportunities or are they baits? Look at Boboka. He sniffs them out
How
again.
is he doing this? He senses something. He's got
He's gonna find
staking. Avalanche toss. You're not TPing out. Now he's looking for the high five, and here comes Monet, ready to get a kill. Sprout, and one more right click. It's Boboka's to take.
A carbon footprint.
Yeah. He says, please free me. Warriors of the world.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Melting away. All these lanes are
Stupendous.
dire need of some pushing out from Tundra.
Yeah, Lincoln's now down on Storm Spirit as well. It kind of just looks like a walk in the park for Aster. Both these games have been.
Radiant are scared.
Or he should have the gold. Yes, he does. Get that Lincoln. Monet, meanwhile,
Arcane Rune down there.
he's just about got that nullifier. Just has to step to the side, and there it is. So he's got the nullifier. He's ready to go. They all are. Arcane Rune bottled up for Ori, and it's a 5-man desperation smoke coming out from Tundra to try and make something happen. Skitter kind of shows himself mid, maybe playing the role of bait.
Yeah, if they win this fight, they could get a Roshan off that. So
2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes. Yeah. It's long. Arcane Rune Storm as well.
Dire are scanning.
They just never find him with that smoke.
Yeah, they're way too well aware. Team Aster is.
Now they're all together.
Radiant's middle tower
So
is
catching them
under
out
attack.
just isn't going to happen, and Monet's going to be able to push top with the Greater Treants added to the mix. And this 2-3 tower is going to be in a lot of trouble if nobody reacts to it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Taking a lot of damage already. We didn't really speak about it before, but of course, level 20 Prophet gets the leash on Sprout talents, so Ursa can't jump out anymore. It's a whole lot of problems. We can't TP out anymore. They're just going to be waiting for Roche and Aster, and that's probably where the last teamfight of this game will take place.
I'm not going to make the mistake twice of saying that China teams are usually pretty meticulous about finishing a game and might wait for it. The last time I said that, LGD just decided to fight and finish. But I will say, it looks like they're waiting for Roche. And that being said, Tundra dooms himself. The Lotus Orb is on it. Even if you lose the Phoenix at this point, well, they doom. And he's got buyback. They have the leash onto the Ursa. That's a big problem. He can't go anywhere. The Winter's Curse comes out, but what's it going to do? Staking falls. Doom still doomed. Doom's down day, and 33 is gone. Skitter trying to fight with the BKB as well as the Enraged, but the ball lightning forward and looking after 9. But he's got the BKB as well as the Deafening Blast. They've got him sprouted up. He goes invis, but eventually, well, here he is, and it's a gift wrapped for Aster.
Yeah, if you walk to the top, it would actually lift. Didn't know that there was a sentry, of course.
Toss Avalanche, no time lapse, so he's just got to try and hope that he can run. He'll plant a flag for a second, but Spider Leg sticking with him, and eventually Timber Chain whirling death, and that makes it a 4.
Yeah. Once again, making it look really easy. Roshan does respond. If they want to take it, it's theirs for the taking.
The Lotus Orb comes in clutch.
Yeah, they might just run down middle also.
They could.
Now they're going to look for the Roshan. Right, Shark. For whom? It's not a Grand Storm. Phoenix has it. Timbersaw, I guess?
Why not?
Or Storm if you really want it on the for the Overload.
They're smoking preemptively. Tundra are going to come their way to try and defend against this.
Well, they're going to have the great task of defending the base. Against not just 2 Prophets, but like 3. Because you can just buy back and come back again.
Avalanche, toss, 9, BKB, 2-shot gun. BKB does nothing here. Skitter is hit with a nullifier. They get the kill on a Snake King. They're going to look over at Saxa. This is an Ursa on the run, but into the open arms of Ori. Ori's not the one who's got that Aegis, but they go to the Supernova. They've got the Mules up on the Ursa. He's going to be sprouted, leashed, and eventually controlled. Nullifier on him again. The Supernova is a little bit too far back, but they've got the toss up into the air, but the Infernal Blade hitting from 33, but here's the in as well as the Whirling Death. Winter's Curse to lock down Monet, and he's taking a bit of damage, but he still has that Aegis. Sunstrike lands on XXS, and they'll lose the Timber.
Prophet says BKB though.
All right, right clicks in, Nullifier. Monet realizing this isn't working out. It's time to try and loot. Bashes in, and they get the kill to Monet again. He doesn't have buyback. So Aster died too far.
Yeah, and finally Gaben also on the side of Tundra. I mean, we spoke about the late game being very strong for Tundra, so if they can hold 1 or 2 more times, you know, the comeback is possible. We've seen crazier things.
Certainly have.
Especially if you overdive like this, you're gonna be so careful.
Let's see it again. Throw it up on the big screen.
Hey, it's me.
Stupendous.
Dire's middle tower
we don't
is
see
under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
There we go. We're back.
We're back. Yeah.
Back to the future.
Dire's middle tower
Samurai Jack. 9 caught. Seems like the pass though. They're trying to kill this Invoker again, and he ends up getting the BKB off and goes invis with the Ghost Walk to escape.
Looking for me?
Tundra kind of trying to take this momentum.
Oh, they should, because Prophet is dead. It's the biggest hero they have.
Sunstrike. Doom used
nice
on
Doom,
Bobica. He's got buyback.
Get what you can.
I guess so.
Get what you can. It does not matter.
You're not being split push at the moment by the Nature's Prophet, so you can kind of play this aggressive this far forward, right?
100%. And they're smoking up already, just waiting for the Prophet.
Ball lightning all the way across. Whoa, 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 whoa. They get Snake King and 33 with just some quick damage. And now they're going to focus their attention on Skinner, who gets an Invis rune. They have a way to see him. Well, they got a scrap. Now he's going to try and TP, but the damage is in time, and Skitter's gone for 84 seconds, no buyback.
Yeah, they're just beating him up through the Enrage even. Well, Riding is on the wall.
Radiant's middle tower.
Let's see what they can make happen with just 2 heroes. They have no Doom on Doom either.
Yeah, it's dead. Down for 90 seconds. Dead for 40.
They're going for the throne.
They're just going to go for the throne. They're trying to end it right
have to
here,
buy
right
back
now. Doom's got to buy back, but they're sensing that Ursa doesn't have his. And, well, there go both the tier 4s basically. Supernova committed. There's nobody here with Ursa. Not a lot to stop this Supernova from going up. Game, but he blinks into the Supernova. Oh, 33, desperately trying to make a move, but they'll call GG. They'll lose 33 and Saxa, and they'll lose this game. It's a 2-0 for Team Aster.
And it's, all over now. I don't know if Tundra actually still has a chance or not of making it out of 2. They're, I believe, now 3-9, and I think that almost locks them into the bottom 2.
Yeah.
While like Aster on the other side of the coin, I think they're locked in top 4, which means upper bracket for them. Amazing performance, because I don't think they were guaranteed yet for TI. They needed a top 8 finish or top 6 finish. So it puts them much closer to that.
Yeah, they're at 940. They're on the bubble, which they're the last team in, while Liquid is the first team out. So, you know, they need any points they can get to stay above that line that keeps them going to TI. And that's exactly what they're trying to do. Because like I spoke about, with Tundra, the reality is more there for Aster, that they're the ones who are going to be pushed out if they don't get enough points. There are teams that are outside the bubble of TI teams that are going to make the playoffs and potentially get some points here. And the more you can get, the easier, of course, it is to stay in TI range with the points. So it looks pretty easy for them. Any last thoughts before we close out the show?
No, top 12 guaranteed. Happy for Aster. Like, they have been struggling for a long time to make it work internationally. Finally, it's working out for them.
Yeah.
And one more best of 3 for them. Yeah, of course, they still have one more BO2, but it doesn't really matter for them anymore. if they win a BO3 in the playoffs, they will be at TI. I'll be happy to see them there as well. And yeah, I'm just happy to have all teams back on LAN again, because I was always a big fan of China, and they're showing again why.
Yeah, and China showing up big and continuing to do so. They take the 2-0 over Tundra, and that is it for us today. We're going to say goodbye, throw you to some highlights, and then that will be all from us. So we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeehaw!
Structures are fortified.